Hello to all survivors. Welcome to the channel. Before we start the audiobook, leave a comment telling me which city you're taking refuge in. We'd love to know where the safe zones are. Hit the like button and subscribe. Now, let's go to day 0. The Crossroads of America. Dean Kowalski had been operating forklifts for 19 years, and in all that time, he'd never seen blood on a loading dock. The concrete floors of the Indianapolis distribution center collected oil stains, hydraulic fluid, the occasional coffee spill, but never blood. Not until Tuesday morning, October 16th, when everything that made sense stopped making sense. The shift started normal enough. Dean clocked in at 5:47 a.m., 3 minutes early like always, his steel-toed boots echoing through the cavernous warehouse. The distribution center sprawled across 12 acres on the west side of Indianapolis, a massive hub where pharmaceuticals, medical supplies, and consumer goods converged before radiating outward across the Midwest. They moved product for everyone: Target, Walgreens, CV, independent pharmacies, hospitals. The Crossroads of America, the signs proclaimed. Everything flows through an Indianapolis. Dean grabbed his coffee from the break room, nodding at Marcus Webb, the night shift supervisor finishing his paperwork. Marcus looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. "Rough night?" Dean asked. Marcus glanced up, distracted. "Yeah, had to send Danny home around 3. Kid was acting weird. Said he felt sick, but he was, aggressive. Tried to bite Ramirez during a pallet swap." Dean frowned. "Bite him? I know, right? Kid's normally solid, but he was sweating, shaking, and eyes all bloodshot. I told him to go to urgent care." Marcus rubbed his face. "We're already short-staffed. Can't afford people calling in sick." Dean made a mental note to check the scheduling board. They were coming into their busiest season: flu shot distribution, cold medicine, everything ramping up for winter. The warehouse operated on tight margins. Every delay rippled outward, affecting delivery schedules across 5 states. He walked onto the main floor, where the rows of industrial shelving stretched toward the ceiling, loaded with pallets of product. The morning crew was already moving, forklifts humming, pallet jacks squealing, the rhythmic beep-beep-beep of equipment backing up. Dean breathed in the familiar smell of cardboard, diesel fumes, and industrial cleaner. His forklift sat in Bay 7, a Hister H155FT, 15,000 pounds of lifting power. Dean had been operating this particular machine for 3 years. He knew its quirks: the sticky hydraulic control, the temperamental backup alarm, the way it pulled slightly left under heavy loads. He did his pre-shift inspection by muscle memory. Check the forks for cracks, test the brakes, verify fluid levels, ensure the overhead guard wasn't damaged. Everything checked out. He fired up the engine, feeling the familiar vibration through the seat, and pulled up the morning's pick list on the warehouse management system. Pharmaceutical shipment for IU Health Methodist Hospital. 20 pallets of various medications, antibiotics, pain management, IV supplies, standard stuff. His phone buzzed. Jennifer, his wife, texting from the hospital. "Early shift. Busy already. Love you." He smiled and texted back. "Love you too. Be safe." Jennifer worked as a nurse coordinator at IU Health Methodist, managing patient flow through the emergency department. They'd met 22 years ago at a Colts game, married 6 months later. Their daughter Amy was 19 now, studying nursing at IUPUI, following her mother's footsteps. Their son, Tyler, 17, was probably still asleep, facing another day of his senior year at Pike High School. Dean had built a good life through honest work. The distribution center paid well, $30 an hour after 19 years, plus benefits. They owned a 3-bedroom house in the northwest side, near Eagle Creek Park. He coached Tyler's baseball team in summer. Jennifer's mother lived 15 minutes away in Zionsville. Everything was stable, predictable, secure. He maneuvered the forklift down aisle 42, heading for the pharmaceutical section. The warehouse used a zone-based storage system. Pharmaceuticals in the climate-controlled northeastern quadrant, over-the-counter medications in the center sections, medical supplies and equipment in the southern zones. Dean knew the layout like his own neighborhood. The first pallet was located at position N4217C, 17 rows deep, third level up. Dean positioned the forklift, raised the forks, and slid them smoothly beneath the pallet. The load lifted cleanly. Boxes of cephalexin antibiotics, each case weighing 42 pounds, stacked 8 cases high. As he backed out of the aisle, he noticed unusual activity near the receiving docks. A cluster of workers had gathered around dock door 12, where the Eli Lilly shipments arrived. Eli Lilly's headquarters sat just a few miles northeast, a massive pharmaceutical campus that supplied products worldwide. They received daily shipments, experimental medications, research samples, specialized compounds that required secure handling. Dean lowered the pallet onto the staging area and drove toward the commotion. Tommy Fitzgerald, one of the dock workers, was on the ground, clutching his arm. Blood seeped between his fingers. "What happened?" Dean asked, jumping down from the forklift. Sarah Chen, the receiving supervisor, looked pale. "Carlos bit him. Just bit him right on the forearm. Wouldn't let go. We had to pull him off." Dean stared. "Carlos Mendez? Our Carlos?" "He's in the office," Sarah said, pointing toward the dock supervisor's station. "We locked him in. He's acting crazy, trying to get out, slamming against the door." Through the office window, Dean could see Carlos throwing himself against the door, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. Carlos was a 15-year veteran, steady and reliable. Dean had known him since his first day on the job. Tommy groaned, his face gray. "It burns. God, it burns." "Get him to the clinic," Dean said. "Sarah, call 911. "Already did," she replied. "Ambulance is coming." Dean approached the office carefully. Carlos's face was pressed against the window, and Dean's stomach lurched. Carlos's skin had a grayish pallor, his eyes bloodshot and unfocused. Foam gathered at the corners of his mouth. He didn't seem to recognize Dean at all, just stared at him with raw animal hunger. "Carlos?" Dean said. "Buddy, what's going on?" Carlos slammed against the window, leaving a smear of saliva. His fingernails scratched at the glass, leaving streaks. The sound made Dean's skin crawl. Marcus appeared, walking quickly across the warehouse floor. "Dean, we got a problem. Night shift reported 3 workers went home sick with the same symptoms: aggression, fever, disorientation. And I just got off the phone with the temp agency. They can't send anyone. They're getting overwhelmed with sick calls across the whole city." Dean pulled out his phone and checked the news. The local NBC affiliate's website showed a breaking news banner. "Flu-like illness spreading rapidly across central Indiana. Hospitals reporting unusual symptoms." He clicked the article. Emergency rooms across Indianapolis were experiencing unprecedented patient volume. Symptoms included high fever, extreme aggression, rapid onset of violent behavior. The Marion County Health Department was investigating. Several incidents of patients attacking medical staff had been reported. His phone rang. Jennifer. "Hey," he answered. "I was just reading." "Dean, it's bad here." Jennifer's voice was tight with stress. "We've had 18 admissions in the last hour, all with the same presentation: high fever, confusion, violent outbursts. 2 of them attacked nurses. Security had to restrain them. And they're strong. Abnormally strong. One guy broke out of soft restraints. Dean's chest tightened. Are you safe? For now. They're setting up isolation rooms, but we're running out of space. The CDC is supposedly sending people, but... She paused. Dean, one of the patients died 10 minutes ago. Respiratory arrest. But when the doctor pronounced him, the patient he moved. Not like normal post-mortem movement. He opened his eyes and tried to grab the doctor. What? I know how it sounds, but I saw it. They had to sedate him again, only he wasn't breathing, Dean. No pulse. But he was moving. A crash echoed through the warehouse. Dean spun around. The office door had given way. Carlos stumbled out, moving with a strange, lurching gait. His head tilted at an odd angle, like his neck muscles weren't working properly. Jennifer, I have to go, Dean said. Be careful. Lock yourself in a secure room if things get worse. You too. I love you. Love you. He hung up and grabbed a pallet jack, holding it like a barrier. Carlos, stay back. We're getting you help. Carlos didn't respond. His mouth hung open, a low moan emanating from his throat. He fixed his gaze on Tommy, who was still sitting on the floor, bleeding. Then Carlos charged. He moved faster than Dean expected, covering the distance in seconds. Dean swung the pallet jack, catching Carlos in the chest. The impact would have knocked a normal person down, but Carlos barely staggered. His hands reached for Dean, fingernails grown into ragged claws. Sarah screamed. Marcus grabbed a length of metal pipe from a storage rack and swung it at Carlos, connecting with his shoulder. The blow should have broken bones, but Carlos just turned toward Marcus, unfazed. Dean drove the pallet jack forward, using his weight and momentum to pin Carlos against a support column. Carlos thrashed, his teeth snapping, trying to bite anything within reach. Saliva dripped from his mouth. His eyes were completely bloodshot now, the whites filled with broken blood vessels. Hold him, Marcus shouted. He ran to the dock office and grabbed zip ties, the heavy-duty kind they used for securing damaged pallets. Together, he and Dean wrestled Carlos's arms behind his back, fighting against strength that seemed impossible. Carlos didn't tire, didn't slow down, just kept struggling with mechanical persistence. They finally got him secured and dragged him into the office, shutting the door. Carlos immediately started throwing himself against it over and over with no regard for injury. Tommy had gone pale, his breathing shallow. The bite wound on his arm looked angry and red, the skin around it already starting to discolor. The ambulance arrived 7 minutes later. The EMTs took one look at Tommy and immediately started an IV, their movements urgent. One of them, a woman in her 30s with pulled-back hair, asked, "Who bit him?" Dean pointed toward the office. "Our co-worker. He's having some kind of mental break." The EMT's face went grim. "We've transported 6 bite victims this morning, all exhibiting similar symptoms to the biter before they were attacked. High fever, aggression, altered mental status." "What is it?" Sarah asked. "Some kind of rabies?" "Nobody knows yet, but whatever it is, it's spreading fast." The EMT looked at Dean. "If he bit anyone else, they need to get to a hospital immediately, and whoever got bitten should be isolated from other people." They loaded Tommy onto the gurney. He was shaking now, his teeth chattering. "Cold," he mumbled. "So cold." Dean watched the ambulance pull away, its siren wailing into the gray October morning. Around the warehouse, work had ground to a halt. Everyone stood in small clusters, talking in low voices, checking their phones. Marcus pulled Dean aside. "I'm shutting down the floor. This is a safety issue. I don't care what corporate says." "Agreed," Dean said. "Send everyone home. Tell them to avoid crowds. Stay with family." But before Marcus could make the announcement, the power went out. The warehouse plunged into semi-darkness, the overhead sodium lights dying in sequence. Emergency lighting kicked in after a few seconds, casting everything in a sickly yellow glow. The constant hum of HVAC systems, conveyor belts, and equipment fell silent, leaving an eerie quiet. Dean's phone buzzed with an emergency alert. Emergency! Multiple incidents of violence reported across Marion County. Avoid downtown area. Shelter in place. More alerts followed, a cascade of notifications. Mass casualty event at Lucas Oil Stadium. Shooting reported at Circle Center Mall. Structure fire on the east side. Police requesting people stay off the roads. Dean. Marcus's voice was barely a whisper. He was staring at his phone, his face ashen. My wife just texted. She's at her office downtown. She says people are attacking each other on the streets. Random attacks. She's hiding in a conference room with 3 other people. Dean's phone rang. Tyler, his son. Dad? Tyler's voice cracked with fear. Dad, something's wrong at school. There was an announcement telling us to shelter in place, but kids are freaking out. Some girl in my chemistry class started screaming and attacked the teacher. They had to drag her out. Dad, what's happening? Listen to me, Tyler. Stay in your classroom. Lock the door. Don't open it for anyone unless you're absolutely sure it's safe. I'm coming to get you. What about Mom? Is Mom okay? Dean's heart hammered. I'm going to call her. You stay put. I'll be there as soon as I can. He tried Jennifer's number. It rang 4 times, then went to voicemail. He tried again. Same result. A scream had cut through the warehouse. Dean turned to see one of the second shift workers, a young guy named Brandon, on the ground, convulsing. 3 other workers backed away from him, their faces twisted in horror. He just collapsed, one of them said. Started shaking and... Brandon's convulsions stopped. For a moment, he lay completely still. Then his eyes snapped open, and he lurched to his feet with inhuman speed. His head swiveled, locking onto the nearest worker, a woman named Patricia, who'd been with the company for 8 years. Brandon lunged at her, moving with that same jerky, uncoordinated gait Dean had seen in Carlos. Patricia tried to run, but Brandon was fast. He caught her shoulder, spun her around, and sank his teeth into her neck. Blood sprayed across the concrete floor. Dean ran toward them, grabbing the first thing he could find, a heavy-duty pipe wrench from a maintenance cart. He swung it at Brandon's head, connecting with a sickening crack. Brandon stumbled but didn't fall, didn't even seem to feel it. Marcus appeared with a fire extinguisher and blasted Brandon in the face with chemical foam. The attack finally broke Brandon's grip on Patricia, who collapsed, blood pouring from the ragged wound on her neck. Dean and Marcus backed away as Brandon clawed at his foam-covered face. Around the warehouse, more screams erupted. Dean could see other workers going down convulsing, then rising with that same terrible transformation. The Trixie virus. That's what the news would later call it, though Dean wouldn't learn the name until much later. Moved through the distribution center like wildfire through dry grass. Later, epidemiologists would trace the outbreak to a shipping accident at Eli Lilly's research facility. A container of experimental antiviral samples had ruptured during transport, exposing 17 workers to an engineered pathogen that was never meant to leave the laboratory. But Dean didn't know that yet. All he knew was that his workplace had become a killing ground, and he needed to survive long enough to reach his family. "We need to move," Marcus shouted. "Now!" Dean grabbed his phone and car keys from his locker, then ran for the employee parking lot. Behind him, the sounds of screaming and snarling echoed through the warehouse. The emergency lighting cast everything in shades of yellow and black, turning familiar spaces into nightmare territory. He burst through the emergency exit into the parking lot. Chaos greeted him. Cars were trying to leave, bottlenecking at the exit. Someone had crashed into the security gate, blocking the way. People were screaming, fighting over vehicles, running in every direction. A security guard Dean recognized, Steve Holloway, retired cop, was firing his service weapon at a group of infected workers shambling toward him. The shots hit their targets, but the infected kept coming unless Steve managed a headshot. Dean ran to his truck, a 2018 Ford F-150, and jumped in. He locked the doors and started the engine, his hands shaking so badly he could barely turn the key. The radio crackled to life, mid-sentence. Reports of violent outbreaks across central Indiana. The governor has declared a state of emergency. National Guard units are being mobilized. Citizens are urged to remain indoors. The broadcast cut off, replaced by static. Dean backed out of his parking space, narrowly avoiding a woman running across the lot. She was being chased by 2 infected workers, their movements mechanical and relentless. Dean wanted to help her, but what could he do? He had to get to Tyler. He navigated around the crashed cars, bumping over a curb to reach the street. Behind him, the distribution center was descending into madness. Through his rearview mirror, he saw Steve go down under a swarm of infected, his screams cutting off abruptly. The roads were gridlocked. Dean checked his GPS. Pike High School was 11 miles northeast. On a normal day, a 20-minute drive. Now, with everyone trying to evacuate simultaneously, it could take hours. He tried Jennifer again. Still no answer. "Come on, Jen," he muttered. "Pick up. Please pick up." He merged onto I-4SIPA, Indianapolis's ring road, and immediately regretted it. The highway was a parking lot. Thousands of cars sat motionless, their drivers honking uselessly, screaming at each other. Some people had abandoned their vehicles entirely and were running on foot. Smoke rose from multiple points across the city. Dean could see fires downtown, black columns reaching toward the overcast sky. A helicopter flew overhead, military markings on its side. In the distance, he heard what sounded like gunfire, heavy, automatic weapons. Dean's phone buzzed. A text from Jennifer. "Trapped at hospital. All exits blocked. Infected everywhere. Stay away. Get kids. I love you." His blood ran cold. He immediately called her, but the call wouldn't connect. Network congestion, he tried again. Nothing. He sent a text. "I love you. I'll come for you. Hold on." But he didn't know if she'd receive it. Traffic wasn't moving at all. Dean looked at his GPS, calculating alternate routes. He could take side streets, cut through neighborhoods. It would be slower, but at least he'd be moving. He put the truck in 4-wheel drive, drove up onto the shoulder, and then onto the grass median. Other drivers had the same idea. Cars were driving anywhere they could. Medians, sidewalks, lawns. One SUV had gotten stuck in a drainage ditch, its wheels spinning uselessly. Dean forced himself to focus. Tyler first. Get Tyler, then figure out how to reach Jennifer. Then Amy at Ayupui. Then get somewhere safe. But where was safe? He merged onto surface streets, navigating by memory and instinct. The GPS had stopped working. Probably the cell towers were overloaded. Dean drove through neighborhoods he'd known his whole life, seeing them transform into war zones. A grocery store was being looted, windows smashed, people running out with armloads of supplies. A house was burning, smoke pouring from its windows, and no fire trucks came. On the corner of 71st and Michigan, Dean saw his first real horde. 30 or 40 infected people moving in a loose cluster, surrounding a minivan. The driver was trying to escape, but the infected had shattered his windows and were dragging him out. His screams lasted only seconds. Dean gunned the engine and drove around the horde, not slowing down. The infected turned toward the sound of his truck, their heads tracking the movement with eerie synchronization. A few of them started shambling in his direction, but he was already gone. He reached Pike High School at 11:23 a.m., 4 hours after his shift had started. The school was surrounded by parents trying to get their kids. Some were fighting with security guards. Others were simply breaking windows and climbing inside. Dean parked on the lawn and ran toward the main entrance. A security guard, young, overwhelmed, tried to stop him. "Sir, you need to—" "My son is in there," Dean said. "Tyler Kowalski. I'm getting him." The guard looked like he wanted to argue, but another parent shoved past him, and he turned to deal with that instead. Dean ran inside, following the familiar hallways to the science wing. Room 214, where Tyler's chemistry class met. The hallway was chaos. Students and teachers were barricaded in classrooms, furniture piled against doors. Dean could hear crying, shouting, the sound of breaking glass. He ran to room 214 and pounded on the door. "Tyler, it's Dad!" The door cracked open. Tyler's face appeared, pale and frightened. Behind him, Dean could see 20 other students and their teacher, Mr. Patterson, an older man Dean had met at parent-teacher conferences. "Dad!" Tyler threw himself into Dean's arms. "We need to go," Dean said. "Now!" Mr. Patterson stepped forward. "Mr. Kowalski, we've been ordered to shelter in place." "The police?" "The police aren't coming," Dean said bluntly. "Look outside. This is everywhere. If you want to stay, that's your choice, but I'm taking my son." Some of the other students started talking, asking to come with them. Dean felt the weight of their eyes, their desperate hope, but his truck only had room for 3, maybe 4 people if they squeezed. And every person he took was a risk, a delay. One more thing that could go wrong. "I'm sorry," he said. "I can't." An explosion of sound, breaking glass, screaming. Something was coming down the hallway. Dean grabbed Tyler's arm and pulled him out of the classroom. They ran toward the nearest exit, dodging panicked students. Behind them, Dean heard the wet, tearing sounds of infected attacking their prey. He didn't look back. They burst out of a side exit into the parking lot. Dean's truck sat 50 yards away. A straight shot. They ran for it. Halfway there, an infected teenager couldn't have been more than 16, stumbled out from behind a bus. Her cheerleading uniform was soaked with blood. She locked eyes with Tyler and started toward him. Dean stepped between them, raising his arms. "Get to the truck, Tyler. Get in and lock the doors." "Dad, now!" Tyler ran. The infected girl ignored him, focused entirely on Dean. She moved with that characteristic jerky gait, arms outstretched, mouth hanging open. Dean could see bite marks on her arms and neck. He waited until she was close, then sidestepped and shoved her hard. She stumbled, fell, her coordination too poor to catch herself. Dean sprinted for the truck. Tyler already had it started, sitting in the driver's seat. Dean jumped into the passenger side, and Tyler hit the gas before Dean's door was even closed. They bounced over the curb and onto the street, leaving the chaos of Pike High School behind. "Where's Mom?" Tyler asked, his voice breaking. "Where's Amy?" "Mom's at the hospital," Dean said. "We're going to get Amy next, then figure out how to reach her." "What is this, Dad? What's happening?" Dean had no answers. "Some kind of disease. Makes people violent. We just need to stay calm and stick together." They drove toward IUPUI, Indianapolis University, Purdue University, Indianapolis, where Amy was in her 2nd year of nursing school. The campus sat just west of downtown, usually a 15-minute drive from Pike High School. But nothing was normal today. Downtown Indianapolis was burning. Literally burning. Dean could see flames consuming buildings, smoke turning the afternoon sky black. The sound of gunfire was constant now. Not isolated shots, but sustained firefights. Military helicopters circled overhead. Dean tried Amy's number. It rang once, then went to a recorded message. All circuits are busy. Please try your call again later. He tried Jennifer. Same message. Tyler was crying silently, tears running down his face as he gripped the steering wheel. Dean wanted to comfort him, to tell him everything would be okay, but he'd never lied to his son, and he wasn't going to start now. We're going to make it through this, Dean said instead. We're Kowalskis. We're survivors. They approached IUPUI from the west, avoiding the worst of the downtown fires. The campus looked eerily quiet. Buildings locked down, very few people visible. Dean directed Tyler to Amy's dorm, a 7-story building near the nursing school. The parking lot was littered with abandoned cars. Some had their doors open, engines still running. Dean saw blood on the pavement, drag marks leading toward the building's entrance. Stay in the truck, Dean told Tyler. Keep the engine running. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, or if you see infected coming, you drive away. You hear me? Dad, I'm not leaving you. You will if I tell you to. That's an order. Dean grabbed a tire iron from behind the seat. 10 minutes. He approached the dorm carefully, the tire iron raised. The main entrance was locked, security card access only. Through the glass doors, Dean could see the lobby. Overturned furniture, blood on the walls, no movement. He tried Amy's number again. This time, it rang. Dad? Amy's voice was barely a whisper. Relief flooded through him. Amy, baby, where are you? 4th floor, room 410. Dad, there are those things in the building. I can hear them. I'm coming up. Stay quiet. Don't open the door for anyone but me. Dean tried the main entrance. Locked. He looked around for another way in. A 1st-floor window had been broken. Glass scattered on the ground. He climbed through, careful of the jagged edges. The dorm's interior was dark, emergency lighting providing minimal illumination. Dean could hear sounds, moaning, the shuffle of feet, something heavy being dragged across the floor. He moved toward the stairwell, stepping carefully, trying to make no noise. The stairwell door was propped open with a backpack. Dean started climbing, pausing at each landing to listen. On the 2nd floor, he heard movement, someone or something in the hallway. He kept going. 3rd floor. Quiet, 4th floor. He eased the door open and peered into the hallway. Empty. He stepped out, keeping close to the wall. Room numbers counted up. 401, 403, 405. Something moved at the far end of the hallway. Dean froze. An infected person, a young man in an IUPUI sweatshirt, was standing in front of a door, repeatedly throwing himself against it. The door shook with each impact, but it held. Dean needed to reach room 14, which meant passing the infected. He picked up a textbook from the floor and threw it down the opposite hallway. It landed with a heavy thud. The infected man's head snapped toward the sound, and he shambled in that direction. Dean moved quickly, reaching room 14 and tapping softly on the door. Amy, it's Dad. Open up. The door cracked open. Amy's face appeared, streaked with tears. Dean slipped inside, and she threw herself into his arms. Boom. I thought you weren't coming, she whispered. I thought I was going to die here. Never, Dean said. I'll always come for you. Amy's roommate, a girl named Sarah, sat on one of the beds, staring blankly at the wall. She didn't acknowledge Dean's arrival. We need to move, Dean said. Tyler's waiting in the truck. Can you walk? Yes, Amy said. She grabbed a backpack already packed with clothes and supplies. Sarah won't move. She's been like this for an hour. I think she's in shock. Dean approached Sarah carefully. Sarah, we're leaving. It's not safe here. Sarah didn't respond, didn't even blink. We can't carry her, Dean said quietly. If she won't come, I'm not leaving her, Amy said fiercely. Amy, no, we take her or I stay. Dean looked at his daughter, seeing Jennifer's stubborn determination in her eyes. He sighed and knelt in front of Sarah. Sarah, listen to me. Your parents would want you to survive. That means coming with us. Right now. Something in his tone seemed to penetrate Sarah's shock. She blinked, focused on Dean's face. My parents? They're probably looking for you, but you need to stay alive so they can find you. Can you do that? Slowly, Sarah nodded. They made their way back to the stairwell, moving carefully. The infected man was still investigating the far hallway, giving them time to descend. Dean led the way, Amy and Sarah close behind. On the second-floor landing, they ran into trouble. 3 infected students were climbing the stairs, drawn by some sound or instinct. Dean raised the tire iron, but there were too many, and the stairwell was too narrow for effective defense. Back up! He shouted. They retreated to the 3rd floor, Dean slamming the stairwell door and wedging it shut with a fire extinguisher. We need another way down, Amy said. Dean remembered seeing a fire escape on the building's east side. They ran through the 3rd-floor hallway, dodging more infected, until they found a window that opened onto the metal fire escape. They climbed down quickly, the old metal groaning under their weight. Dean expected it to give way any second, sending them plummeting to the pavement below. But it held. They reached the ground and ran for the parking lot. Tyler saw them coming and opened the doors. They piled in, Amy in back with Sarah, Dean in front. Go, Dean said. Tyler drove out of the campus, heading west, away from downtown. Dean tried to think clearly, to plan their next move. They needed supplies, food, water, medicine, weapons. They needed a safe place to hole up. And they needed to find Jennifer. But the hospital was in the heart of the outbreak. Going there now would be suicide. His phone buzzed. A text from Jennifer, time-stamped 3 minutes ago. East Wing, 6th floor, ICU break room. Windows barricaded. 4 other people here. Supplies for maybe 2 days. I love you all. Don't risk coming. Dean stared at the message, his jaw clenched. Jennifer was alive but trapped, and she was telling him to stay away. Tyler read the message over his shoulder. We have to get her, Dad. I know, Dean said, but not right now. We need a plan. We need supplies and weapons. We need to know what we're walking into. She could be dead in 2 days, and will definitely be dead if we rush in unprepared. Dean took a breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Your mother is smart and tough. She survived this long because she knows what she's doing. We'll get her, but we do it right. They drove through neighborhoods that were sliding into anarchy. Houses were being looted. Bodies lay in the streets. The infected wandered in groups, drawn to sound and movement. Dean saw a pack of them surrounding a car, rocking it back and forth, trying to get at the occupants inside. Amy leaned forward. Dad, we need gas. We're down to a 1/4 tank. Dean cursed under his breath. Of course. Of course they needed gas. They found a Shell station on 38th Street. Cars were crowded around the pumps, people fighting over access. Some of the drivers were already infected, attacking others indiscriminately. Dean pulled past the station. We'll find another one. They tried 3 more gas stations. All the same, chaos, violence, infected. The 4th station was empty, its pumps shut down. Dean tried using his credit card. Nothing. The power was out, or the system was down. He got out of the truck and tried to manually operate the pump, but without power, it was useless. They needed to find a working station or siphon gas from abandoned cars. Dean chose the latter. He found a garden hose in the back of his truck, left over from yard work, and used it to siphon gas from a minivan parked outside a ransacked Kroger. It took 15 minutes to transfer 5 gallons, and the whole time Dean watched for infected, his nerves screaming. They got back on the road with enough fuel to last maybe 50 miles. Dean needed to make decisions. Where to go? Where would be safe? His mind went to the warehouse. The distribution center was massive with multiple secure areas, loading docks with heavy doors, and most importantly, supplies. Food, water, medical equipment, anything they might need. If Dean could reach it, clear out any infected, it could be a viable shelter. But the warehouse was on the west side, back the way they'd come. And it had been overrun when Dean left. Tyler spoke up. "Dad, what about Grandma Phyllis?" Dean's mother-in-law. She lived in Zionsville, a suburb northwest of Indianapolis, in a subdivision full of retired people. It was more isolated than the city, possibly safer. "Good thinking," Dean said. "Tyler, head north on Michigan Road." They drove through the city's northwestern reaches, watching Indianapolis tear itself apart. The governor had declared martial law, according to the radio, but Dean saw no evidence of military presence beyond those helicopters. Either the National Guard was overwhelmed, or they were focusing on strategic locations, government buildings, hospitals, critical infrastructure. Dean tried Jennifer's number every 5 minutes. Sometimes it rang, sometimes it went straight to voicemail. He left messages. "We're okay. All 3 kids are with me. We're going to Grandma Phyllis's house. I'm coming back for you. I promise I love you." He didn't know if she ever heard them. They reached Zionsville around 3:00 Tub. The suburb was quieter than the city, but not untouched. Dean saw broken windows, abandoned cars, a few bodies in the streets. But there were fewer infected here, probably because the population density was lower. Phyllis's house was a modest ranch home on a cul-de-sac called Timber Trail Court. Dean had spent countless holidays here, had helped Phyllis with home repairs, had watched Tyler and Amy play in this very yard. They pulled into the driveway. The house looked intact. No broken windows, no signs of forced entry. Dean got out and approached the front door, the tire iron ready. He rang the doorbell, waited. Nothing. He knocked. "Phyllis, it's Dean!" Movement inside. The deadbolt clicked, and the door opened a crack. Phyllis's face appeared, pale and frightened. "Dean? Oh, thank God." She pulled the door open, and Dean saw she was holding a shotgun, her late husband's hunting rifle. "I've been watching the news. It's everywhere." They filed inside. Phyllis hugged her grandchildren, tears streaming down her face. "Where's Jennifer?" "Trapped at the hospital," Dean said. "I'm going back for her once we get organized." Phyllis's house had power. She'd switched to a backup generator when the grid went down. The TV was on, tuned to a local news station that was somehow still broadcasting. The anchor, a woman Dean recognized from the morning news, looked exhausted and terrified. Confirmed reports that the infection is spread through bodily fluids, primarily through bites. Symptoms appear within minutes to hours. The infected display extreme aggression, loss of higher brain function, and resistance to pain. Law enforcement and military units are establishing safe zones, but citizens are advised to shelter in place and avoid all contact with infected individuals. The screen cut to aerial footage of downtown Indianapolis. Buildings burned. Crowds of infected roamed the streets. Dean could see bodies piled up at intersections, cars abandoned in massive traffic jams. The governor has requested federal assistance, the anchor continued. FEMA and the CDC are coordinating relief efforts. However, similar outbreaks have been reported in Columbus, Fort Wayne, and Lafayette. The scope of the crisis is still being assessed. Dean muted the TV. We need to set up a defensive position. Board the windows, secure the doors, take inventory of supplies. Phyllis nodded. I have food for maybe a week, water in the basement, medical supplies in the bathroom, and Edward's guns. Edward, Phyllis's late husband, had been an avid hunter. Dean knew he'd kept at least 3 rifles and a handgun, plus ammunition. They spent the next hour fortifying the house. Dean and Tyler boarded the first-floor windows using plywood from Phyllis's garage. Amy and Sarah inventoried supplies: canned food, dried goods, bottled water, first aid supplies. Phyllis loaded the guns and distributed them. The shotgun for herself, a deer rifle for Dean, A-22 for Tyler, A-38 revolver for Amy. Sarah refused to touch a weapon. She sat on the couch, still in shock, staring at nothing. By the time they finished, the sun was setting. Dean stood in Phyllis's living room, looking at his family. Tyler, trying to be brave but clearly terrified. Amy, holding the revolver like it might explode. Phyllis, exhausted and grieving. And Jennifer, trapped in the hospital, maybe dead already. Dean pushed that thought away. She was alive. She had to be. He pulled out his phone and tried her number. It rang and rang and... Dean? Jennifer's voice, hoarse and strained. Jen, God, you're okay. For now. We're running out of water. The infected are trying to break through the barricades. I don't know how much longer we can hold. I'm coming for you. Tomorrow morning I'll... No. Dean, listen to me. You have the kids. You have your mother. You keep them safe. That's your job now. I'm not leaving you there. You have to. If you die trying to save me, who protects Tyler and Amy? Her voice broke. Please, Dean. Promise me you'll take care of them. Dean closed his eyes, tears burning behind his eyelids. I promise. But I'm still coming for you. I love you. I love you too. The call ended. Dean sat down heavily on the couch, the weight of the day crashing down on him. 19 years of honest work, building a life, being responsible. And in one morning, it all fell apart. Tyler sat next to him. We'll get Mom back, right, Dad? Dean put his arm around his son. Yeah. We'll get her back. But he didn't know if he was lying. Outside, the October darkness settled over Zionsville. Dean could hear sounds in the distance, screams, gunshots, the wail of sirens. The world was ending, and all he could do was try to keep his family alive through the night. He didn't sleep. None of them did. They took shifts watching the windows, listening for movement outside. Around 2 a.m., a group of infected shambled past the house, drawn by some distant sound. Dean watched them through a gap in the boarded windows. 6 people, maybe more, moving in that characteristic jerky gait. One of them was a child, couldn't have been more than 10 years old. Dean thought about going outside, putting them down humanely. But what was humane about this? And what if more came while he was exposed? He stayed inside and let them pass. The next morning, Wednesday, October 18th, dawned gray and cold. Dean woke Tyler at first light, and together they did a perimeter check of the property. No breaches. No infected nearby. The cul-de-sac was quiet, though Dean could see other houses had been abandoned. their doors standing open. He made a decision. They couldn't just hide here indefinitely. They needed more supplies, better weapons, a long-term shelter, and he needed to rescue Jennifer. Over breakfast, canned soup heated on Phyllis's gas stove, Dean laid out his plan. We need to go back to the distribution center. It's got everything we need to survive: food, water, medical supplies, tools. And it's built like a fortress. If we can clear it out, we can hold it. What about Mom? Tyler asked. After we secure the distribution center, we'll have the resources to mount a proper rescue. Going in now, unprepared, we'll just get killed. Amy shook her head. Every hour we wait, Mom's chances get worse. I know, but we need to be smart about this. Dean pulled out a map of Indianapolis and spread it on the kitchen table. The hospital is here, in the heart of downtown. Getting there means driving through the worst of the outbreak. We need vehicles that can handle it, something heavy with protection. The distribution center has forklifts, pallet jacks, delivery trucks. We can armor a vehicle, load it with supplies, then make the run. It made tactical sense, even if it felt like abandoning Jennifer. Dean tried her number again. No answer. They packed Phyllis's car, a Honda CR-V, with the essentials: food, water, guns, ammunition, medical supplies. Phyllis insisted on coming with them, despite Dean's protests. This is my daughter we're talking about, she said firmly. I'm not sitting here while she dies. They left Sarah at the house. She'd retreated so far into herself that she couldn't even acknowledge them leaving. Dean left her with water and food, locked the doors, and promised himself he'd come back for her. The drive to the distribution center took 90 minutes, a journey that should have been 20 minutes. The roads were clogged with abandoned vehicles. Bodies lay everywhere, some infected, some not. Dean had to stop 3 times to clear obstacles from the road, using the truck's winch to drag wrecked cars aside. They encountered infected along the way, but avoided engagement when possible. The infected seemed to be congregating in certain areas: shopping centers, schools, anywhere people had gathered. The smart thing was to go around, stay quiet, stay moving. The distribution center came into view around 10:30 a.m. From the outside, it looked intact. The fence was still standing. The loading docks were closed. Dean could see a few infected wandering around the parking lot, but nothing like the swarm from yesterday. He parked a quarter-mile away and surveyed the building with binoculars from Phyllis's emergency kit. The main employee entrance looked clear. Some of the windows on the office level were broken, but the warehouse itself seemed secure. Okay, Dean said. Tyler, Amy, you stay with Grandma. I'm going in alone to assess the situation. Dad, I should come with you, Tyler said. No. If something happens to me, you 3 need to get out of here. Head north, away from the city. Find a small town, somewhere rural, and keep trying to reach your mother. Dean loaded the deer rifle, checked his ammunition, 12 rounds, and grabbed the tire iron as a backup weapon. He felt woefully unprepared for what he was about to do, but standing around wouldn't make him any more ready. He approached the distribution center on foot, moving from cover to cover. Abandoned cars, dumpsters, loading equipment. 3 infected noticed him halfway across the parking lot and started shambling in his direction. Dean took aim with the rifle, steadied his breathing the way Edward had taught him during hunting trips, and fired. The first shot hit center mass, doing nothing. The infected didn't even flinch. Dean adjusted, aiming for the head, and fired again. The back of the infected's skull exploded, and it dropped. 2 more shots, 2 more headshots. The infected fell. Dean's ears rang from the gunfire. He waited, watching for more infected drawn by the noise. After a tense minute, nothing appeared. He reached the employee entrance and tried his keycard. The security system was offline, but the door had been left propped open with a chair. Dean pushed inside, the rifle raised. The interior was dark, emergency lighting providing minimal visibility. Dean's eyes adjusted slowly. The warehouse looked different now. Damaged, ransacked, soaked with blood. Bodies lay scattered across the floor. Some had been partially eaten. Others had been shot or bludgeoned. Their skulls caved in. Dean recognized faces. Marcus Webb, the night supervisor, lying near the break room with a piece of rebar through his chest. Sarah Chen, the receiving supervisor, slumped against a wall, half her face gone. Tommy Fitzgerald, the dock worker who'd been bitten first, sitting upright against a pallet, his stomach torn open. Were they infected? Or had they died trying to escape? Dean didn't want to think about it. He moved deeper into the warehouse, checking each aisle. The pharmaceutical section had been hit hard. Shelves knocked over, boxes torn open, pills scattered across the floor. Someone had been looking for drugs, maybe trying to find something to fight the infection. The food section was mostly intact. Hundreds of pallets loaded with non-perishable goods, canned vegetables, pasta, rice, beans, bottled water. Enough to feed a small community for months. Dean found the forklift bay and checked the equipment. His hister was still there, undamaged. 3 other forklifts sat nearby, along with pallet jacks, hand trucks, and loading equipment. The delivery truck bay held 6 box trucks in various states of repair. He was mentally cataloging what they could use when he heard movement, footsteps, slow and shuffling, coming from the office section above the warehouse floor. Dean raised the rifle and waited. A figure appeared at the top of the stairs, an infected worker, a woman Dean recognized from HR. She spotted him and started down the stairs, her movements uncoordinated. She missed a step and tumbled down the entire flight, landing in a heap at the bottom. She got up immediately, unfazed by what should have been fatal injuries, and shambled toward Dean. He put her down with a single headshot. More movement. 2 more infected appeared from different directions, one from the receiving dock, another from the break room. Dean fired twice more, 2 more bodies hitting the floor. He was down to 7 rounds. The gunfire had attracted more. Dean could see infected emerging from various hiding spots throughout the warehouse. 10, 15, maybe 20. Too many to fight with 7 bullets. He ran for the forklift, jumped in, and fired up the engine. The familiar rumble gave him an absurd sense of comfort. He raised the forks and drove toward the infected, using the forklift as a battering ram. The first infected went down under the wheels, crushed against the concrete. The second tried to climb onto the forklift, but Dean reversed, throwing it off, then drove forward again, impaling it on the forks. He raised the hydraulics, lifting the infected off the ground, then drove to a support column and scraped it off. More infected closed in. Dean backed the forklift against a wall, limiting their approach vectors. They came at him from the front, clawing at the metal cage, trying to reach him. Dean used the forks like a weapon, crushing them against pallets, pinning them to the floor. It took 20 minutes to clear the immediate area. 20 minutes of brutal, mechanical violence. When it was over, Dean sat in the forklift, hands shaking, surrounded by broken bodies. He did a systematic sweep of the warehouse after that, clearing each section methodically. He found 17 more infected hiding in various locations: offices, bathrooms, storage closets. He put them all down, conserving his ammunition, using the forklift when possible. By 2 p.m., the distribution center was clear. Dean went back outside and waved to his family. They drove up in the truck, and Dean let them into the warehouse. Holy shit. Tyler whispered, looking at the carnage. Language, Phyllis said automatically, then stopped herself. Actually, that's appropriate. They spent the rest of the afternoon securing the building. Dean welded sheets of metal over the broken office windows using equipment from the maintenance shop. Tyler and Amy dragged bodies outside and piled them in a dumpster. Phyllis set up a living area in one of the climate-controlled storage rooms, using office furniture and sleeping bags from the sporting goods section. By evening, they had a fortified position with months of supplies. Dean felt a grim satisfaction. They'd survived day 1 and day 2. They had shelter, food, water, weapons. They could hold this place. But Jennifer was still trapped at the hospital. Dean tried her number at 8 Pagam. No answer. He tried again at 9 Unk, 10 Hunt, 11 Unk. Finally, at midnight, she answered. Dean, her voice was barely audible. I'm here. We secured the distribution center. We have supplies, weapons, everything we need. I'm coming for you tomorrow. Don't. A long pause. 2 of our group died today. The barricade is failing. The infected are getting smarter. They're using tools, breaking through walls. I think they're evolving or something. Then I definitely need to come now. No, listen. I need you to do something for me. Anything. If I don't make it, I need you to tell the kids. Tell them I fought hard. Tell them I love them. Tell them to live good lives, to not let this make them into monsters. You're going to tell them yourself. Dean, I'm coming for you, tomorrow. I don't care what you say. I'm not losing you. Silence on the line. Then, quietly. Okay, I'll hold on as long as I can. I love you, Jen. I love you too. Dean hung up and started planning. He'd need a vehicle that could handle urban warfare. He'd need weapons. He'd need a team. He couldn't do this alone. He looked at Tyler and Amy, both trying to sleep on makeshift beds. They were so young, too young for this. But they were also strong, capable. They'd survived things in the past 2 den that would have broken most people. He made a decision he'd later question 1,000 times. He woke them up. Tomorrow, we're going to rescue your mother. I need your help. Both of you. They sat up immediately, sleep forgotten. Tell us what to do, Amy said. Dean laid out the plan. They'd armor one of the delivery trucks, weld metal plates over the cab and cargo area, reinforce the wheels, create firing ports, load it with supplies, medical equipment, food, water, weapons, drive to the hospital, break through whatever blockades they encountered, reach the 6th floor ICU, extract Jennifer and any other survivors, then get out. It was a suicide mission with delusions of grandeur. But what choice did he have? They worked through the night. Dean used the warehouse's metalworking equipment, welding torches, plasma cutters, industrial drills. Tyler helped him cut steel plates from storage racks and bolt them onto a Ford F-650 box truck. Amy loaded medical supplies into plastic crates, preparing for casualties. Phyllis cooked food on a portable camp stove and made coffee, keeping everyone's energy up. She didn't try to talk Dean out of his plan. She just supported it, the way she'd supported her daughter for 30 years. By dawn on Thursday, October 19th, day 3 of the outbreak, they had their assault vehicle ready. The truck looked like something from a Mad Max movie. Crude, brutal, functional. Dean test drove it around the parking lot, getting a feel for the added weight and modified steering. They loaded weapons, the deer rifle, the shotgun, the .22, the .38 revolver, and 3 nail guns from the maintenance shop loaded with 3-inch steel nails. Dean had tested them on an infected that had wandered into the parking lot. At close range, they were lethal. They also loaded supplies for barricading: 2x4s, plywood, nails, screws, power tools. If they had to hold a position at the hospital, they'd need to fortify quickly. At 7:00 a.m., Dean gathered his family in the warehouse. "Phyllis, you stay here. If we don't come back by tomorrow morning, you lock down the building and survive. Don't risk yourself trying to rescue us." "Bullshit," Phyllis said. "If you're not back by tomorrow morning, I'm coming after all of you." Dean couldn't help but smile. "Fair enough. Tyler, Amy, remember your training. Headshots only. Don't waste ammunition. Stay together. Watch each other's backs. And if I tell you to run, you run. Understood?" They nodded, their faces pale but determined. Dean climbed into the driver's seat of the armored truck. Tyler took the passenger seat, the deer rifle across his lap. Amy sat in the back with the medical supplies, the .38 revolver in her hand. They rolled out of the distribution center at 7:15 a.m., heading east toward downtown Indianapolis. The city looked worse than Dean had imagined. Entire neighborhoods were burning. Cars were piled up in massive barricades, some deliberately placed, others just abandoned. Bodies carpeted the streets, hundreds of them, thousands, maybe. And the infected were everywhere. They'd learned in the past 3 days. Dean could see it immediately. The infected were moving in coordinated groups, hunting systematically. They'd set up ambushes at intersections, using abandoned vehicles for cover. They were using tools, pipes, bats, even guns, though they seemed incapable of actually firing them properly. Jennifer had been right. They were evolving. Or maybe the virus was selecting for certain traits. Infected that could think tactically survived longer, spread more effectively. Dean drove carefully, avoiding the largest hordes. When infected blocked the road, he simply drove through them, the armored truck's reinforced bumper crushing bodies like insects. The truck's engine roared, drawing more infected. But Dean kept moving, never stopping. They reached the hospital district at 8:30 a.m. IU Health Methodist sat in the middle of a war zone. The National Guard had established a defensive perimeter around several downtown hospitals, but it had clearly fallen. Dean could see overturned military vehicles, burned-out Humvees, the bodies of soldiers in tactical gear. The infected had breached the hospital itself. The ground floor windows were smashed, blood, and worse things smeared on the walls. Dean could see infected wandering through the lobby, but the upper floors looked intact. Dean could see survivors in some of the windows, waving desperately at the armored truck. "There," Tyler said, pointing. "6th floor, east wing. That's where Mom said she was." Dean circled the building, looking for an entry point. The main entrance was mobbed with infected, at least 50, maybe 100. The emergency entrance was the same. The parking garage had collapsed, blocking vehicle access. "We're going to have to fight our way in," Dean said. "There's no other option." He backed the truck up half a block, then put it in gear and accelerated toward the main entrance. The truck hit the crowd of infected at 40 miles per hour, bodies flying in every direction. Dean crashed through the glass doors and into the hospital lobby, the truck's engine screaming. Infected swarmed the vehicle immediately, climbing onto the hood, smashing against the windshield. Dean kept the engine running, using the truck's weight to crush infected against the walls. "Amy, seal the back," Dean shouted. "Don't let them get inside." Amy slammed and locked the cargo doors, just as infected hands tried to force them open. Tyler fired through a gun port, the deer rifle's crack echoing in the enclosed space. Headshot, headshot, miss, headshot. He was a better shot than Dean had realized. Dean maneuvered the truck deeper into the lobby, using it like a battering ram to clear a path to the elevators. But the elevators were out. No power. They'd have to take the stairs. "We're going on foot," Dean said. "Grab your weapons, grab the medical bag, move fast." They burst out of the truck, back to back. Weapons raced. The infected in the lobby converged on them. 20, 30, too many to count. Dean fired the nail gun, the compressed air driving 3-inch nails through infected skulls. Tyler worked the deer rifle, picking off targets with mechanical precision. Amy covered their rear with the .38, her hands surprisingly steady. They fought their way to the stairwell, leaving a trail of bodies. Dean pulled the stairwell door open and immediately regretted it. The stairs were full of infected, packed together, drawn by sound from the upper floors. "Up!" Dean shouted. They started climbing, shooting infected as they came. The deer rifle ran dry after 4 floors. Tyler dropped it and pulled out the .22, firing point blank at infected faces. 5th floor, 6th floor. Dean's nail gun ran out of compressed air. He switched to the tire iron, crushing skulls with brutal efficiency. They reached the 6th floor hallway, and Dean kicked open the stairwell door. The hallway was clear, mostly. A few infected wandered aimlessly, but nothing like the swarm below. "East wing," Dean said. "ICU break room." They ran down the hallway, past patient rooms full of carnage. Dean tried not to look, tried not to think about the people who died here, the patients and doctors and nurses who'd been overrun. The ICU break room was at the end of the hallway, its door barricaded with furniture. Dean pounded on it. "Jennifer, it's Dean!" Scraping sounds from inside. Then Jennifer's voice, weak but alive. "Dean? Move the barricade. We're getting you out!" It took 2 minutes to clear the furniture. The door opened, and Jennifer stumbled out, looking like she'd aged 10 years in 3 days. She threw herself into Dean's arms, sobbing. "You came. You actually came." "Of course I came." He held her tight, feeling her ribs through her scrubs. She'd lost weight, looked dehydrated and exhausted. "Are you okay? Are you bitten?" "No, just tired. So tired." 3 other people emerged from the break room. 2 nurses and a doctor, all in similar condition. One of the nurses was injured, her leg wrapped in bloody bandages. "We need to move," Dean said. "Can everyone walk?" The injured nurse shook her head. "Fractured tibia. I can hobble, but I can't run." "Tyler, help her. Amy, you take point. Jennifer, stay in the middle with the doctor. I'll cover the rear." They started back toward the stairwell, moving as fast as the injured nurse could manage. Behind them, Dean could hear infected on the upper floors, drawn by the noise of their rescue. They reached the stairwell and started down. On the 4th floor, they ran into a group of infected climbing up. Dean used the last of the nail gun's ammunition to clear a path, then resorted to the tire iron. Tyler shot infected with the A2 until it clicked empty. 3rd floor, 2nd floor. The infected were pouring into the stairwell from below now, filling it like water rising in a sinking ship. Dean realized they'd never make it to the lobby. "Fire exit!" Jennifer gasped. "2nd floor, west wing, emergency exit to the parking structure." They diverted, bursting through the 2nd floor door into another hallway. Infected blocked their path, 5 of them. Hospital security guards based on their uniforms. Dean charged them, swinging the tire iron in wide arcs, crushing skulls with desperate strength. Amy's barked twice, dropping 2 more. Tyler tackled the last one, wrestling it to the ground while Jennifer grabbed a fire extinguisher and caved in its head. They reached the emergency exit and burst through into the parking structure. It had collapsed on the lower levels, but the upper floors were intact. Dean spotted their armored truck 2 floors below, still running, surrounded by infected trying to get inside. "We're going to have to jump," Dean said. "Jump?" The doctor stared at him. "Are you insane? You have a better idea?" They climbed over the railing to the level below, dropping 8 feet to the concrete. The injured nurse screamed when she landed, her fractured leg giving way. Tyler caught her before she hit the ground. One more level down and they were at the truck. Dean ran ahead, firing the last rounds from the .38 at infected, blocking their path. The infected fell, and Dean threw open the truck's back doors. "Inside! Everyone inside!" They piled into the cargo area. Dean slammed the doors and jumped into the driver's seat. Infected were climbing onto the truck now, blocking the windshield. Dean threw the truck in reverse and floored it, backing out of the parking structure at high speed. The truck hit the street. Dean spun the wheel, and they rocketed forward, infected falling off the hood and sides. Dean drove like a maniac, crashing through abandoned cars, jumping curbs, not caring about the vehicle's damage as long as it kept moving. They made it 6 blocks before the engine started smoking. 7 blocks, and it was on fire. Dean pulled over in a commercial district, and they evacuated the truck just before the fuel tank exploded. They were stranded in downtown Indianapolis, with thousands of infected between them and safety. Dean assessed their situation. They had no working weapons. Everything was either empty or left in the burning truck. They had the injured nurse who could barely walk. They had Jennifer and the others, all exhausted and traumatized. And they had infected closing in from every direction. "We need shelter," Dean said. "Somewhere we can fortify and wait for dark." Jennifer pointed to a building across the street, a distribution warehouse for a pharmaceutical company. "There. It'll have medical supplies for Lisa's leg." They forced open the warehouse's service entrance and barricaded it behind them. The warehouse was dark and quiet, full of pallets stacked with medication. Dean found the office section and moved everyone inside, then started barricading the doors with furniture. They spent the rest of the day hiding while infected wandered past outside. Dean used the warehouse's supplies to splint Lisa's leg properly. Jennifer treated everyone's injuries, cuts, bruises, scratches. None of them had been bitten. They'd made it. Against all odds, they'd rescued Jennifer. But they still had to make it back to the distribution center, and they had no vehicle, no weapons, and a casualty who couldn't run. Dean stood at the window, watching the sunset over burning Indianapolis. In the fading light, he could see the scope of the destruction. The city was dying, maybe already dead. Fires burned unchecked. Bodies littered every street. The infected roamed in packs of hundreds. This was the end of the world as he'd known it. And somehow, he had to keep his family alive through what came next. Jennifer came up beside him, taking his hand. "Thank you for coming. I told you I would. I didn't really believe you could pull it off." She leaned her head on his shoulder. "What happens now?" "We survive," Dean said. "That's all we can do." They stayed in the pharmaceutical warehouse through the night, taking shifts on watch. The infected seemed less active after dark, which gave Dean an idea. "We move at night," he told the group. "Jennifer, do you remember the route we took here?" She nodded. "More or less. Straight west on 16th Street for 3 miles, then north on La Lafayette Road. That's 7 miles on foot," the doctor, his name was Mark, said. "With Lisa injured, it could take all night." "Then we start now and don't stop," Dean replied. They fashioned weapons from materials in the warehouse, metal pipes, chemical bottles for Molotov cocktails, sharpened tools. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. At 11 a.m., they left the warehouse and started walking west. The city at night was a nightmare landscape. Fires provided the only light, casting dancing shadows across the streets. The infected were still there, wandering aimlessly or clustered around certain locations. Dean led the group through back alleys and service roads, avoiding the main streets where the infected congregated. They covered a mile in the first hour. Lisa was struggling, her face gray with pain, but she didn't complain. Tyler and Amy took turns supporting her weight, helping her hobble along. Around 1 a.m., they ran into their first real obstacle. A horde of infected blocking 16th Street, at least 200 strong. They were surrounding something, a pile of bodies maybe, fighting over it. "We go around," Dean whispered. They detoured south, adding another half-mile to their journey. At 2:30 a.m., they encountered survivors, not infected, but living people. A group of maybe 20, armed with hunting rifles and shotgun, barricaded inside a CVS pharmacy. Dean approached carefully, hands raised. "We're not infected. We're trying to get to safety." A man appeared in the CVS doorway, rifle pointed at Dean's chest. "Turn around. We're full up." "We just need to pass through." "I said turn around." Dean started to argue, but Jennifer pulled him back. "It's not worth it. Let's go." They gave the CVS a wide berth. Dean understood the survivors' paranoia, even if it stung. Everyone was scared. Everyone was desperate. Trust was a luxury nobody could afford. They reached Lafayette Road at 4 a.m., exhausted and stumbling. The distribution center was still 2 miles north. Lisa had stopped moving entirely. They were essentially carrying her now. Dean called a halt in an abandoned gas station. They needed rest, even just an hour. They barricaded themselves in the gas station's office, and Dean let everyone sleep while he kept watch. Through the window, he could see the sky beginning to lighten. Dawn was coming, and with it, more infected. At 5:30 a.m., Dean woke everyone. "Last push, 2 miles. We can do this." They stumbled out of the gas station and continued north. The sun rose, revealing the full extent of Indianapolis's destruction. Every building was damaged. Every street was littered with debris. The infected were everywhere, shambling through the ruins like ants through a destroyed nest. But Dean could see the distribution center in the distance. Home. Safety. They were half a mile away when the infected noticed them. A group of 30, emerging from a collapsed building, turning toward the sound of Lisa's moans of pain. "Run!" Dean shouted. They ran, half-dragging Lisa. The infected gave chase, their shuffling gait deceptively fast. Dean could hear them getting closer, could hear their moaning growing louder. The distribution center's fence was 100 yards away, 50 yards, 25. The infected were right behind them now. Dean could feel their breath on his neck. He reached the fence and yanked open the gate. "Through! Everyone through!" They piled through the gate. Dean was the last one in, slamming it shut just as the infected reached it. They crashed against the chain link, their hands grabbing through the gaps, trying to reach him. Dean backed away, then ran for the warehouse. Phyllis had seen them coming and opened the loading dock door. They tumbled inside, and Phyllis slammed the door shut, locking it with 3 heavy deadbolts. They'd made it. They were home. Dean collapsed against the wall, his entire body shaking with exhaustion and relief. Jennifer sat next to him, tears streaming down her face. Tyler and Amy were hugging each other, both crying. Phyllis was checking Lisa's vitals, her face professional and focused. They'd survived. Against impossible odds, they'd survived. But as Dean looked at his family, injured, traumatized, forever changed, he wondered what they'd actually won. The next 2 weeks established a routine. Dean and Tyler cleared infected from the surrounding area. creating a buffer zone around the distribution center. They fortified the building further, welding bars over windows, reinforcing doors, setting up watchtowers on the roof. Phyllis organized the supplies, creating an inventory system. They had enough food for 6 months, maybe a year if they rationed. Water was more problematic. They were dependent on the building's storage tanks and whatever rain they could collect. Jennifer and Mark set up a medical station, treating injuries and illnesses. Lisa's leg was healing slowly, and she'd probably walk with a limp forever, but she'd survive. Amy helped wherever she was needed, standing watch, organizing supplies, treating injuries. She'd grown up fast in these past weeks, her teenage uncertainty replaced by hard competence. Sarah, Phyllis's neighbor they'd left behind, never showed up. Dean went back to check on her 1 week after the rescue mission. He found the house empty, doors broken, blood on the walls. Whatever happened to Sarah, it hadn't been peaceful. Other survivors trickled in over the days. A family of 4 from Zionsville, 2 college students from IUPUI, a truck driver who'd been on the road when the outbreak started. Dean interviewed each of them carefully, watching for signs of infection before allowing them inside. They established rules. No one leaves alone. No unnecessary noise. Everyone contributes. Anyone bitten gets quarantined immediately. Democracy for major decisions, Dean's authority for emergency situations. It worked, mostly. They had arguments about rationing, about security protocols, about whether to take in more survivors. But they worked through them. The infected evolved further. By the end of week 2, Dean noticed them using tactics, surrounding the distribution center, testing the fences, looking for weak points. They'd learned that direct assault didn't work, so they were trying to find another way in. Dean found himself thinking about the virus's origin. Eli Lilly research, the initial reports had said. An experimental antiviral that went wrong. But Dean heard rumors on the emergency radio broadcasts before they stopped. Rumors about intentional release, about pharmaceutical companies trying to cover up failed trials, about insurance fraud. One name kept coming up, Dr. Russell Armstrong. Dean learned more from another survivor, a woman named Patricia, who'd worked at Eli Lilly. She'd escaped the initial outbreak at the research campus and made her way to the distribution center. Armstrong was a VP of research, Patricia explained. He was running trials on an experimental antiviral called Trixie-7. It was supposed to fight drug-resistant infections by rewriting viral RNA. But something went wrong in the primate trials. The subjects became aggressive, lost higher brain function. They became infected, Dean said. Basically, yeah. Armstrong should have shut down the research. Instead, he falsified the trial data and pushed for human trials. The drug companies that bought licenses for Trixie-7 were worth billions. If the trial failed, Armstrong's company would lose everything. So he covered it up. Worse, when the first human subjects started showing symptoms, he blamed it on a contaminated batch and ordered more trials. He thought he could fix it before anyone noticed. Patricia's face was grim. The shipping accident that released the virus? That wasn't an accident. Armstrong was moving samples illegally, trying to hide them before the FDA investigation started. Dean felt cold fury building in his chest. You're saying this whole thing, the outbreak, the deaths, the collapse of civilization, was because of insurance fraud? Armstrong released more samples after the initial outbreak, Patricia continued. I saw him do it. He broke into the secure storage on October 17th and contaminated the distribution network. He thought if the virus spread widely enough, his company could position itself as having the cure. They'd make billions selling the treatment. Dean thought about the thousands of infected in Indianapolis, the millions probably dead across the country. His co-workers, his neighbors, the world he'd known, all because of one man's greed. "Where's Armstrong now?" Dean asked quietly. "I don't know. He was at the research campus on October 18th trying to get into the executive offices. After that, I lost track of him." Dean made a decision that would define the next phase of his survival. He was going to find Russell Armstrong, and when he did, he was going to make him pay. But first, they had more immediate problems. The infected were getting bolder. On day 17, a horde of over 500 surrounded the distribution center, testing the fences systematically. Dean and his people fought them off, using Molotov cocktails and rifles to hold the perimeter. The battle lasted 6 hours. When it was over, Dean had lost 3 people, the truck driver and both college students, overwhelmed when a section of fence collapsed. Dean and Tyler managed to weld it shut, but not before the infected got through. They burned the bodies that night, infected and human alike. Dean stood and watched the flames, thinking about the price of survival. Jennifer found him there, still staring at the fire. "You're thinking about going after Armstrong?" It wasn't a question. "He did this," Dean said. "He destroyed everything. He needs to answer for it." "Dean, he's probably dead already, or infected. Hunting him down is justice." Dean turned to face her. "What's the point of surviving if we don't hold people accountable? If we just let monsters get away with mass murder? The point is staying alive, protecting our family. Our family will never be safe while people like Armstrong exist." They argued for an hour, but Dean's mind was made up. He started gathering intelligence about the Eli Lilly research campus, talking to Patricia, planning an assault. On day 20, Dean made his announcement to the survivor group. "I'm going to the Eli Lilly campus to hunt down Dr. Russell Armstrong. He's responsible for the outbreak. He needs to face justice." The group reacted predictably. Some supported him, angry and vengeful. Others thought he was insane, risking his life for revenge. Jennifer abstained, her face carefully neutral. "I'm not asking anyone to come with me," Dean said. "This is my choice. Tyler will be in charge while I'm gone. You'll follow his orders like you'd follow mine." Tyler stood up. "I'm coming with you, Dad." "No." "Yes, you don't get to make this decision alone. If you're going on a suicide mission, I'm going too." Dean wanted to argue, but he saw himself in Tyler's stubborn expression. "Fine, but just you. Amy stays here, keeps the family safe." They spent 3 days preparing. Dean armored another delivery truck, loaded it with weapons and explosives, mapped the route to the Eli Lilly campus. Patricia provided building layouts and access codes, though she warned that most security systems would be offline. On the morning of day 23, Dean said goodbye to his family. Amy hugged him fiercely. "Come back, Dad. Please come back." "I will," he promised, knowing he might be lying. Jennifer kissed him, her eyes wet. "I love you. Even when you're being an idiot, I love you." "I love you too." He and Tyler climbed into the armored truck and rolled out of the distribution center, heading northeast toward the Eli Lilly research campus. The campus sat on a sprawling complex north of Indianapolis, a cluster of modern buildings surrounded by wooded grounds. Dean approached carefully, watching for infected. The campus looked abandoned. Cars in the parking lot, but no movement. They parked the truck outside the main research building and entered on foot, weapons raised. The lobby was a massacre scene. Bodies everywhere, dried blood coating the marble floors. Infected wandered aimlessly through the corridors, dozens of them. Dean and Tyler fought their way to the executive offices on the 6th floor, clearing infected as they went. Dean's nail gun was back in working order, loaded with 3-inch nails. Tyler carried a shotgun they'd found in the distribution center's security office. The executive office suite was locked, but Dean broke through using a pry bar. Inside, they found evidence of Armstrong's crime, documents detailing the falsified trial data, emails about the cover-up, financial records showing the insurance fraud scheme. But no Armstrong. Dean searched the entire building, growing more frustrated. Where was he? Had he escaped? Was he already dead? In the basement laboratory, they found the answer. Armstrong had barricaded himself in a clean room, surrounding himself with samples of Trixie 7. He'd been trying to develop a cure, working alone, slowly going mad from isolation and guilt. He was still alive. Barely. Dean stared through the clean room's window at Armstrong, a man in his 50s, disheveled and malnourished, surrounded by lab equipment and broken glass. Armstrong looked up and saw Dean. His face showed no surprise, just resignation. Dean keyed the clean room's intercom. "Dr. Armstrong?" "You're not infected," Armstrong said. His voice was hoarse. "I thought everyone was infected." "Not everyone, just millions of people." Dean kept his voice level. "I'm Dean Kowalski. You killed my co-workers, destroyed my city, almost murdered my family. I've come to make you answer for it." Armstrong laughed bitterly. "Answer to who? God? There's no justice system left. No courts, no judges, just survival. Then I'll be the judge." Dean raised his nail gun. Armstrong didn't flinch. "You should know. I found it. The cure. It's here." He held up a vial of clear liquid. "Synthesized antibodies that reverse the viral replication. I've tested it on infected tissue samples. It works." Dean's hand trembled. A cure. After everything, Armstrong had actually developed a cure. "How many doses?" Dean asked. "This is the only one. The synthesis requires specific equipment, rare compounds. It would take weeks to make more, and I don't have the supplies." "Then who gets it?" "Your choice." Armstrong set the vial on the counter. "Take it. Save one person, or destroy it and kill me. Either way, I don't care anymore." Dean stood frozen, torn between vengeance and pragmatism. The cure could save one person, maybe someone bitten but not yet fully turned. Or it could be studied, replicated, become the foundation for mass production. Or Armstrong could be lying, and the vial could be empty poison. Tyler spoke up. "Dad, we should take it. Bring it back to Mark. Have him analyze it." Dean knew Tyler was right, but the rage inside him wanted Armstrong dead, wanted justice for all those people who died screaming. He made his decision. Dean opened the clean room door and walked inside. Armstrong backed away, but there was nowhere to go. Dean grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out of the laboratory, through the building, down to the loading dock. The forklift from his distribution center was there. A different model, but similar enough. Dean had driven forklifts for 19 years. This one would work just fine. He forced Armstrong to walk to the loading dock center, then started up the forklift. "What are you doing?" Armstrong's voice cracked with fear. "You wanted to play God with people's lives," Dean said. "Now you get to see what it feels like when God decides you're not worth saving." He raised the forklift's forks and drove forward, slow and deliberate. Armstrong tried to run, but Tyler blocked his path with the shotgun. The forks caught Armstrong in the chest, pinning him against a concrete wall. Dean kept driving, the hydraulics whining, until he heard ribs crack. Armstrong screamed. Dean applied more pressure. "The crossroads of America," Dean said quietly. "That's what they called Indianapolis. Everything flows through here. You turned it into a dead end." He crushed Armstrong slowly, the forklift's 15,000 pounds of force compacting flesh and bone. It took 3 minutes for Armstrong to stop screaming. 2 more minutes before he stopped moving entirely. Dean backed the forklift away, leaving Armstrong's broken body against the wall. He felt nothing, no satisfaction, no regret, just a cold emptiness where his rage had been. Tyler stared at the body, his face pale. "Dad, was that necessary?" "No," Dean admitted. "But it was justice." They took the vial, the alleged cure, and drove back to the distribution center. Dean didn't speak during the entire journey, replaying Armstrong's death over and over in his mind. Had he become a monster? Had survival transformed him into something he didn't recognize? Jennifer met them at the loading dock, taking one look at Dean's face and understanding what had happened. She didn't ask, just held him while he stood there, numb and hollow. Mark analyzed the vial. It was exactly what Armstrong claimed, synthesized antibodies that could potentially reverse the Trixie virus in early-stage infections. But there was only one dose, and replicating it would require equipment and materials they didn't have. Dean called a meeting of all the survivors, 32 people now, after they'd taken in more refugees from the surrounding area. "We have 1 dose of a potential cure," Dean explained. "Not enough to save everyone. Not enough to change the world. But it's something." They debated for hours about what to do with it. Save it for someone important? Use it to study and try to replicate? Give it to the next person bitten? In the end, they locked it in a freezer and agreed to use it only in a dire emergency. The weeks that followed established a new normal. The infected still surrounded the distribution center, but in smaller numbers. Many had wandered off, following the sound of military operations to the south. The radio, when it worked, reported that the National Guard had established a safe zone in southern Indiana, protected by a wall of vehicles and concrete barriers. Dean thought about trying to reach the safe zone, but it was over 100 miles away through infected territory. The risk was too high. Instead, they focused on fortifying their position. Dean led scavenging teams into the city, gathering supplies from abandoned stores, houses, warehouses. They found weapons, ammunition, medicine, tools. They rescued other survivors, a dozen here, a family there. The distribution center community grew to 50 people by the end of November. They established a council for governance with Dean as military commander, but not dictator. They started gardens on the roof, using soil and seeds from a nearby nursery. They set up rain collection systems for water. They were surviving, not just day to day, but building something sustainable. But the infected kept evolving. By December, Dean noticed they were coordinating attacks, using distraction tactics, even attempting to breach the fence at multiple points simultaneously. And then the military arrived. On December 15th, 3 Black Hawk helicopters circled the distribution center. Dean rushed to the roof, waving frantically. One helicopter landed in the parking lot, and soldiers in hazmat suits emerged, weapons raised. Dean approached carefully, hands raised. "We're not infected! We're survivors!" The soldier in charge, a lieutenant named Morrison, lowered his weapon. "How many of you?" 52, all immune or uninfected." Morrison's face was grim behind his face shield. "We're evacuating the city, firebombing it in 72 hours. You need to come with us now." Dean's blood ran cold. "Firebombing? You're going to destroy the entire city?" "Orders from Central Command. Indianapolis is a total loss. We're creating a firebreak to stop the infection from spreading further south." Dean thought about the thousands of infected still roaming the city, thought about the survivors they might have missed, people hiding in basements and attics, waiting for rescue. The military was going to burn them all. "We need time to gather our supplies," Dean said. "We've got food, medicine, things the safe zone will need." Morrison checked his watch. "You have 6 hours. After that, we're leaving with or without you." Dean organized the evacuation with military precision. They loaded 3 military transport trucks with essential supplies: food, medicine, weapons, tools. They couldn't take everything, but they took what they could carry. The survivors gathered in the parking lot, watching the distribution center that had kept them alive for 6 weeks. Dean felt a strange sadness. This place had become home, their fortress against the nightmare outside. Now they were abandoning it to the flames. Jennifer took his hand. "We survived, Dean. That's what matters." "Did we?" Dean looked at his family. Tyler, harder and colder than any 17-year-old should be. Amy, efficient and clinical, her empathy worn down by weeks of triage and death. Jennifer, still strong, but forever marked by what she'd endured. They'd survived. But at what cost? The helicopters lifted off, carrying Dean and his family south toward the safe zone. Below, Indianapolis stretched out in ruins, a once great city now populated only by the dead and the dying. Dean watched until it disappeared into the distance, wondering if they'd done the right thing. They'd survived. They'd fought. They'd even achieved a kind of justice against Armstrong, but the crossroads of America had indeed become a dead end. And Dean knew, deep in his bones, that the world would never be the same. 3 days later, Dean stood on a hilltop 50 miles south of Indianapolis and watched the city burn. Military bombers had dropped incendiaries across the entire metropolitan area, creating a firestorm visible for 100 miles. The infected burned by the millions. But so did any survivors who hadn't made it out. So did the distribution center, their fortress, their home. So did everything Dean had ever known about his old life. The safe zone was a sprawling camp of tents and temporary structures, housing maybe 10,000 survivors. It was overcrowded, undersupplied, barely holding together. But it was alive. Dean's family was assigned a tent in Sector 7. Phyllis, Jennifer, Dean, Tyler, and Amy. Together, exhausted, traumatized, but alive. That night, lying on a cot in the tent, Dean reflected on the past 8 weeks. He'd been an ordinary man, a forklift operator, a father, a husband. He'd worked honestly, paid his taxes, coached Little League, lived a good, simple life. The outbreak had stripped all that away. It had forced him to make impossible choices, to commit acts he never imagined himself capable of. He'd crushed a man to death with a forklift. He'd abandoned survivors to save his own family. He'd fought and killed and survived through violence and ruthlessness. Was he still a good man? Or had survival transformed him into something else? Jennifer rolled over, sensing his wakefulness. "Can't sleep? Just thinking. About what we did. About Armstrong. About everything." Dean stared at the tent ceiling. "I killed a man, Jen. Slowly, deliberately, and I didn't feel anything. He deserved it. Maybe. But that doesn't make me feel better about what I've become." Jennifer propped herself up on one elbow. "You know what I think? I think you're still you. Still Dean. Still the man I married. The outbreak didn't change who you are. It just revealed what you were capable of all along. And yeah, some of that is dark and ugly. But you used it to protect us, to save our family. We left people behind. At the school, at the warehouse, in the city. We saved who we could. That's all anyone can do. She kissed his forehead. Stop punishing yourself for surviving. The world needs good people who are also strong enough to fight. That's you. Dean wanted to believe her, but as he finally drifted off to sleep, he dreamed of the infected. Endless hordes, shambling through burning streets, their faces twisted into masks of rage and hunger. And in the dreams, they all had Russell Armstrong's face. The safe zone brought new challenges. The survivors from different parts of Indiana didn't always get along. There were conflicts over resources, disputes about leadership, accusations of hoarding and theft. The military maintained order through force, but it was a tenuous peace. Dean threw himself into work, helping to organize supply distribution, training civilian defense forces, leading scavenging missions into the ruins around the safe zone. It gave him purpose, a way to channel his energy into something constructive. Tyler joined the Youth Defense Course, learning military tactics and weapons handling. Amy volunteered at the medical tent, working 18-hour days treating injuries and illnesses. Phyllis helped organize communal cooking, turning random ingredients into meals for hundreds. They were building a new society from the ashes of the old one. It was messy and imperfect and often brutal. But it was something. In January, the CDC established a research station at the safe zone, trying to develop a mass-producible cure from Armstrong's sample. Mark, the doctor from the hospital, worked with them, contributing his knowledge and expertise. Dean donated the vial they'd recovered from Armstrong's lab. It was studied, analyzed, broken down into its component parts. The scientists were optimistic. They thought they could replicate it given time and resources. But time was running out. The infected were spreading across the country, overwhelming safe zones, breaching military defenses. Reports came in of outbreaks in Chicago, Detroit, Cincinnati. The virus was winning. On February 14th, Valentine's Day, though nobody was celebrating, the CDC scientists made a breakthrough. They'd successfully synthesized a small batch of the cure. 10 doses. Dean was summoned to the research station. Mark met him at the entrance, his face excited but cautious. "We did it," Mark said. "We've got 10 doses of functional cure. We're testing it on infected subjects now." Dean watched through a reinforced window as scientists administered the cure to an infected test subject, a woman in her 30s, restrained to a medical bed. Within minutes, her convulsions stopped. Her eyes cleared. She looked around, confused and frightened, but human. "It works," Dean breathed. "On early-stage infections, yes. Anyone infected within the last 24 hours can be cured. After that, the brain damage is too extensive. They're still aggressive and nonverbal, even if we kill the virus. So we can save people immediately after they're bitten." "Exactly, but we only have 10 doses, and it takes 2 weeks to synthesize more. We need to decide how to use them." Dean thought about it. 10 doses, thousands of people in the safe zone. Who got saved? Who decided? He made a recommendation to the Safe Zone Council. Use the doses to protect essential personnel, medical staff, military leaders, technical specialists, people whose survival mattered to the community's survival. The council debated for 3 days. Some wanted a lottery system, giving everyone an equal chance. Others wanted the doses reserved for children. A few wanted them sold to the highest bidder. In the end, they established a triage system. Doses would be given to infected individuals, based on their value to the community and their likelihood of survival. It was cold, utilitarian, morally questionable, but it was rational. The first dose was used on a doctor who'd been bitten while treating patients. The second, on a military engineer who understood the safe zone's power systems. The third, on a teenage girl who'd been bitten trying to rescue her younger brother. Each time, the cure worked. Each time, Dean felt a complex mix of relief and guilt. They were saving lives, but they were also choosing who lived and who died. On March 1st, Dean led a scavenging mission into the ruins of Carmel, a suburb north of Indianapolis. They were looking for solar panels and electrical equipment to expand the safe zone's power grid. The mission went wrong almost immediately. They walked into an ambush, not infected, but other survivors. A group of bandits who'd been raiding the ruins, taking whatever they could find and killing anyone who got in their way. Dean's team was pinned down in a collapsed building under heavy fire. 2 of his people were hit in the first volley. 1 killed instantly, another badly wounded. Dean returned fire, using the skills he'd learned over the past 4 months. But they were outnumbered and outgunned. Tyler was with him, fighting alongside his father. In a moment, Dean would replay in nightmares forever. Tyler charged the bandit position, drawing their fire and allowing Dean's team to flank them. Tyler took 3 bullets, 1 in the leg, 1 in the shoulder, 1 in the chest. Dean reached him within seconds, applying pressure to the wounds, screaming for the medic. But he could see it was bad. Tyler's lung was punctured, blood bubbling from his mouth. "Dad!" Tyler gasped. Did we win?" "Yeah, son. We won." Dean held him, not caring about the continuing firefight around them. "You did good. You did so good." Tyler's eyes were unfocused. "Mom, tell Mom You'll tell her yourself. You're going to be fine." But Tyler wasn't fine. He died in Dean's arms, his blood soaking into the rubble of what used to be someone's home. Dean carried his son's body back to the safe zone. He walked for 6 hours, refusing to let anyone else touch Tyler, refusing to leave him behind. Jennifer was waiting at the gate. She took one look at Dean's face, at the body in his arms, and her legs gave out. The funeral was held the next day. They buried Tyler in the safe zone cemetery, a field on the southern edge that was filling up too quickly. Dean stood at the grave, unable to speak, unable to feel anything but a vast, crushing emptiness. Amy read a eulogy. Jennifer placed flowers on the grave. Phyllis said a prayer. Dean just stood there, staring at the dirt, wondering what the point of survival was if it cost him his son. That night, he got catastrophically drunk on moonshine someone had brewed in the tent city. He sat outside his tent, alone, drinking and crying and raging at the universe. Jennifer found him there at 2 a.m. She didn't say anything, just sat next to him, holding his hand, crying her own tears. "I killed him," Dean said eventually. "I brought him on that mission. I let him charge those bandits. I killed my own son." "No, the outbreak killed him. The bandits killed him. The world killed him." Jennifer's voice was raw. "You loved him. You protected him as long as you could. That's all anyone can do." "It's not enough." "It never is." They sat together until dawn, 2 broken people trying to find comfort in shared grief. Dean thought about giving up after that. Thought about walking out of the safe zone and into the infected, letting them tear him apart. At least then the pain would stop. But he didn't, because he had Amy and Jennifer and Phyllis, because Tyler had died fighting for something, and giving up would make that sacrifice meaningless. So Dean kept going. He led more missions. He fought more battles. He survived. The cure was mass-produced by April, thanks to a supply convoy that brought in the necessary equipment. The CDC set up distribution centers across the surviving safe zones, providing doses to anyone bitten within the critical 24-hour window. It didn't stop the outbreak. Too many people were already infected, and the cure didn't work on them. But it slowed the spread. It gave humanity a fighting chance. By June, the military had reclaimed portions of Indiana, establishing fortified zones and clearing infected from strategic locations. The safe zone was officially designated as Refuge Point 1, the first of many planned permanent settlements. Dean was appointed chief of security, overseeing the defense forces and organizing the protection of scavenging teams. It gave him purpose, a way to channel his anger and grief into something constructive. He thought often about Tyler, about the life his son should have lived. College, career, marriage, children, all the experiences stolen by the outbreak. And he thought about Armstrong, crushed under a forklift in a burning city. Had that been justice? Or just revenge? Dean still didn't know. In September, almost a year after the outbreak began, Dean stood on the observation tower overlooking Refuge Point 1. The settlement had grown to 20,000 people, with permanent structures replacing the temporary tents. They'd established farms, workshops, schools. Children played in the streets, watched over by armed guards, but still laughing, still living. It wasn't the world Dean had known, but it was a world, and people were surviving in it. Jennifer joined him on the tower, bringing coffee. Real coffee, from a trade convoy out of Kentucky. "Thinking about Tyler?" she asked. "Always." Dean sipped the coffee. "But also thinking about what comes next. We've survived the outbreak. Now, we need to figure out how to actually live. We're already doing that. Every day we don't give up, we're living." "I know. But I want more than just survival. Dean struggled to articulate it. I want meaning. I want Tyler's death to have meant something. It did. He saved your team. He fought for a future." Jennifer leaned against him. "And you're building that future now. Protecting people, giving them safety. That's Tyler's legacy." Dean wanted to believe that. Wanted to think that all the death and suffering had led to something better. But some nights, when he couldn't sleep, he still heard the infected moaning outside the walls. Still saw Armstrong's face as the forklift crushed him. Still felt Tyler's blood on his hands. The crossroads of America had become a dead end. But maybe, just maybe, they could build a new road forward. That's what Dean told himself anyway. And he kept telling himself that, day after day, as he stood watch over Refuge Point 1 and the fragile community, struggling to survive within its walls. He'd been a forklift operator once. An ordinary man living an ordinary life. The outbreak had taken that from him, had taken his son, had taken everything he'd built over 40 years. But it hadn't taken his will to survive, his will to protect, his will to build something better from the ruins. Dean Kowalski had operated forklifts for 19 years. Now he operated in a world of the dead, trying to carve out a space for the living. And he would keep doing that until the day he died, whether that was next week or in 40 years. Because that's what survivors did. They survived. Even when survival felt like punishment, even when the cost seemed too high, even when the world had ended and everything familiar was gone, they survived. And in surviving, they honored those who didn't. The Indianapolis Distribution Center was ashes now, consumed in the firebombing. The city Dean had grown up in was a wasteland. The life he'd known was dead and buried. But Dean was still here, still fighting, still protecting his family, still surviving the crossroads of America, now truly a dead end. But maybe, just maybe, also a new beginning. Now, let's move on to the next story, which is even better. Day 1, Earl. I was 2,000 feet down when the screaming started. Not the usual hollering you hear in a mine when something goes wrong, when a support beam cracks or somebody's light goes out. This was different. This was the sound of a man forgetting he was human. Tommy Vance and I had been working the same seam for 16 years, knew each other's breathing in the dark, could tell by the rhythm of a pickaxe when the other man needed water. When his headlamp started swinging wild across the coalface, I knew something was wrong before I turned around. "Tommy?" I called, my voice swallowed by 2,000 feet of reek and earth. His lamp found my face, and I had to squint against it. Behind the light, I could hear him making sounds I'd never heard before, wet sounds, chewing sounds. "You all right there, buddy?" The lamp lowered, and I saw Dale Mitchell on the ground between us. Tommy crouched over him like he was checking for injuries, except Dale wasn't moving, and Ty-Hummy's face was buried in Dale's neck, and there was so much blood it looked black in the lamplight. I took a step back, hand going to the pickaxe I'd set against the wall. "Tommy, what the hell?" He looked up at me. That's when I knew Tommy Vance was gone. The thing wearing his face had eyes like a dead fish, cloudy and empty, and its mouth was full of Dale Mitchell's throat. It made a sound that might have been my name once, but came out as a rattling growl, and it started crawling toward me over Dale's body. I didn't think. 16 years of friendship, of splitting sandwiches and covering each other's shifts, of knowing his kids' names and which bills were keeping him up at night. None of that mattered when that thing launched itself at me. I swung the pickaxe and felt it connect with Tommy's skull with a sound like a mallet hitting steak. He went down, but he didn't stay down. The pickaxe was stuck in his head, and he was still reaching for me, still making that rattling sound. I grabbed my lunch pail and ran toward the shaft, my headlamp bouncing crazy shadows across the tunnel walls. The elevator cage was gone. I could hear it grinding its way down from somewhere far above, and I could hear other sounds too, more screaming, more of that wet chewing and footsteps, dozens of them, shuffling through the tunnels toward me. I found the emergency ladder and started climbing. My lungs were already burning from the bad air down there, from whatever had gotten into the ventilation system and turned Tommy into that thing. Each rung was slick with coal dust and sweat, and I didn't let myself think about the 2,000 feet between me and daylight. I just climbed. Behind me, the sounds got worse. Men I'd worked with for years, had beers with on Friday nights, went to their kids' baseball games. All of them were down there in the dark, forgetting they were human, forgetting everything except hunger. My hands hit the next level, and I pulled myself onto the platform. The tunnel here was wider, lit by emergency lights that cast everything in sick yell low. I could see shapes moving at the far end, lurching toward the light, toward me. There was a tool station nearby. I grabbed a headlamp with fresh batteries, a coil of climbing rope, and a box of blasting caps we used for the really stubborn seams. Harlan Burke, the mines owner, was always cutting corners on safety, but he never skimped on explosives. He loved explosives almost as much as he loved money. I kept climbing. The ladder here was better maintained, the air slightly less poisonous. I could hear the elevator still grinding somewhere above me, could hear screaming that sounded almost normal, the kind of screaming that meant people were still human enough to be afraid. Day 1, Crystal. The first one came through the ambulance bay doors at 6:47 a.m. I remember because I was looking at the clock, thinking about my shift ending in 13 minutes, thinking about whether I had time to grab breakfast before heading home. Dr. Webb was signing off on a laceration repair when the paramedics burst through with the patient thrashing on the gurney, Luis Moreno, one of the good ones who'd been running calls in Charleston for 20 years, had blood splattered across his uniform and a look in his eyes I'd never seen before. "Bite victim," he said, his voice too steady, like he was forcing calm. "Found him at the NIOSH facility in Chemical Valley. There's more coming." The patient was a man in a lab coat, maybe 40, with a chunk missing from his shoulder that looked like something had tried to take it home as a souvenir. But what caught my attention was his eyes. They weren't focused on anything, weren't tracking movement or light. They just stared at nothing while his mouth worked open and closed, teeth clicking together like he was chewing on air. "Get him into trauma 2, Dr. Webb ordered, already gloved up. "Crystal, start an IV. Wide open lactated ringers. We need blood gases and a full trauma panel." I'd been a nurse at CAMC for 6 years. I'd seen car crashes and gunshot wounds. Had held people's hands while they died and celebrated with families when someone lived. This should have been routine. But when I approached the gurney to start the IV, the patient's hand shot out faster than anything human should move and grabbed my wrist. His grip was cold. Not cold like shock, but cold like meat from a refrigerator. His cloudy eyes locked onto mine, and he pulled my arm toward his mouth, toward those clicking teeth. And I realized he wasn't just biting air. He was practicing. "Get him off her." Luis grabbed the patient's arm, trying to break the grip. 2 orderlies rushed over to help. It took all 3 of them to pry those fingers open. And when they did, my wrist was bruised in the perfect shape of a handprint. Dr. Webb was looking at the shoulder wound, his face going pale under the fluorescent lights. "This isn't a dog bite. The pattern's wrong. And look at this tissue damage. Whatever did this tried to eat him." "There were others at the facility," Luis said, helping secure the patient's arms with restraints. "Dozens of them. Some were dead, some were like this. The ones like this were trying to bite the responders. We had to retreat." "What kind of facility?" I asked, still staring at the bruise forming on my wrist. "Research. Government contract. Something about disease prevention." The whole building smelled like death. The patient started seizing then, his back arching against the restraints, foam bubbling from his mouth. Dr. Webb called for lorazepam, but before anyone could draw it up, the man went rigid. Just stopped. His chest didn't rise. His eyes stayed open, staring at nothing. "A systole," I said, watching the monitor flatline. "No pulse." Dr. Webb started compressions anyway, because that's what you do. You try. But 30 seconds into the code, the man's eyes shifted. Not wandered or rolled. Shifted, like someone had turned on a switch. They fixed on Dr. Webb's face with sudden, terrible focus. Then he bit through the endotracheal tube we'd placed and lunged at the doctor's throat. I grabbed a tray stand and swung it into the patient's head. Metal rang against skull, and he barely noticed. Just kept snapping at Webb, who'd fallen backward in his chair. Luis was there with a backboard, using it like a shield to pin the thing against the gurney. "It's dead!" Dr. Webb was shouting. "It's dead! No heartbeat, no brain activity! It's dead!" But dead things don't grab. Dead things don't bite. This one was doing both, and the restraints weren't going to hold much longer. That's when we heard the screaming from the waiting room. I ran to the door and looked out. The lobby was chaos. More paramedics were bringing in more patients, all with the same cloudy eyes, the same cold skin and the same snapping teeth. And the people who'd been waiting for regular emergencies, broken bones, chest pain, the normal middle-of-the-night stuff, they were running for the exits. One of the new patients broke free from his gurney and grabbed a woman who'd been waiting with her kid. I watched him bite into her neck. I watched her scream. I watched her 5-year-old son stand there frozen, not understanding why the nice hospital wasn't nice anymore. Dr. Webb was beside me now, blood on his collar from where the first patient had gotten close. "Lock it down," he said quietly. "Lock down the ER." I hit the security button and steel shutters started lowering over the ambulance bay. But there were already more patients inside than we could handle, and not all of them were patients anymore. Amy Sitos, my best friend, another nurse who'd started at CAMC the same week I did, grabbed my arm. "What's happening? Crystal, what is this?" I didn't have an answer. I just knew that my shift had been supposed to end at 7, and I'd been supposed to go home to my mom's house, maybe call my dad down in McDowell County and tell him about my week. Instead, I was watching people turn into something that shouldn't exist, something that was dead but wouldn't stop moving. The little boy was screaming now. His mother was on the ground, bleeding, and more of them were coming through the doors. Day 2, Earl. I made it to level 1 before the elevator came back down. The cage doors opened, and Ray Cooper stumbled out, his face white as chalk dust, his hands shaking so bad he could barely hold his lamp. "They're topside too," he gasped. Burke sealed the main entrance, trapped everyone inside. Burke did what? Said it was quarantine. Said the government ordered it. Locked the gates and posted armed guards. Ray bent over, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. But I saw them through the fence before I came back down. The whole valley's on fire, Earl. Chemical Valley's burning, and the smoke's full of something that makes people crazy. A crash echoed from somewhere below us. Metal on metal. Then that rattling moan I was already learning to hate. "How many made it out before the lockdown?" I asked, pulling Ray toward the tunnel that led to the old western shaft. It hadn't been used in 5 years, not since the collapse, but it might still have a way out if the timbers had held. "Maybe 20. Most of them headed for Charleston. Figured the hospital would have answers." Ray's eyes went distant. "My wife's there. She works in billing at CAMC. I tried calling, but the lines are all dead." I thought about Crystal then, my daughter, my only kid. She worked at CAMC too, emergency department, had for years. Smart as a whip and twice as tough, took after her mother that way. Sarah was probably climbing the walls worrying about both of us, stuck in our little house in Eager while the world went to hell. "We'll get out," I told Ray, trying to sound more certain than I felt. "Find another way topside. Get to Charleston. Find our people." The western tunnel was darker than I remembered, the support beams sagging under 5 years of neglect. Water dripped from somewhere overhead, each drop echoing like a gunshot in the silence. Our lamps carved small circles of light through the blackness, and beyond those circles could have been anything. We found Dale Mitchell's brother Marcus about halfway through, or what used to be Marcus. He was sitting against the wall, lamp still on, and at first I thought maybe he'd just stopped to rest. Then I saw the bite marks on his arms, saw the blood pooled around him, saw his chest not moving. "Keep walking," I said to Ray. "Don't look at him." But Marcus's eyes opened as we passed, cloudy eyes, dead eyes, tracking our movement with predatory focus. His jaw worked silently, teeth clicking together, and he started to push himself to his feet. I grabbed a chunk of fallen timber and brought it down on his head. The sound was wet and final. Marcus dropped and didn't get back up. He was already dead, I said, but I was saying it to myself as much as Ray. Whatever that was, it wasn't Marcus anymore. The western shaft exit was blocked, not collapsed, just blocked. Someone had piled equipment in front of it, deliberately, recently. I could see fresh scratches on the rock where machinery had been dragged into position. Burke! Ray spat the name like a curse. He's trying to keep us down here. I played my lamp over the barricade. There was a gap at the top, maybe 3 feet wide, blocked by a loader bucket. If we could move it, we might squeeze through. Behind us, more sounds. Shuffling footsteps. That rattling moan. The darkness down here was full of men I'd known, men I'd worked beside. All of them gone now. All of them hungry. Help me with this chain, I said, unhooking the coil of climbing rope from my shoulder. We're going up and over. It took us 20 minutes to rig a pulley system using the loader's own chain and a roof bolt anchor. The things in the darkness got closer, their moans echoing through the tunnel like a sick chorus. I could see their lamps bobbing in the distance, getting nearer. Ray went up first, skinnier and lighter. He squeezed through the gap, and I heard him drop on the other side, heard him grunt when he hit the ground. Clear, he called down. I was halfway up the chain when they reached me. Cold hands grabbed my boot, pulled hard enough to make the chain swing. I looked down into Tommy Vance's ruined face, the pickaxe still embedded in his skull, and felt something break inside my chest that had nothing to do with the climb. I kicked him in the face with my free boot. His nose shattered, but he didn't let go. More of them were piling up beneath me now, a pyramid of the dead trying to pull me down into the darkness. The blasting caps in my pocket dug into my hip. I had maybe 30 seconds before they dragged me off this chain. Ray! I shouted. When you hear the boom, you run. Don't wait for me. Don't look back. Just run for Charleston and find your wife. I could hear Ray arguing, but I wasn't listening anymore. I pulled out the blasting caps, armed them with shaking fingers, and dropped them into the crowd of dead men below. Then I climbed like hell. The explosion came as I cleared the gap, the shockwave shoving me forward, hot air and rock dust and pieces of what used to be people rushing past into the night air. I landed hard on the other side, rolled, came up choking on smoke and coal dust. Ray pulled me to my feet. We stood at the western shaft entrance, looking down the mountain toward Charleston. The city was burning. Chemical Valley was an inferno that painted the sky orange and sent up smoke so thick it looked solid. And between us and the city, I could see shapes moving through the trees, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Sarah, I said, thinking of my wife. And Crystal. Ray's hand tightened on my shoulder. We go together. We find them together. Behind us, the mine groaned. Burke's barricade was holding, but I could hear movement on the other side. The dead trapped inside, looking for a way out. Looking for us. I picked up a length of iron pipe from the debris and tested its weight. Good and heavy. I'd been swinging a pickaxe since I was 18 years old. This wasn't so different. Let's go find our families, I said. We started down the mountain toward hell. Day 3, Crystal. The ER was a fortress now. We'd barricaded the main doors with gurneys and supply carts, sealed the broken windows with whatever we could find. 16 of us were still human. 7 nurses, 3 doctors, 4 paramedics, and 2 security guards who'd been smart enough to lock themselves in the security office when the chaos started. 23 others were locked in exam rooms, strapped to beds or restrained with anything we could improvise. They'd been bitten but hadn't turned yet. We were monitoring them, documenting the progression, trying to understand what we were dealing with. Dr. Marcus Webb had taken charge with the kind of calm authority that comes from 30 years of emergency medicine. He'd set up a research station in the break room, collecting blood samples, taking notes, treating this like any other outbreak, even though we all knew it wasn't. The incubation period varies, he explained during our morning briefing, if you could call 3 a.m. morning. Anywhere from 4 to 16 hours, depending on the severity of the bite and the victim's overall health. Once symptoms begin, the progression is rapid. Fever, disorientation, aggression, then death. After death, reanimation occurs within minutes. What kills them? Luis Moreno asked. He'd been running supplies from the pharmacy, keeping us stocked with whatever medications we thought might help. Spoiler alert, nothing helped. Destruction of the brain, Dr. Webb said simply. Decapitation works, severe head trauma. Anything else is temporary at best. Amy Santos was sitting next to me, her scrubs stained with blood that wasn't hers. This is fucking insane, she muttered. 3 days ago, I was worried about my student loans. I almost laughed. 3 days ago, I'd been worried about whether to repaint my bedroom, whether to finally go back to school for my nurse practitioner license, whether my dad was taking his blood pressure medication. Now I was worried about staying alive until sunrise. The military had shown up on day 2. Helicopters first, circling the hospital, broadcasting evacuation orders that no one could follow because the streets were full of the dead. Then, trucks and troops, establishing a perimeter around downtown Charleston. They were shooting anything that moved outside the quarantine zone. Colonel Richard Voss had made contact through the hospital's PA system around midnight. His voice was clipped, professional, the kind of voice that had ordered men into combat and slept fine afterward. CAMC Emergency Department, this is Colonel Voss, United States Army Northern Command. You are ordered to maintain your current position. Do not attempt to evacuate. Do not attempt to breach the quarantine line. Relief forces will arrive within 72 hours. Dr. Webb had grabbed the PA phone. Colonel, we have critical supply shortages. We need medication, food, clean water. Maintain your position, Voss repeated. Anyone attempting to leave the quarantine zone will be engaged with lethal force. That includes medical personnel. The line went dead. They're going to let us die in here, Amy said. Dr. Webb shook his head. They're scared. They're trying to contain this before it spreads. We just need to stay alive long enough for them to realize we're not infected. But we were infected. All of us. Every breath we took was full of whatever had escaped from that NIOSH facility, whatever had turned Chemical Valley into a crematorium. We just hadn't turned yet. One of the restrained patients started seizing in exam room 4. I ran to check on her. Middle-aged woman, librarian, had come in with her husband after both were bitten, trying to evacuate their home. The husband had turned an hour ago. We'd had to put him down. She'd watched us do it. Now she was thrashing against the restraints, foam bubbling from her mouth, eyes rolling back. The monitor showed her heart rate climbing, 180, 190, 200, and then nothing. Flatline. I knew what came next. We all did. I backed toward the door, my hand on the scalpel I'd started keeping in my pocket. Just a precaution. Just in case. Her eyes opened, cloudy, empty, focused on me with terrible hunger. I'm sorry, I whispered, and I put the scalpel through her eye socket into her brain. She stopped moving. I stood there shaking, the scalpel still in my hand, trying to remember what her name had been. Had I even asked? Had I treated her like a person or just another patient? Just another number on a chart? Amy found me like that, standing over the body, covered in blood and brain matter. "Come on," she said gently, taking the scalpel from my hand. "Webb needs you. One of the research samples is showing something weird." The weird thing was antibodies. Dr. Webb had isolated them in the blood of one of the survivors, a woman who'd been bitten 3 days ago but hadn't turned. She was feverish, delirious, clearly infected with something, but she was still human, still herself. "Her name's Sarah Hendricks," Dr. Webb said, showing me the lab results on a laptop screen. "She came in yesterday from McDowell County, said she was looking for her daughter." My head snapped up. "What?" "Her daughter works here, emergency department. She was trying to find her when she got bitten." Dr. Webb checked his notes. "She keeps asking for someone named Crystal." The room tilted. I grabbed the desk to steady myself. "Where is she?" I asked. "Where's Sarah Hendricks?" Dr. Webb pointed toward Isolation Room 2. "But Crystal, you can't." I was already running. Day 5, Earl. It took us 3 days to make it 15 miles. The roads were blocked with abandoned cars, bodies, and worse things than bodies. Whole families that had tried to evacuate together, still locked in their vehicles, tearing each other apart in the confined space. We learned to walk around those cars without looking too close. Ray and I had picked up 3 more survivors on the way down the mountain. Old Jim Crawford, who'd run the mining supply store in Iger for 40 years, had a hunting rifle and enough ammunition to hold off a small army. Jenny Caldwell, a schoolteacher who'd been driving home when the chaos started, had a car full of canned food and bottled water. And Danny Burke, yes, Harlan's son, who'd been trying to reach his father at the mine when we found him hiding in a barn. Danny was 19, soft around the middle, never did a real day's work in his life. But he was also terrified and alone, and when he begged us not to leave him, I thought about Crystal and couldn't walk away. We made camp in an abandoned gas station off Route 3. Jim took first watch while the rest of us tried to sleep on the floor behind the counter. Outside, the dead wandered past in 1s and 2s, following some internal compass that pulled them south toward Charleston. "Why are they all going the same direction?" Jenny asked quietly. She was maybe 30, pretty in that tired way that teachers get after a few years in the classroom. She'd told us about her students, about the elementary school in Charleston where she taught, about wondering if any of them had made it out. "Food," Ray said simply. "Charleston's got 500,000 people, or had. That's a lot of food." I was trying not to think about Crystal, about whether she'd stayed at the hospital or tried to run, about whether she was even still alive. Sarah had to be going crazy with worry. Our house in Iger was far enough from the city that maybe she was okay. Maybe she'd hold up with neighbors. Maybe, movement, Jim said from the window. Lots of it. We all went still. Through the gas station windows, I could see them coming up the road. Not 1s and 2s anymore. A horde. Maybe 200 dead. All moving together like a school of fish. All headed in the same direction. "They're migrating," Dr. Webb had said back at the mine, before the lockdown, back when we still thought this might be containable. He'd worked at NIOSH before retiring to consult at the mine, had been one of the safety inspectors Harlan Burke routinely ignored. "Some viruses hijack the host's nervous system, drive them toward population centers to maximize spread. This might be similar." The horde passed us by. They didn't seem to notice the gas station, didn't seem to care about anything except the pull toward Charleston, toward Crystal. "We move at first light," I said. "Stay off the main roads, follow the ridge line. Should get us to the city limits by tomorrow evening." Danny was crying quietly in the corner. "My dad's dead, isn't he? He locked himself in the mine, trapped all those people, and now he's dead. I wanted to tell him his father had done it to protect the town, to contain the infection, to do something noble and brave. But I'd spent 16 years working for Harlan Burke. I knew exactly why he'd sealed that mine, and it had nothing to do with protecting anyone but himself. "Yeah," I said. "He's probably dead." Danny cried harder. Jenny moved to sit with him, murmured something motherly and kind. Ray cleaned his pistol. He'd taken it off a dead cop 2 days back. And Jim checked his rifle for the 100th time. I pulled out my wallet and looked at the picture inside. Crystal at her nursing school graduation, Sarah beside her, both of them smiling like the future was bright and full of possibilities. I'd taken the photo 5 years ago. Crystal was 23, just starting her career, just starting her life. "We're gonna find them," Ray said, reading my mind. "Crystal's smart. If anyone else made it out, it's her." I nodded, but I was thinking about the hospital, about how many sick people would have been there when this started, how fast it would have spread through those crowded ER rooms. I was thinking about my daughter, trying to save people who couldn't be saved, staying at her post even when she should have run. Because that's who she was. That's who her mother and I had raised her to be. I put the photo away and picked up my iron pipe. The weight of it was familiar now, comfortable. I'd killed 17 of those things with it over the last 3 days. 17 people who used to be neighbors, friends, fellow miners. 17 times I'd swung for the head and not let myself think about who they used to be. "Get some sleep," I told the others. "Tomorrow, we hit Charleston." Day 6. Crystal. My mother died at 3:47 a.m. on the 6th day. Dr. Webb had been monitoring her antibody levels, trying to synthesize a treatment from her blood, convinced that she held the key to immunity. But the fever wouldn't break. The infection was spreading through her system, shutting down organs one by one. I held her hand in isolation room 2 while Amy stood guard outside the door. Mom's skin was hot enough to blister, her breathing shallow and rapid. The cloudy film hadn't covered her eyes yet. She was still in there. Still, my mother. "Crystal," she whispered. "Your father, Earl. He's alive. Mom, don't try to talk. Save your strength. He's alive. He was at the mine when it started. He got out. He's coming for us." Her hand squeezed mine with surprising strength. "He's always coming for us, baby. Always has been." I'd tried calling Dad's cell phone maybe 100 times since this started. The call never went through. McDowell County was dark on the evacuation maps the military had broadcast before the communications towers went down. I'd assumed the worst. "How do you know?" I asked. "Saw him at the mine before I got bit." She coughed, wet and rattling. "He made it out with Ray Cooper. They were heading toward Charleston, toward you." Ray Cooper's wife worked in billing. 3rd floor. She'd turned on day 2. I'd been the one to put her down. "Mom, I need you to listen. Dr. Webb thinks he can make a cure from your blood. But you have to fight this. You have to stay with me." Her eyes locked onto mine. Behind the fever, behind the infection, my mother was still there. The woman who'd raised me alone half the time while Dad worked double shifts at the mine. Who'd taught me how to change a tire and balance a checkbook and stand up for myself. Who'd never once complained about the sacrifices she made so I could have a better life. "I'm not going to make it, baby. Don't say that. When I turn, you need to be the one. Don't make someone else do it, promise me." I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe, couldn't process what she was asking. "Promise me, Crystal. Don't make your father watch. Don't make him carry that." "I promise," I whispered. She smiled. "That's my girl. Strong like your daddy, smart like me. You're going to survive this. You're going to find him, and you're going to survive." The seizure started 90 seconds later. Her back arched. Her hand crushed mine hard enough to crack bones. The monitor went crazy and then went silent. Flatline. I counted to 60, watching her chest. Watching for the moment when death became something else. Her eyes opened, cloudy, empty, hungry. I put the scalpel through her eye before she could sit up, before those dead eyes could fully focus on me, before the thing wearing my mother's face could try to tear out my throat. Then I sat there in the spreading pool of blood and sobbed until Amy came in and pulled me out of the room. "You did the right thing," she said, holding me while I shook. "You did what she asked." Dr. Webb found us in the hallway. His face was drawn, his eyes shadowed from 6 days without real sleep. "I'm sorry, Crystal. I'm so sorry. But the research? We still have her blood samples. We can still work toward a treatment." I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to ask what the point was. What difference a treatment would make when the world was ending and my mother was dead, and my father was out there somewhere trying to reach me through an army of the walking dead. Instead, I said, "What do you need me to do?" Because that's what nurses do. We keep working. We keep saving who we can. We keep hoping that maybe tomorrow will be better than today. It never is. Day 8. Earl. We hit the military perimeter around Charleston just after dawn. A .50 caliber machine gun nest with a clear field of fire across a quarter-mile of open ground. Behind it, I could see the city burning in slow motion, smoke rising from 100 different fires. The soldier manning the gun couldn't have been more than 20. He kept the weapon trained on us while we approached with our hands up, Jim's rifle slung across his back, my pipe hanging from my belt. "That's far enough," the kid shouted. "Quarantine zone is closed. No one in or out." "We're not infected," Ray called back. "We came from McDowell County. We've got people inside who need help." "Everyone's got people inside. Doesn't change the orders." I stepped forward, slowly, keeping my hands visible. "My daughter works at CAMC Hospital. Crystal Hendricks, Emergency Department. Is the hospital still standing?" Something shifted in the kid's face. "CAMC's still operational, but I can't let you through." "Can you get a message to her? Tell her Earl Hendricks is alive. Tell her Ray Cooper's here too, looking for his wife." The soldier's radio crackled. A voice I recognized, Colonel Voss, cut through the static. "Sergeant, what's the situation? 5 civilians requesting entry to the quarantine zone, sir. They claim to have family at the hospital." A pause. Then, "Send them through." The kid's face registered surprise. "Sir, they're already exposed. Might as well be useful inside the zone instead of dying outside it. Send them to the hospital. Medical personnel can assess their status." The machine gun swiveled away from us. The soldier's hand shook slightly as he gestured toward a gap in the barricade. "Through there. Follow the markers. Don't deviate from the path or you'll be shot. Don't approach any military personnel. Don't—" "We got it," Jim said. "Don't do anything stupid." We walked through hell to reach the hospital. The streets of Charleston were a graveyard. Bodies everywhere, piled in doorways, sprawled in the middle of intersections. Some of them were moving. Most weren't. The ones that were moving turned toward us as we passed, following our scent or our sound or whatever it was that made them hungry. I saw a family of 4 that had locked themselves in a pharmacy, barricaded the doors with shelves and displays. They'd died anyway, probably starved or dehydrated, and now they were pressed against the glass, staring out with those empty eyes, trapped by the same barricades that had been meant to protect them. Jenny was crying silently, tears cutting tracks through the grime on her face. Danny had his eyes squeezed shut, letting Ray guide him by the arm. Jim just kept walking, rifle ready, not looking left or right. I counted the blocks. 5 more to the hospital. 4. 3. A horde came around the corner ahead of us. Maybe 50 dead, all moving together. We pressed against the wall of a building, trying to become invisible, but they'd already seen us. Already smelled us. Fresh meat. "Run!" Jim shouted, bringing the rifle up. We ran. Jim's rifle cracked behind us, precise single shots, each one dropping a body. But there were too many, and Jim was moving with us, couldn't take the time to aim properly. The hospital loomed ahead, its windows dark except for a few floors where emergency lights still burned. The main entrance was barricaded from the inside. The emergency department entrance had steel shutters pulled down. "There!" Jenny pointed to a loading dock on the east side, its door hanging open. We sprinted for it. The horde was right behind us, close enough that I could hear their individual moans, could smell the death rolling off them in waves. Jim turned and fired, each shot buying us precious seconds. Ray was first to the loading dock. He pulled himself up, turned to grab Jenny's hand. Danny was next, scrambling up with the desperation of someone who'd never done manual labor, but was discovering new motivation. Jim fired his last round, dropped the rifle, and jumped for the dock. His hands caught the edge, but his boots couldn't find purchase on the wall. He was dangling there, the horde reaching for his legs, when I grabbed his wrist and pulled. We got him up half a second before the dead reached him. Their hands slapped against the concrete where he'd been, grasping at nothing. Inside the loading dock, we slammed the door and wedged it shut with whatever we could find. Shipping pallets, boxes of medical supplies, a forklift we managed to push into position. We'd made it to the hospital. Now we just had to find our people. Day 9. Crystal. The loading dock alarm went off at 6:23 a.m., the harsh electronic scream cutting through the relative quiet of the ER. We'd disabled most of the alarms days ago. Too many false triggers from the dead throwing themselves against the doors. The loading dock alarm still worked, because that was our last line of defense, our final escape route if the main floor was breached. Luis grabbed a fire axe. Amy pulled the pistol she'd taken from a dead security guard. I picked up my scalpel and followed them toward the loading dock entrance. Dr. Webb's voice crackled over the radio. "Unknown contacts at the east loading dock. Exercise extreme caution." We approached slowly, weapons ready. Through the small window in the security door, I could see shapes moving in the darkness beyond. Too coordinated to be dead. Too deliberate. "Living or dead?" Amy whispered. "Living," I said, watching the way they moved. "They're scared." I opened the door 6 inches, keeping the chain lock engaged. "Identify yourselves." A man's voice, rough with exhaustion. "We're survivors. 5 of us. We need shelter." "How many bites? How many injuries?" "No bites. Some cuts, some bruises. We came from McDowell County. Please, we've been running for days." McDowell County, where my dad worked, where he'd been when this started. I undid the chain. They stumbled through. 5 people who looked like they'd walked through the apocalypse, which I suppose they had. An older man with a rifle. A younger man supporting someone who looked barely conscious. A woman in her 30s, her eyes hollow with trauma. And a kid, maybe 19, shaking so hard his teeth chattered. The last one through was a man in his 50s, coal dust still ground into the creases of his hands, a piece of pipe hanging from his belt. His eyes scanning the room with the careful attention of someone who'd learned the hard way to check every corner for threats. Our eyes met. "Crystal," he said, his voice breaking on my name. I dropped the scalpel. "Dad?" He crossed the space between us in 3 strides and pulled me into his arms. He smelled like sweat and blood and coal dust and home. I pressed my face against his chest and felt 16 years of being his daughter compress into this one moment, this impossible moment where he was alive and I was alive, and we'd found each other in hell. "Your mother," he said into my hair. "Is she... She's gone. I'm sorry, she's gone." His arms tightened around me. I felt his chest hitch, felt him fight down the grief because there wasn't time for it yet, wasn't space for it in this world where survival meant pushing everything else aside. "She said you'd come," I told him. "She said you were alive. She said you were coming for us." "Always, baby girl, always." Luis was checking the others, the professional paramedic assessing injuries and exposure risks. Amy stood guard at the door, watching for any dead that might have followed them. Dr. Webb emerged from the ER proper, took one look at the new arrivals, and immediately went into triage mode. "Get them to decon," he ordered. "Full showers, fresh clothes, medical examination. I want blood samples from all of them." The man my dad had come in with, Ray, he'd introduced himself as Ray Cooper, grabbed Dr. Webb's arm. "My wife, Janet Cooper, she works here. Billing department, is she..." The look on Dr. Webb's face was enough. Ray's hand drop-beat. "Oh. I'm sorry," Dr. Webb said quietly. "She turned on day 2. We had to... I understand." Ray's voice was empty. "I understand." My dad was watching me with eyes that cataloged every injury, every exhaustion line, every shadow that hadn't been there the last time he'd seen me. "How long have you been here?" "Since the beginning. Since day 1. We've been locked down for 9 days. "How many survivors?" 16. We had 23 who were bitten but hadn't turned yet. We were monitoring them, trying to find a treatment. I couldn't look at him when I said the next part. Mom was one of them. She almost made it. Dr. Webb thought she had a natural immunity, but you did what you could. His hand found mine, squeezed hard. You're still here. That's what matters. But it wasn't. Not really. Because being alive in a world full of death wasn't survival. It was just postponing the inevitable. Dr. Webb was leading the new arrivals toward decon when the radio crackled again. This time, the voice was Colonel Voss, broadcast to every radio in the hospital. "All personnel, this is Colonel Voss. I have an update on relief operations. The quarantine zone will not be receiving evacuation support. The infection has spread beyond our containment capability. At 1800 hours today, the Air Force will begin strategic bombing of Chemical Valley and downtown Charleston. You have 10 hours to evacuate to the extraction point at the state capitol building. Anyone not at the extraction point by 1800 hours will be considered lost. This is your only warning." The radio went dead. 10 hours until they bombed the city. 10 hours to get from the hospital to the state capitol. A journey that should take 20 minutes on a normal day, but would take hours through streets full of the dead. Dad's hand tightened on mine. "Then we'd better get moving." Day 9. Earl. Continued. Dr. Webb gathered everyone in the ER break room. 16 survivors who'd been holding the hospital for 9 days, plus our 5 from the mountain. 21 people who needed to move 6 miles through downtown Charleston in the next 10 hours or get vaporized when the Air Force turned the city into a parking lot. "We'll move in 2 groups," Dr. Webb said, unfolding a city map across the break room table. "First group clears the path. Second group follows with supplies and anyone who can't move quickly." Luis jabbed a finger at the map. "Route 60 is blocked. I saw it from the roof yesterday. There's a horde, maybe 1,000 dead, gathered near the river." "Then we go through the residential streets," Ray suggested. "More cover, fewer choke points." "More houses," Jim countered. "More places for them to come out of. We'd be fighting through every yard, every driveway." Crystal was studying the map with the kind of focus I recognized from when she was a kid working on homework. Smart like her mother. That's what Sarah had always said. "The rail line," Crystal said, tracing a finger along the map. "The old Charleston and Ohio line runs from the hospital almost to the Capitol. It's elevated through most of downtown. If we can get on top of it, we'd have clear line of sight, defensible position." Dr. Webb leaned closer. "The access points? There's a maintenance ladder here." She marked the spot. "About 3 blocks from the hospital. If we can make it there, we could follow the tracks most of the way." Amy nodded slowly. "I used to jog along there before all this. There are overpasses, bridges. Some of them connect to buildings. If we need to get down fast, we'd have options." It was a good plan. It was also the only plan that didn't involve trying to fight through thousands of dead with 21 people, limited ammunition, and almost no combat experience. "We move in 30 minutes, DeWebb said. "Everyone takes what they can carry. Weapons, water, medical supplies. Leave everything else." The next 30 minutes was controlled chaos. People grabbing supplies, saying goodbye to the hospital that had kept them alive for 9 days, preparing themselves mentally for the nightmare waiting outside. I found Crystal in the supply room, stuffing a backpack with medical equipment. Her hands were shaking. "Hey," I said, softly. "You okay?" She didn't look up. "Mom died 3 days ago. I put a scalpel through her brain. I've killed 27 people who weren't people anymore. I've slept maybe 6 hours in the last week. I'm great, Dad. Never better." I pulled her into another hug. She resisted for a second, then collapsed against me, and I felt her shoulders shake with silent sobs. "I'm scared," she whispered. "Me too, baby girl. Me too. What if we don't make it? What if the Capitol's already overrun? What if the military shoots us before we get there? Then we go down fighting. Together. The way your mother would have wanted." She pulled back, wiped her eyes, pulled herself together with visible effort. Okay, let's do this." The first group consisted of me, Ray, Jim, Luis, Amy, and Crystal. We had the weapons, the experience, the capability to clear a path. The second group, Dr. Webb leading the other 14 survivors, including Jenny and Danny, would follow 5 minutes behind, close enough to benefit from our trail, but far enough back to retreat if we ran into trouble. We left through the loading dock, moving fast through the early morning shadows. 3 blocks to the rail line access point. 3 blocks through a city that had turned into a charnel house. The dead were everywhere. They'd gathered in the downtown area like water pooling in a depression, drawn by the concentration of living people who'd tried to evacuate through the commercial district. We saw them through windows, standing motionless in offices and stores, waiting for movement to trigger their hunger. We saw them in the streets, wandering aimlessly until we got close enough to matter. Jim took point with his rifle, 1 shot per target, never wasting ammunition. Ray and I flanked with our melee weapons, his pistol and my pipe. Luis and Amy covered the rear. Crystal stayed in the middle, medical pack on her back, scalpel in her hand. The first block was easy. The second block, we ran into a cluster of maybe 15 dead congregated around an overturned ambulance. They turned toward us as one, that synchronized movement that still made my skin crawl. "Through them!" I shouted. "Don't stop!" We hit them like a hammer. Jim's rifle barked 3 times. Ray's pistol cracked twice. My pipe connected with a woman's skull, then a man's, then another woman's. Luis was using a fire axe with brutal efficiency. Amy had switched to a crowbar, swinging for heads. Crystal took down 2 that got too close with her scalpel, precise strikes that spoke of medical training applied to a horrifying new purpose. We broke through with no casualties. Behind us, the survivors in the second group were following our path, Dr. Webb in the lead with a baseball bat. The rail line access ladder was right where Crystal said it would be, bolted to the side of a concrete support pillar. The first 6 rungs were missing, probably torn off by the city years ago to prevent homeless people from camping on the tracks. But Jim was tall enough to reach the 7th rung if we gave him a boost. We got him up. He dropped a rope. We sent the weapons up first, then started climbing one by one. Ray went next, then Luis, then Amy. Crystal started up, and I stood at the bottom, pipe ready, watching the street. Dr. Webb's group was 30 seconds out. I could see them running, could see the horde that had been following them closing the distance. 20 dead, maybe 30, drawn by the noise of our passage. "Move faster!" I shouted up at Crystal. She was halfway up the rope when the dead reached me. Day 9, Crystal. Continued, I watched from the top of the rail line as my father held off 30 dead with nothing but an iron pipe and the refusal to die before getting me to safety. He was magnificent, brutal, terrifying. Every swing connected, every impact dropped a body. But there were too many and he was one man, and eventually they'd pull him down through sheer weight of numbers. "Dad!" I screamed. "Get up here!" "Get the others up first." Dr. Webb's group was at the base of the ladder now. I grabbed the rope, secured it to a rail post, and started hauling people up as fast as they came. Danny first, crying and panicking. Jenny next, her teacher's calm shattered by fear but still holding it together. 3 nurses, 2 patients we'd kept alive, a security guard, Dr. Webb. Below, my father was surrounded. Ray had climbed back down to help him, the 2 of them fighting back to back. Jim was firing down from above, picking off the dead that got too close. "Now!" I shouted. "Dad, now!" He looked up at me, our eyes met, and I saw him make a decision. He grabbed Ray's shoulder, said something I couldn't hear, and then both of them were running for the ladder. The dead followed. Ray jumped, caught the 7th rung, started climbing. My father jumped, missed, fell back into the horde. Hands grabbed him, pulled him down, and my heart stopped. Then he came up swinging, the pipe a blur of violence, and jumped again. This time, he caught the rung, started climbing. The dead reached the base of the ladder, started climbing after him. "They're climbing!" Amy shouted. "Jesus Christ, they're learning to climb!" It wasn't learning, it was just following, blindly mimicking the last thing they'd seen. But the effect was the same. They were coming up after us. Luis grabbed the rope, wrapped it around one of the climbers' necks, and pulled. The thing fell backward into the crowd below. But there were more. Always more. My father reached the top and I pulled him over the edge. He was bleeding from a dozen cuts, his shirt torn, but his eyes were clear and alive. "Cut the rope," he gasped. "Cut it now!" Luis sawed through the rope with his fire axe. It fell into the crowd below, taking 2 more climbers with it. The rest were stuck on the ladder, reaching upward with dead hands, unable to figure out the next step. We'd made it to the rail line. All 21 of us. We ran. The elevated tracks gave us the high ground Dr. Webb had hoped for, but it also made us visible from every angle. The dead below tracked our movement, following along the streets beneath us, a growing crowd of hungry corpses. "They're hurting us," Luis said, looking down at the horde. "Look at the pattern. They're pushing us toward something." He was right. The dead weren't just following. They were moving in from the sides, cutting off potential escape routes, funneling us along the tracks toward downtown. "It's instinct," Dr. Webb said. "Pack hunting behavior. The virus is using their residual nervous system to—" An explosion cut him off. Chemical Valley, 2 miles away, erupted in flame. The Air Force wasn't waiting until 1800 hours. They were starting early. "Run!" my father shouted. "They're bombing the city!" We ran along the tracks as Charleston burned around us. Buildings collapsed. Streets cratered. The dead were consumed by fire and kept burning, walking torches that spread the flames to everything they touched. The state capitol building loomed ahead, its golden dome visible through the smoke. We were maybe a mile away, maybe less. That's when we saw the military checkpoint at the Capitol steps. And the body bags. Hundreds of them. Thousands. The military wasn't evacuating survivors. They were executing anyone who showed symptoms. Day 9, Earl continued. Colonel Voss stood at the top of the Capitol steps with 50 soldiers, all of them armed, all of them pointing weapons at the crowd of survivors gathered below. Maybe 300 people who'd made it through hell to reach the extraction point, only to find that extraction meant execution if you couldn't prove you were clean. "Everyone forms a line," Voss was shouting through a megaphone. "Medical screening is mandatory. Anyone refusing screening will be shot. Anyone showing symptoms will be quarantined pending transfer." "Transfer to where?" someone in the crowd shouted. Voss didn't answer. He didn't have to. We could all see the body bags. We could all smell the quicklime trenches being dug behind the Capitol building. "We can't go down there," Crystal said. "Half our people have been exposed. They'll fail the screening." Dr. Webb was pale. "I have a fever, have had for 2 days. I'm probably infected." "You're not turning," Amy protested. "You're fine." "Fine by what standard? We don't know the incubation period. We don't know who's immune. For all we know, everyone in Charleston is carrying this thing and just hasn't turned yet." He looked at Voss, at the checkpoint, at the body bags. "They're not taking chances." Luis was watching the crowd below. "Some of them are running, trying to get past the checkpoint." The soldiers opened fire. We watched from the rail line as people fell, as the crowd scattered. As Voss's troops executed anyone who tried to breach the perimeter, this wasn't evacuation. This was containment. Kill anyone who might be infected. Burn the city. Hope the fire destroys the virus. "We need to find another way out," Ray said. "There is no other way out," Jenny whispered. She was shaking, her eyes fixed on the bodies below. "They're going to bomb the whole city. There's nowhere to go." An explosion behind us lit up the sky. Chemical Valley was gone, just a crater now, the fires spreading outward from the epicenter. The dead were burning, but they kept coming, kept following us, kept closing in. We were trapped. The Capitol checkpoint ahead, the burning city behind, the horde below. Danny Burke stepped forward. He'd been quiet since we left the hospital, shell-shocked and useless, but now His face was set with something that might have been determination or might have been despair. "My father did this," he said. "Harlan Burke. He cut corners at the mine, ignored safety protocols, let the NIOSH facility dump contaminated runoff into the mine ventilation system. This whole thing, the virus, the outbreak, all of it, it started because my father wanted to save money on wastewater treatment." We all stared at him. "The mine company kept records," Danny continued. "Emails, financial documents, evidence of the safety violations, everything. It's all in a server at the main office in McDowell County." "How does that help us now?" Jim asked. "Because if we can prove this was corporate negligence, if we can prove someone is responsible, then the government can't just bomb the evidence. They'll have to investigate. They'll have to nothing." Voss's voice cut through the air. He was climbing the rail line ladder, his sidearm drawn, his face carved from stone. "Harlan Burke sealed that mine to contain the outbreak. He died a hero. And that's the official story." He leveled the gun at Danny. "You're going to keep believing that story, or you're going to join your father." My hand went to my pipe. Ray's went to his pistol. But Voss had 20 soldiers on the ground below, all with clear shots at us. "Put down your weapons," Voss ordered. "All of you, do it now." Crystal stepped in front of me. "We're not infected. Let us prove it. Blood tests, whatever you need, we can show we're clean." "No one's clean." Voss's gun didn't waver. "The whole city's contaminated. Everyone who was in Charleston when this started is a carrier. You might not turn today, might not turn tomorrow, but eventually you'll turn. And I'm not taking that risk." "So you're just going to shoot us?" Amy asked. "Execute 21 people because we might be infected?" "Might be?" Voss laughed, harsh and bitter. "Lady, you're standing in ground zero of a pandemic that's killed 500,000 people in 9 days. The entire eastern seaboard is under martial law. There are reports of outbreaks in Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Richmond. This thing is spreading faster than we can contain it. And people like you, survivors from the hot zone, you're vectors. You're walking biological weapons, so yes, I'm going to shoot you. And then I'm going to burn your bodies. And then I'm going to pray that's enough." He cocked the hammer. Dr. Webb stepped forward, his hands raised. "Colonel, I'm a researcher. I've been studying this virus since day one. I have blood samples, case studies, documentation of the infection's progression. If you're serious about containing this outbreak, you need that research." Voss's gun shifted to Dr. Webb. "Where's this research?" "Hospital, secured in the laboratory. But it's in a building that's about to be bombed. If you want it, you need to delay the airstrike." "Can't be done." "Then you're killing thousands of people in other cities because you're too afraid to take a chance on the people who survived this one." For a long moment, Voss said nothing. Below us, the horde was gathering. Above us, we could hear jets screaming toward the city. The world was ending in fire and blood, and we were standing in the middle of it arguing about research data and moral responsibility. "Fine," Voss said finally. "You've got 2 hours. Get me that research. Prove it's worth saving. If you can't, I shoot all of you and we proceed with the bombing as planned." He lowered the gun. We ran back toward the hospital. Day 10. Crystal. The hospital was burning when we got back. Not the main building, not yet. But the west wing was fully engulfed, the flames spreading toward the research laboratory where Dr. Webb had stored 9 days' worth of data on the virus, the infection progression, the blood samples from survivors and victims alike. "How long?" my father asked as we approached the loading dock. Dr. Webb checked his watch. 90 minutes until Voss pulls the trigger, less if the fire reaches the fuel storage. The loading dock door was blocked now, bodies piled against it from the inside. The dead had gotten in through somewhere else, had filled the lower floors. We could see them through the windows, dozens of them, wandering the halls we'd defended for over a week. "The roof access," Luis said. "There's a fire escape on the north side." We circled the building. The fire escape was there, rusted but intact. It led to the roof, and from the roof we could access the laboratory on the 5th floor through an interior stairwell. Jim went up first, testing each step before putting his full weight on it. The metal groaned but held. One by one, we climbed, all 21 of us racing against fire and time and Colonel Voss's deadline. The roof was clear. The stairwell door was jammed, but we forced it open. Inside, the smell hit us first, death and decay and smoke. The dead were below us, trapped in the lower floors, but the stairwell seemed clear. We descended in the darkness, headlamps and flashlights cutting through the smoke. 5th floor, 4th, 3rd. The laboratory was on the 5th floor, behind a security door that required a key card. Dr. Webb swiped his card. The light stayed red. "Power's out," he said. "We'll have to force it." Ray and my father put their shoulders to the door. It bent, but didn't break. Behind us, we could hear sounds from the lower floors. The dead had heard us. They were coming. "Move!" Jim pushed them aside, raised his rifle, and shot the lock. The door swung open. The laboratory was intact. Dr. Webb rushed to the refrigeration unit, pulling out sample cases, documentation, hard drives full of data. "We need transport. These samples have to stay cold or they're worthless." Amy grabbed an emergency medical case, dumped the contents, filled it with ice packs from the freezer. We loaded the samples, packed them tight, sealed the case. "Got it," Dr. Webb said. "Let's go." The dead were in the stairwell when we emerged. 10 of them, maybe 15, climbing toward us with that terrible coordination that shouldn't exist in corpses. We went up instead of down. Burst through the roof access door and slammed it behind us. Something was pounding on the other side within seconds. "The fire escape," Jenny said. "We can—" An explosion shook the building. The west wing collapsed in a shower of flame and debris. The fire escape attached to the west side went with it. We watched it fall, watched our escape route disappear into the inferno below. "Now what?" Danny asked, his voice cracking with fear. My father was looking at the next building over, an office complex, maybe 30 feet away. Between us and it, a gap that would mean certain death if we fell. "We jump," he said. "That's insane," Dr. Webb protested. "You have a better idea?" My father grabbed a length of pipe from a rooftop utility box, tested its weight. We rope together, take a running start, and jump. First person across secures the rope for the others. It was insane. It was also our only chance. Jim went first. He backed up to the far edge of the roof, sprinted forward, and launched himself across the gap. For a moment he was flying, arms windmilling, legs churning air. Then he hit the other roof, rolled, came up grinning. "Easy," he called back. Ray went next, then Luis, then Amy. One by one, we made the jump, secured by a rope that Jim had anchored to a vent stack on the other side. Jenny froze at the edge. I can't do it." "Yes, you can," my father said gently. "You made it this far. You survived 9 days of hell. You can make one jump." She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Behind us, the roof access door was splintering. The dead were almost through. I took her hand. "Together," I said. "We jump together." We ran. We jumped. For one terrible moment, there was nothing beneath us but 30 feet of empty air, and certain death. Then the other roof slammed into our feet, and we were rolling, gasping, alive. Dr. Webb jumped next, clutching the sample case to his chest. He made it. Danny jumped and barely caught the edge, his fingers scrabbling for purchase until Ray grabbed his wrist and hauled him up. My father was last. He stood on the far roof, the dead pouring through the door behind him, reaching for him with hungry hands. "Dad!" I screamed. "Jump!" He looked at me. He looked at the dead. He looked at the pipe in his hand. Then he threw it like a javelin, straight into the lead dead man's skull, turned and ran. He cleared the gap with room to spare, landing in a textbook roll coming up beside me. "Never doubted it for a second," he said, breathing hard. Behind us, the hospital collapsed. The building we'd defended. The place where my mother had died, where I'd killed 27 people who weren't people anymore. It all came down in a roar of flame and falling concrete. We had 60 minutes to get the samples to Voss. We ran across the rooftops of Charleston, jumping from building to building, while the city burned beneath us. Day 10, Earl continued. We made it to the capital with 15 minutes to spare. Voss was waiting at the checkpoint, his soldiers still holding the perimeter, the crowd of survivors still being screened and sorted and executed based on symptoms only they understood. Dr. Webb placed the sample case at Voss's feet. 9 days of research, blood samples from survivors and victims, documentation of the infection's progression, proof that some people have natural immunity. This is the key to a vaccine, Colonel. This is how you stop this thing. Voss opened the case, examined the contents, closed it. "I'll have it analyzed." "And us?" Crystal asked. "What happens to us?" "You failed the screening." Voss gestured to his soldiers. "You were in the hot zone too long. You're contaminated." "We're immune," Dr. Webb protested. "Look at us. 9 days of exposure and none of us have turned. That has to mean something." "It means you're lucky, or it means you're about to turn and infect everyone at this checkpoint." Voss's hand went to his sidearm. "I'm sorry, truly, but I have my orders." Danny Burke stepped forward. "Then I want you to have something else. Something that will make sure my father's company is held accountable for this." He pulled out a thumb drive from his pocket, the data he'd mentioned earlier. Everything, every email, every financial record, every safety violation that led to this outbreak. Burke Mining Company poisoned Chemical Valley. They caused this, and I want the world to know. Voss took the thumb drive, weighed it in his palm. "Your father was a hero, son. Died trying to contain the outbreak. My father was a murderer, and I'm not letting him be remembered as anything else." For a long moment, Voss said nothing. Then he pocketed the thumb drive and turned to his soldiers. "Take them to quarantine, full isolation. We monitor them for 72 hours. If they're still clean after that, we move them to the survivor camp in Pittsburgh." "Sir," one of the soldiers said, "the orders were—" "I'm changing the orders. These people brought us research that could save millions of lives. They've earned 72 hours. It wasn't freedom. It wasn't safety. But it was a chance. They took us to a quarantine facility in the basement of the Capitol building. 21 people in a room designed for 10, with armed guards outside the door and samples taken every 6 hours to check for infection. The bombs fell on Charleston at 1800 hours as scheduled. We felt them through the Capitol's foundations, felt the city dying above us. Chemical Valley was vaporized. The downtown area was reduced to rubble. The hospital where Crystal had saved lives and lost her mother was erased from the earth. But we were alive. Day 13, Crystal. 72 hours passed, then 96, then a full week. None of us turned. None of us showed symptoms. Whatever immunity we'd developed, whether from exposure or genetics or pure dumb luck, it was real. Dr. Webb spent every waking hour analyzing the blood samples with the military's research team, working toward a vaccine. Luis was helping coordinate survivor recovery operations. Amy was training new medical personnel. Jenny had taken charge of the children in the survivor camp, giving them some semblance of school, of normalcy. My father and I sat on the roof of the Capitol building, looking out over the ruins of Charleston. The fires had finally burned themselves out. The dead had been incinerated or were trapped in the rubble. The city was quiet. "Your mother would have been proud of you," he said. "What you did at the hospital, keeping those people alive as long as you did. I killed her, Dad. I put a scalpel through her brain. You honored her final request. That's different." His hand found mine. "She knew she was dying. She knew what came after. And she trusted you to do what needed to be done. That's not killing, that's love." I leaned against his shoulder, the way I used to when I was a kid and the world seemed too big and scary. Except now the world actually was big and scary, and leaning against my father's shoulder didn't make it smaller or safer. It just made it bearable. "What happens now?" I asked. "Now? We rebuild. We survive. We make sure this never happens again." Below us, in the quarantine camp, Ray Cooper was talking with a group of survivors from McDowell County. Jim Crawford was teaching weapons safety to the camp's security force. Danny Burke was giving interviews to the military investigators about his father's company, about the safety violations, about how corporate greed had unleashed hell on Earth. It wasn't justice. It wasn't closure. But it was something. Day 15. Earl Colonel Voss found me on the roof 2 days later. He looked older than he had at the checkpoint, like the weight of all those execution orders had aged him years in just days. "The research is promising," he said, sitting down beside me without invitation. "Dr. Webb thinks he can have a working vaccine in 6 months, maybe less. That's good news. Danny Burke's data is being investigated. Looks like Harlan Burke's company was criminally negligent in their handling of the NIOSH facility's wastewater. The virus, they're calling it Solanum now. It was being stored at the facility for research. Should have been contained. Would have been contained if Burke Mining hadn't cut corners on the environmental protection systems. So Danny was right. His father caused all this. Looks that way." Voss pulled out a cigarette, didn't light it. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry. About the checkpoint, about the executions. I was following orders, but that doesn't make it right." I thought about the body bags, about the people who'd survived 9 days of hell only to be shot on the Capitol steps because they might have been infected. "Orders have to come from somewhere," I said. "Someone made the decision to execute survivors instead of saving them." "Someone always does." Voss stood, still holding the unlit cigarette. "You and your daughter. You're being transferred to Pittsburgh tomorrow. There's a survivor settlement there, people rebuilding. Dr. Webb's going too, continuing his research. The others from your group, they can go with you if they want. And if we don't want to go, then you stay here and help clear the rubble. Either way, you're free. Quarantine's over, you're clean." He walked away, leaving me alone on the roof. I found Crystal in the medical tent, helping Amy process new arrivals from the outlying areas. People were still trickling in, still surviving against impossible odds. The world hadn't ended. It had just changed. "We're being transferred to Pittsburgh," I told her. "Tomorrow. Voss says there's a settlement there, people rebuilding. She nodded without looking up from the wound she was cleaning. And the others? Their choice. Come with us or stay here. What do you want to do? I thought about McDowell County, about the mine where I'd spent 16 years digging coal out of the earth, about the house Sarah and I had bought when we were first married, about Tommy Vance and Dale Mitchell, and all the other miners who died in the darkness below the earth. I want to go somewhere new, I said. Somewhere that doesn't smell like coal dust and death. I want to build something instead of tearing it down. And I want to do it with you. She looked up then, her eyes wet. Yeah, me too. Day 7. Crystal. We left Charleston in a convoy of military trucks. 21 survivors headed north toward whatever came next. The city was a scar on the landscape now, a blackened crater where 500,000 people had lived and died in the span of 2 weeks. But we were alive. I sat in the back of the truck between my father and Amy, watching the ruins disappear behind us. Dr. Webb was in the front, still scribbling notes about the virus, about the vaccine, about the future. Luis was sleeping against Ray's shoulder. Jenny had Danny's hand in hers. When that had started, I didn't know. But it seemed right somehow. 2 people who'd lost everything finding something in each other. You think it's really over? Amy asked quietly. No, my father said. There'll be other outbreaks, other hot zones. This thing spread too far too fast. It's going to keep popping up for years. That's cheerful. But we know how to fight it now. We know who's immune. We have Dr. Webb's research. We have Danny's evidence. We have proof that this wasn't some act of God. It was corporate negligence and human greed. He looked at me. We have survivors who know how to keep surviving. That counts for something. It counted for everything. The convoy reached Pittsburgh 3 days later. The city was different from Charleston. Fortified, organized, with high walls and armed patrols and a functioning government. They'd learned from Charleston's mistakes. They'd prepared. They welcomed us like heroes. Survivors from ground zero, carriers of immunity, living proof that the virus could be beaten. Dr. Webb was taken to the research facility to continue his work. Luis and Amy joined the medical teams, helping integrate new survivors. Jenny started teaching again, this time in a school inside the walls. Danny took a job with the settlement's security force, trying to make amends for his father's sins by protecting other people's families. Ray Cooper found work in the settlement supply depot, staying busy to keep from thinking about Janet. And my father and I? We were given a small house on the northern edge of the settlement, 2 bedrooms and a kitchen and a view of the river. It wasn't much, but it was ours. Day 30. Earl. 1 month after the outbreak, I stood in the garden behind our house and planted tomatoes. It seemed insane, planting vegetables while the world was still burning, while reports of new outbreaks came in from a dozen different cities. But Crystal had insisted, had said something about hope and normalcy, and refusing to let the dead define how the living should live. So I planted tomatoes. She was inside, working a shift at the settlement's hospital. They'd made her a charge nurse almost immediately, her experience at KMC during the outbreak making her invaluable. She came home every night exhausted but satisfied, talking about patients she'd saved and procedures she'd improved and slowly rebuilding the life the virus had stolen. I thought about Sarah often, about the last time I'd seen her at the mine before she'd been bitten and ended up at the hospital, about how she'd died thinking I was safe, thinking Crystal would find me, about how she'd been right. The settlement's PA system crackled to life. Dr. Webb's voice, excited and slightly breathless. "This is Dr. Marcus Webb with an announcement. We have successfully created a working vaccine against the Solanum virus. Initial trials show 97% effectiveness. Production begins immediately. This is the beginning of the end, people. We're going to beat this thing." I stood in the garden, dirt under my fingernails, tomato seedlings in the ground, and felt something I hadn't felt in 30 days. Hope. Day 45. Crystal. The vaccine distribution began 6 weeks after the outbreak. Priority went to medical personnel, then security forces, then anyone working in high-exposure positions. Within 3 months, they promised, everyone in the settlement would be vaccinated. Within 6 months, they'd start vaccinating the outlying communities. Within a year, maybe they'd have enough vaccine to start reclaiming the dead zones. It wasn't fast enough. People were still dying. Cities were still falling. But it was something. I got my vaccine on day 45, along with the other hospital workers. Dr. Webb administered it personally, his hands steady despite the magnitude of what we were doing. "This is it," he said, injecting the serum into my arm. "This is how we win." That night, I sat on the roof of our house with my father, watching the settlement's lights push back the darkness. Somewhere out there, beyond the poles, the dead were still walking. But here, inside, people were living. "Mom would have loved this," I said. "She would have been leading the vaccine research," Dad agreed. "Probably would have figured it out faster than Dr. Webb." "Definitely faster." We sat in comfortable silence, father and daughter, survivors of the apocalypse, watching the world try to heal itself. "You think we'll ever be normal again?" I asked. "No, but I think we'll be something better. Something stronger." He put his arm around my shoulders. "We survived the worst thing that could happen. Everything after this is easy." It wasn't easy, it never would be. But we survived together. Day 50, Earl. The settlement held a memorial service on day 55 for everyone who had died in the Charleston outbreak. 500,000 names read aloud, one by one, in a ceremony that lasted 18 hours. Sarah's name was near the end of the alphabet, and when I heard it spoken, I felt Crystal's hand find mine. We'd survived, but we'd lost so much. Danny Burke spoke at the ceremony, talking about his father's culpability, about corporate responsibility, about making sure this never happened again. The Settlement Council had already passed laws mandating safety inspections, environmental protections, and criminal penalties for negligence that led to public health crises. It wouldn't bring back the dead, but it might save the living. Ray Cooper scattered Janet's ashes in the river. Jenny Caldwell planted a tree in the settlement's memorial garden for her students who hadn't made it out. Jim Crawford carved the names of his hunting buddies into a stone memorial. We all grieved in our own ways. And then we kept living. Day 60. Crystal. 2 months after the outbreak, I performed my first surgery in the settlement hospital, an appendectomy on a teenager who'd been too scared to report symptoms until the infection was critical. Dr. Webb supervised, but he let me take the lead, let me make the decisions, let me save a life. When it was over, when the patient was stable and sleeping off the anesthesia, Dr. Webb pulled me aside. "You're wasted as a charge nurse," he said. "You should be in medical school. You should be a surgeon. I'm 28 years old with no money, and the world's ending." "The world's not ending. It's rebooting. And when it boots back up, it's going to need doctors. Smart ones, brave ones. Ones who've been through hell and came out the other side." He handed me an application packet for the settlement's medical training program. They were fast-tracking qualified nurses into physician roles, condensing years of training into intensive programs designed to replace the doctors who had died in the outbreaks. "Think about it," he said. I thought about it. I applied. Day 100, Earl. 3 months after the outbreak, the settlement sent out its first reclamation team to Charleston. I volunteered. So did Ray. So did Jim. We went back to the ruins of the city we'd fled, armed with vaccines and flamethrowers and the grim determination of people who'd already lost everything and had nothing left to fear. The dead were still there. Thousands of them, trapped in the rubble, wandering the burned-out streets. We cleared them systematically, building by building, block by block. It was brutal work. It was necessary work. And it was closure. We found the hospital on day 17 of the reclamation, or what was left of it. The building was collapsed, burned, but the foundations were intact. Somewhere under all that rubble was the laboratory where Dr. Webb had done his research, where Crystal had saved lives, where Sarah had died. I stood in the ruins and said goodbye. Not to Sarah. I'd said goodbye to her weeks ago, at the memorial with Crystal beside me. This goodbye was to the life we'd had before, to the world that was gone, to the version of myself that had been a coal miner, a husband, a father to a daughter who didn't have to worry about the dead rising to eat the living. That world was gone. This new world, this harder, darker, more dangerous world. This was what we had now, and we were going to make it work. Day 150, Crystal. 5 months after the outbreak, I started medical school. Dr. Webb was my primary instructor, along with 3 other doctors who'd survived the Charleston outbreak and made their way to Pittsburgh. The program was intense: 18-hour days, surgical rotations, emergency medicine training, all of it compressed into a schedule that would have been impossible before the outbreak, but now seemed merely difficult. I loved it. Amy was in the program with me, so was Luis, cross-training from paramedicine to full MD status. We studied together, practiced on donated bodies from the reclamation teams, learned how to cut and suture and save lives in a world where lives were precious and precarious. My father would come home from the reclamation work and find me asleep at the kitchen table, medical textbooks open around me, diagrams of human anatomy scrawled on every available surface. "You're going to make one hell of a doctor," he'd say, carrying me to bed the way he had when I was a kid. "Already am," I'd mumble, half asleep, and I believed it, day 200. Earl, 6.5 months after the outbreak, the Charleston reclamation was complete. We'd cleared the city, burned the dead, salvaged what could be salvaged. The settlement council was already planning reconstruction, not of the old city, but something new, something better. I was offered a position on the reconstruction team, civil engineering, infrastructure development, building a city that could withstand another outbreak. It was good work, important work. I took it. Ray Cooper was offered the same position. He took it too. We worked side by side, the way we had in the mine, except now we were building instead of digging, creating instead of destroying. It felt right. Danny Burke surprised everyone by joining the settlement's investigative team, working to track down other companies that might be cutting corners on biohazard containment. His father's crimes had given him a mission: make sure no one else died from corporate negligence. He was good at it. Relentless. Unforgiving. Jenny Caldwell married him on day 180. It was a small ceremony, just our group and a few other survivors, but it was genuine. 2 people who'd found each other in hell and decided to build something together in what came after. Jim Crawford didn't make it to the wedding. He died on day 165, clearing a building in the reclamation zone. A dead one that shouldn't have been mobile, a bite that got infected. He refused amputation, said he'd rather die than lose his shooting arm. We honored his choice. Day 250. Crystal. 8 months after the outbreak, I performed my first solo surgery. An emergency C-section on a woman who'd gone into labor 2 months early. Her baby in distress. No time for Dr. Webb to scrub in. I saved them both. The mother named the baby Hope. It seemed appropriate. The settlement was growing. New survivors arrived every week, vaccinated immediately, integrated into the community. We were up to 50,000 people now, with plans to expand the walls, build more housing, establish trade routes with other settlements. The dead were still out there, still dangerous. But we were learning to live with them, the way people learn to live with any natural disaster. We built walls, we posted guards, we stayed vigilant, and we lived. My father and I had dinner together every Sunday, a tradition we'd started on day 30 and maintained religiously since. We'd cook together, him handling the meat, me doing the vegetables, and we'd talk about our weeks, our work, our hopes for the future. "I'm proud of you," he said one Sunday. "Your mother would be proud of you. She'd be proud of you too, building a new city, helping people rebuild their lives. We do what we can. She'd be proud of you too, building a new city, helping people rebuild their lives. We do what we can. She'd be proud of you too, building a new city, helping people rebuild their lives." He raised his glass. "To Sarah, to Tommy, to everyone we lost, to everyone we saved," I added. We drank day 300. Earl, 10 months after the outbreak, the first building in New Charleston was completed. A hospital, 3 stories, state-of-the-art equipment designed specifically for outbreak response. Crystal was there for the ribbon-cutting ceremony representing the medical training program. Dr. Woob gave a speech about resilience and hope and the human capacity to overcome. The Settlement Council announced plans for a research center, a vaccine production facility, and a memorial museum to honor the dead. But the hospital came first, because saving lives came first. I watched my daughter walk through the new hospital, pointing out the design features to the other students, talking about patient flow and quarantine protocols, and all the lessons we'd learned from Charleston. She was brilliant. She was strong. She was everything Sarah and I had hoped she'd be. And she was alive. Day 365, Crystal. 1 year after the outbreak, we held another memorial service. This one was different, not just mourning the dead, but celebrating the living, celebrating survival. The settlement had grown to 75,000 people. The vaccine was being distributed to settlements across the country. Outbreaks were becoming rarer. The dead were being pushed back. We were winning. Dr. Webb announced his retirement from active medicine, transitioning to pure research. He'd discovered something in the blood samples from Charleston, a genetic marker that predicted immunity. If they could isolate it, replicate it, they might be able to create universal immunity. Eliminate the Solanum virus entirely. It would take years, maybe decades. But we had time now. I graduated from medical school on day 365. Top of my class. Dr. Webb shook my hand, told me I was the finest surgeon he'd ever trained, said the world was lucky to have me. My father was in the audience, tears streaming down his face. Afterward, we went to the memorial garden where we'd planted a tree for my mother. The tree was taller now, putting out leaves, a physical reminder that life continued. She would have been here, Dad said. Front row, cheering louder than anyone. She is here, I said. In every patient I save, in every life I touch, in everything we built from the ashes. He pulled me into a hug. I love you, baby girl. I love you too, Dad. We stood there in the garden, father and daughter, survivors of the apocalypse, while the sun set over New Charleston and the world tried to remember what peace looked like. We'd survived. We'd found each other. We'd built something new from the ruins of everything we'd lost. And tomorrow, we'd do it all again. Because that's what survivors do. They keep surviving. Together. Now, let's move on to the next story, which is even better. The stairwell door to the casino floor opens onto hell. Bodies everywhere, some still twitching, others motionless in spreading pools of blood. The slot machines are still going, their digital screens flashing jackpots and bonuses, while their players lie torn apart at their bases. A group of them, maybe 10 or 12 infected, are clustered around something near the bar, feeding, and the wet, tearing sounds make my stomach heave. Angela! I'm shouting before I can stop myself, and every head in that group snaps toward us. They move as one, abandoning their meal, and suddenly we're running again. Tommy grabs a cocktail tray from a serving station and uses it like a shield, batting aside the first one to reach us. I grab a chair and start swinging, feeling bones break under the impact. They keep coming. They always keep coming. We fight our way toward the cocktail station where Angela should be, where I pray she is, and I'm screaming her name between swings. Frankie! Her voice cuts through the chaos, and I see her. Angela, my baby sister, standing on top of the bar with another cocktail waitress, both of them holding broken bottles. Relief floods through me so strong, my knees almost buckle. Jump! Tommy yells. And they do, jumping into our arms as we catch them and keep moving. The infected are right behind us, their growls and screams echoing off the high ceilings. We run for the main exit, smashing through the glass doors onto Virginia Street. Outside is worse. The street has turned into a war zone. National Guard trucks are setting up barricades at the intersections, soldiers firing into crowds of infected. A helicopter circles overhead, searchlight cutting through the smoke rising from a dozen fires. People are trying to flee in their cars, but the roads are completely blocked, so they abandon the vehicles and run on foot, only to be dragged down by the infected. We need a plan, Angela gasps, still clutching her broken bottle. The other waitress, her name tag says Rita, is crying silently, mascara running down her cheeks. North, Tommy says immediately. Stead Airport. That's where they'll evacuate from, if anywhere. It's 7 miles, but we can make it if we move fast. 7 miles through that? Rita points at the chaos. You got a better idea, sweetheart? Tommy's voice is harsh, but his eyes are scanning the street, already planning a route. We stay here, we die. Simple as that. I look at Angela. She's terrified. I can see it in her eyes, but she's holding it together. 26 years old, and this is what her Friday night has become. I'm getting you out of this, I tell her. Whatever it takes. She nods, trusting me like she's trusted me since we were kids in our aunt's house in Sparks after Mom died. Okay, let's go. We're about to move when I hear it. A voice amplified through a megaphone cutting through the screams and gunfire. Attention, citizens of Reno. Attention. Organized evacuation is now in effect. Please proceed calmly to the designated safe zones. Transportation will be provided. I repeat, organized evacuation. The voice is smooth, professional, and completely full of shit. I recognize it. Vincent Marcello, owner of the Grand Sierra and half a dozen other properties in Reno, made his fortune in real estate and allegedly laundering money for West Coast drug cartels, though nothing's ever stuck. He's standing on top of an armored security van 3 blocks down, flanked by private security and tactical gear. For a small fee to cover operational costs, we can ensure your safe passage to the airport. Cash only, no exceptions. You gotta be kidding me, Rita whispers. He's charging people to escape? Tommy spits on the ground. That's Marcello. Never let a crisis go to waste. He's probably been planning this since the outbreak started. I watch as desperate people swarm the van, waving cash, jewelry, anything of value. Marcello's security is letting them through in small groups, taking their money, herding them into vehicles. But I see what happens to the ones who don't have anything to pay with. They're turned away, left to the infected that are steadily moving through the streets. We're not going near that piece of shit, I say. We find our own way. We move east, away from Marcello's convoy, cutting through alleys and parking garages. The infected are everywhere, but they're disorganized, easy to avoid if you're smart and quiet. Tommy leads us through a loading dock behind a Chinese restaurant, up a fire escape, across a rooftop that overlooks the chaos below. From up here I can see the whole city burning. The arch is dark, its famous neon sign shot out or powered down. Fires rage along the Truckee River, where cars have crashed and exploded. In the distance, toward the university, I see military helicopters circling. UNR, Angela says, following my gaze. That's where it started, right? The research lab? According to the radio, Tommy confirms. Some grad student went postal, released the virus during some big conference at the Grand Sierra. Patient 0 infected maybe 200 people before anyone knew what was happening. Then those people went back to their hotels, their casinos, their homes. By the time the city realized what was happening, it was already too late. Rita is shaking, her broken bottle clutched so tight her knuckles are white. My kids. I have 2 kids in Sparks with their father. I need to... Sparks is gone, Tommy says flatly. Radio said the National Guard pulled out an hour ago. They're focusing on containing Reno now, setting up a perimeter to keep it from spreading to Carson City. You're lying. You're a liar. Rita lunges at him, but I catch her, hold her back. Rita, listen to me, I say, as gently as I can, while holding a struggling woman on a rooftop, surrounded by the infected dead. The best thing you can do for your kids is survive. Get to the airport. Get evacuated. Then you find them. But right now, right here, you have to focus on living through the next hour. She collapses against me, sobbing, and I let her cry for about 30 seconds before Tommy clears his throat. We gotta move. Sun's going down. He's right. Dusk is falling fast, and the streetlights are out. Most of the city is dark except for the fires. We climb down from the roof and continue north, moving through the residential areas where the houses are dark and silent. Sometimes we see movement in windows, infected trapped inside or survivors barricading themselves in. We don't stop to check which. We're crossing a park near the university when we find Dr. Sarah Chen. She's sitting on a bench, a pistol in her lap, blood soaked through her white lab coat. For a second, I think she's infected, but then she looks up, and her eyes are clear. You're not going to make it to Stead, she says calmly. The military bombed the airport 40 minutes ago. Too many infected. They're establishing a new evacuation point at the Air National Guard base, but they're only taking essential personnel and select civilians. Tommy raises his axe. And how do you know that? Because I helped create the virus you're all running from. She stands slowly, hands visible, no threat. Dr. Sarah Chen, UNR Virology Department, The Rabies X project. We were developing a treatment for neurological disorders using modified rabies vectors. My graduate assistant, Jeremy Wu, he was brilliant but unstable. When we rejected his dissertation proposal, she gestures at the burning city. He did this, released 17 vials of active virus at the medical conference yesterday morning. Angela steps closer. Can you stop it? Is there a cure? Dr. Chen laughs, but there's no humor in it. Stop it? The infection works in under a minute. It rewrites the brainstem, shuts down higher cognitive function, amplifies aggression, and eliminates pain response. The infected don't eat because they're hungry. They attack because it's the only drive left in their rewired brains. She pulls up her sleeve, showing us a bite mark on her forearm. Dark veins spider out from the wound. I've been bitten for 3 hours. I should have turned in 3 minutes, but I injected myself with an experimental neutralizing agent before the infection could complete. It's buying me time, maybe a day, maybe 2, but I'm dead. The question is whether I can help you before that happens. Tommy doesn't lower the axe. Why should we trust you? Because I know how to get to the Air National Guard base. I know which routes are clear and which ones are crawling with infected. I know the security protocols they're using for evacuation screening. She coughs, and blood flecks her lips. And because I owe the world something for my part in ending it. Consider me your guide to salvation, or damnation, whichever comes first. I look at Tommy, at Angela, at Rita, who's still crying silently. We need every advantage we can get. Okay, I say. You're with us. But the second you start to turn up, you put a bullet in my brain. I understand. I'd prefer the same courtesy. Dr. Chen checks her pistol. A small 9mm, 3 rounds left. The base is 12 miles northeast. We'll need transportation most of the way. I know where we can find a vehicle. We follow her through the dark streets, moving like ghosts through a dead city. The infected are drawn to noise and movement, so we stay quiet, stay low. Dr. Chen leads us to the university parking garage, to a section reserved for faculty. She stops in front of a white Ford Explorer. Belongs to the department head. He won't be needing it anymore. I saw him turn during the outbreak. She smashes the driver's window with a rock, reaches in and unlocks the doors. Anyone know how to hotwire? I do, Rita says quietly. She stopped crying, her face set in hard lines. My ex taught me, before he became my ex. It takes her 2 minutes to get the engine running. We pile in. Tommy in the passenger seat with his axe, me in the back with Angela pressed against my side, Dr. Chen behind Rita with her pistol ready. The garage is full of abandoned cars, but the exit is clear. Rita navigates through the debris on the streets, heading northeast like Dr. Chen directs. We make it maybe 2 miles before we hit the first real obstacle. The highway overpass is blocked by a massive pileup. At least 30 cars, some still burning. Bodies lie scattered among the wreckage, and movement in the shadows suggests not all of them are dead. Alternate route, Dr. Chen says, studying a map on her phone. Somehow, she still has battery. Take McCarran East, then cut north on Wells. It'll add time, but... The windshield explodes inward, and suddenly there's an infected in the car with us. He must have been hiding on the roof of the Explorer, waiting. His teeth sink into Rita's shoulder, and she screams, jerking the wheel. We slam into a light post, and the world spins. When I come to, maybe 10 seconds later, the Explorer is on its side. My head is ringing, and there's blood in my mouth, but I'm alive. Angela is groaning next to me, conscious. Tommy is already moving, climbing out through the broken windshield. Dr. Chen is cursing, trying to get her seatbelt unbuckled. Rita is still in the driver's seat, and the infected is still on top of her, tearing into her throat. She's not screaming anymore. No! I grab the tire iron from the back and smash it into the infected skull, again and again until he stops moving. But it's too late for Rita. Her eyes are already glazing over, foam gathering at her lips. The infection is spreading with horrifying speed. Out now! Tommy yells, and we scramble from the wreck. We're barely 10 feet away when Rita, what used to be Rita, climbs out of the Explorer, her movements jerky and wrong. More infected are emerging from the pileup, drawn by the crash. We run. East on McCarran, like Dr. Chen said. Our vehicle gone, our group smaller. I'm holding Angela's hand, pulling her along, and she's keeping up, but I can hear her crying. Behind us, the infected give chase, their howls echoing off the empty buildings. In here! Dr. Chen yanks open a door to an office building. We pile inside and Tommy slams it shut, bracing it with a filing cabinet. The infected hit it seconds later, clawing and shrieking, but the barricade holds. We're in some kind of dental office, dark, except for the emergency exit signs. Dr. Chen leads us deeper into the building, through the reception area, past examination rooms filled with expensive equipment that won't matter anymore. We find a break room in the back, no windows, one door we can lock. For the first time in hours, we stop running. Angela collapses into a chair, her whole body shaking. I check her for bites, for injuries, but she's clean. Just terrified. We all are. Rita's kids, Angela whispers. Oh, God, those kids. Don't, Tommy says, but not unkindly. Don't think about what we can't fix, only what we can. Dr. Chen is sitting against the wall, her eyes closed. Even in the dim light, I can see the veins around her bite are darker, spreading further up her arm. I've got maybe 36 hours before the neutralizing agent fails, she says. We need to move fast. The Air National Guard base is still 10 miles northeast, without a vehicle through a city full of infected in the dark. So, we wait for dawn, I say. Hole up here, rest, then move at first light. No. Dr. Chen opens her eyes. Marcello. What about him? He's not running an evacuation. He's running an extortion ring. I heard the security chatter before the university went dark. He's got access to military transport, helicopters. He's charging people $100,000 per seat to get out before the Air Force bombs Reno into rubble. Angela sits up straight. They're going to bomb the city? Containment protocol. If the infection can't be stopped, they'll destroy Reno rather than let it spread to California or beyond. We've got maybe 72 hours before the bombs drop. Less if the infected breach the containment perimeter. Tommy is pacing, his axe swinging in lazy arcs. So we need to get on one of Marcello's helicopters. Great. Except none of us have $100,000 lying around. No, I say slowly, an idea forming. But Marcello knows me. I've dealt cards to him and his associates for 20 years. He's got a file on everyone who works the casinos. It's how he keeps tabs on potential recruits for his money laundering operations. If I can get to him, talk to him. He'll shoot you in the head and take whatever you have in your pockets. Dr. Chen interrupts. Vincent Marcello isn't known for his compassion. He's a sociopath who's found his perfect disaster. Then we take what we need, Tommy says. We find one of his convoys. We take a helicopter by force. With what army? Angela asks. It's the four of us against his entire security force. We sit in silence, the weight of our situation crushing down. Somewhere in the building, we hear movement. Footsteps. The infected have found a way inside. "We can't stay here," Dr. Chen says, standing with effort. Her hand goes to her arm, to the spreading infection. "We keep moving northeast, find other survivors, build our numbers. Then we figure out how to either get on Marcello's helicopters or get to the Air National Guard base before the city burns." It's not much of a plan, but it's all we have. We leave the break room, moving quietly through the darkened office building. The infected are on the floor below us. I can hear them shambling through the halls, searching. We find a stairwell and climb to the roof, emerging into the night air. Reno spreads out below us, a dying city lit by fires and emergency lights. In the distance, I can see searchlights sweeping the sky near the university. Military presence, but how long will it last? How long before they pull back and let the bombs do their work? "There," Tommy points northwest. "See those lights? That's Marcello's convoy. He's set up some kind of staging area near the Silver Legacy, probably using it as his base of operations." "We're not going there," I say firmly. "We stick to the plan. Northeast to the base. We avoid Marcello completely." "And if the base won't take us?" Angela asks. Dr. Chen said they're only evacuating essential personnel. "Then we make ourselves essential." Dr. Ziz. "I'm a virologist who helped create this nightmare. That makes me valuable. You're all with me. That makes you valuable by association." It's a thin hope, but hope nonetheless. We descend from the roof using a fire escape, moving through alleys and side streets. The infected are everywhere, but they hunt by sound and movement, so we stay silent and slow. When we have to fight, we fight quick and quiet. Tommy's axe, my tire iron, Angela's broken bottle. Dr. Chen doesn't waste her 3 bullets. Not yet. We find other survivors along the way. An elderly couple barricaded in their home who refuse to leave. A group of college students who ran from UNR when the outbreak started. They join us for a few blocks before splitting off to try to reach their families. A cop, still in uniform, still trying to maintain some kind of order. His name is Officer Diaz, and he's got a shotgun with 6 shells. "Don't go northeast," he tells us. "The guard pulled out of that sector 2 hours ago. It's a kill zone now, nothing but infected. Your best bet is southwest, toward the hills. Some people are trying to set up a refuge in the old mining camps." "And then what?" Tommy asks. "Wait for the bombs?" Officer Diaz doesn't have an answer for that. He wishes us luck and disappears into the night, heading southwest like he recommended. I wonder if we'll ever know what happened to him. We keep moving. Hours blur together, running, hiding, fighting. Angela is exhausted, we all are, but we can't stop. Every time we pause, the infected find us. They're drawn to warmth, to movement, to the smell of uninfected blood. Dr. Chen explains it as we huddle in an abandoned convenience store, catching our breath. "The virus rewires the olfactory system," she says, her voice growing weaker. The veins have spread to her neck now, dark tendrils creeping toward her jaw. They can literally smell us. The uninfected give off a specific chemical signature. That's why they're so relentless. We're like meat to a starving predator. "How much time do you have?" I ask. She checks her watch. "Maybe 18 hours. After that I turn. When I do, I want you to promise me something." She looks directly at me. "Make sure I can't hurt anyone. Make sure my death means something." I nod, knowing what she's really asking. When the time comes, she wants to choose how she goes out. Not as a monster, but as herself. We leave the convenience store as dawn breaks over the Sierras. The city looks even worse in daylight. Bodies in the streets, buildings burning unchecked. the Truckee River running red. We're heading through a residential neighborhood when we hear the sound of engines. Marcello's convoy, 3 armored trucks and a civilian Humvee, rolling slowly down the street, loudspeakers blaring the same message about organized evacuation for a fee. Private security walks alongside, heavily armed, clearing infected from the path. And there, in the lead truck, standing in the open turret like some kind of warlord, is Vincent Marcello himself. He's 52, but looks younger. Expensive hair transplants and tailored suits, even in the apocalypse. I've dealt cards to him 100 times, watched him win and lose millions with the same cold smile. He's looking at the ruins of Reno like a man, surveying his kingdom. "We should move," Chen whispers. "If he sees us..." But it's too late. One of his security guards spots us, points. The convoy stops. "Frankie DeStefano!" Marcello's voice booms through a megaphone. 20 years dealing blackjack at my tables, and this is how you repay me? Sneaking around like a rat?" I step forward, hands visible, non-threatening. "Mr. Marcello, we're just trying to get to the evacuation point." "The evacuation point?" He laughs. "Son, there is no evacuation point. The Air National Guard base is overrun. The airport is a crater. The only way out of Reno is through me. And that costs money. How much you got?" I check my wallet. $300 and a maxed-out credit card. "It's not enough." "No, it's not." Marcello's smile doesn't reach his eyes. "But I'll tell you what, Frankie. I'm a generous man. You and your pretty sister there, you can ride with me. As my personal guests. All I need is a little favor in return." Every instinct screams not to trust him. "What kind of favor?" He points at Dr. Chen. "I want the doctor. Heard she's got information about the virus. That kind of knowledge is valuable, especially to certain parties interested in acquiring biological weapons. You give her to me, you and your sister get on my helicopter tonight. Simple business transaction." Dr. Chen steps forward, her hand on her pistol. "I'd rather die than work for you, Marcello." "That can be arranged." His security raises their weapons. "What's it going to be, Frankie? Your sister's life for the good doctor here? Or do all of you die in the street like the rest of these poor bastards?" Time seems to slow. I can feel Angela's hand clutching my arm, feel the weight of the choice crushing down on me. Dr. Chen is dying anyway. She said so herself. Trading her for Angela's safety makes practical sense. But it also makes me just like Marcello, willing to trade lives for survival. Before I can answer, Tommy moves. The big man launches himself at the nearest security guard, his axe swinging in a vicious arc. All hell breaks loose. Gunfire erupts. Tommy takes 2 rounds to the chest but keeps fighting, tackling a guard and using him as a shield. I grab Angela and run, pulling her toward an alley as bullets chip the pavement around us. Dr. Chen fires her pistol. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Then she's running with us. We make it to the alley and keep going, zigzagging through the narrow spaces between buildings. Behind us, I hear Marcello screaming orders, engines roaring. They're coming after us. "Why did Tommy do that?" Angela gasps as we run. "To give us time," Dr. Chen says. She's coughing blood now, barely keeping up. "He knew Marcello would kill us all regardless. This was the only play." We burst out of the alley onto a main street and suddenly we're surrounded. Infected, maybe 40 or 50 of them, drawn by the gunfire. They turn toward us as one, and for a second I think this is it. This is where we die. Then someone is firing from a rooftop. Controlled bursts, professional. The infected drop in clusters, and a rope ladder unfurls from above. "Climb!" a voice shouts. We don't question it. I push Angela up first, then Turturchin, then pull myself up as the infected surge below. Hands grab us, haul us onto the roof. I look up into the face of our rescuer and see a kid, maybe 25, wearing military fatigues with the patches torn off. Kyle Matthews, he says, extending a hand. Former Air Force medic. Well, former as of about 12 hours ago when I went AWOL. He gestures to a small group on the roof, maybe 6 other people, all armed. Welcome to the Resistance, or the Survivors, or whatever the hell we're calling ourselves. Below us, Marcello's convoy has arrived. His security is engaging the infected while Marcello himself stands in his truck, scanning the rooftops with binoculars. When he sees us, he smiles. This isn't over, DeStefano, he calls up. I'll see you again, count on it. Then the convoy is moving again, heading back toward the casino district. The infected follow, leaving us on the roof in relative peace. Kyle leads us to a makeshift shelter, tarps strung between air conditioning units, supplies scavenged from the buildings below. His group consists of other soldiers who refused evacuation orders, a few civilians they've picked up. They have food, water, medical supplies. It's the first real safety we've felt in hours. Why did you go AWOL? I ask Kyle as he tends to my wrist. The bite wound has scabbed over but hasn't gotten worse. I'm beginning to think maybe I'm immune, or maybe the drunk didn't have enough viral load in his saliva. Either way, I'm still human. Because they were leaving people behind, Kyle says simply. The evacuation order was military personnel and essential civilians only. Everyone else gets left to die or gets bombed to ash when they sterilize the city. I couldn't do it, so I stayed to help who I can. Dr. Chen is sitting nearby, her condition visibly deteriorating. The dark veins have reached her face, spreading across her cheek like a spider web. How long until the bombing? She asks. 48 hours according to my last check-in, Kyle says. The containment perimeter is holding, but barely. Once it falls, they'll level everything within a 20-mile radius. Reno, Sparks, probably parts of Carson City if the wind is wrong. Angela hasn't said much since we climbed onto the roof. She's sitting with her knees pulled up, staring at nothing. I sit down next to her, put my arm around her shoulders. Rita's dead because of me, she whispers. She helped us and she died. Rita died because the world ended, I tell her. Not because of you. Not because of anything you did. And Tommy? Tommy made his choice. He bought us time to get away from Marcello. That was his gift to us. We honor it by surviving. She leans against me, and I hold her like I used to when she was little and had nightmares. Except this nightmare is real, and there's no waking up from it. Kyle approaches with a map. I've been tracking Marcello's movements. He's set up a base of operations at the Grand Sierra. That's where his helicopters are stationed. He's got at least 3, maybe 4. Flying them out in shifts, charging refugees everything they have for a seat. The last flight leaves tomorrow night before the bombing starts. We need to be on it, I say. With what leverage? Kyle asks. Marcello wants the doctor, but she's in no condition to be traded. And even if we wanted to make a deal, he'll kill you the second he has her. Guy's a psychopath. Doctor, Chen coughs, blood spattering her lips. I can still be useful, not as his prisoner, but as bait. We use me to get close to him. Then we take his helicopter by force. It's a suicide mission. But then again, I'm already dead. I look at her, really look at her. The infection has progressed so far, she's barely recognizable. The dark veins cover most of her face now. Her eyes are bloodshot and wild. She's fighting the virus with pure willpower, but it's a losing battle. How long? I ask. 6 hours, maybe 8. After that, I won't be able to control it anymore. The virus will win. She smiles, and it's a horrible thing to see. But before it does, I'm going to make sure Vincent Marcello pays for profiting off this disaster, and I'm going to make sure you and your sister get out alive. We spend the rest of the day planning. Kyle provides intelligence, guard rotations, helicopter schedules, the layout of the Grand Sierra. His military training shows as he sketches out an assault plan. It's desperate and dangerous, relies on perfect timing and a lot of luck. But it's the only chance we have. As night falls, Dr. Chen's condition worsens. She's shaking constantly now, her movements becoming jerky and uncoordinated. The virus is eating through her nervous system despite the neutralizing agent. She checks her pistol, realizes she's out of ammunition, tosses it aside. When the time comes, she tells me quietly, make it quick. I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. I barely know this woman, but I respect the hell out of her. She helped create the monster that destroyed civilization, and now she's spending her last hours trying to make it right. At midnight, we move out. Kyle and 2 of his soldiers come with us. The others stay behind to maintain the shelter for any other survivors. We descend from the roof and move through the dark streets, heading southwest toward the Grand Sierra. The casino rises from the ruins like a fortress. Marcello has turned it into exactly that. Floodlights illuminate the perimeter. Armed guards patrol the walls. Infected are pinned to the fence as a warning to others. We watch from a distance as another group of refugees arrives, desperate people offering everything they have for passage. Most are turned away. A few are allowed inside after surrendering their valuables. He's rationing seats, Kyle observes. Maximum profit, minimum passengers. Classic Marcello. We circle around to the service entrance, the one I used to use when I worked the poker tournaments here. It's unguarded, but locked. Kyle produces a small explosive charge, military grade, and attaches it to the lock. This is going to make noise, he warns. We'll have maybe 2 minutes before security responds. Get to the helipad, secure a bird, and get the hell out. What about you? Angela asks. Kyle smiles. Someone's got to hold the door. Besides, I've got nowhere else to be. The charge blows. We're inside and running, Dr. Chen barely keeping pace. The service corridors are exactly as I remember. Long hallways, fluorescent lights, the smell of industrial cleaner. We burst into the casino floor, and it's like stepping into another world. Marcello has transformed the space into a refugee processing center. Long lines of people waiting to be evaluated, guards checking them for bites, officers tallying assets and calculating passage fees. And there at the center of it all, sitting at a blackjack table like he's hosting a high-stakes game, is Vincent Marcello. He sees us immediately, sees me, sees Dr. Chen stumbling forward with barely controlled infection spreading across her face. Well, well, he says into his megaphone. The prodigal dealer returns, and you brought me the doctor after all. I knew you'd see reason, Frankie. I didn't come to make a deal, I shout back. The entire casino has gone quiet, everyone watching. I came to stop you from profiting off people's suffering. Marcello laughs. Profiting? Frankie, I'm providing a service, safe passage out of a doomed city. If people choose to pay for that service, who am I to refuse? You're extorting refugees. You're letting people die while you get rich. I'm a businessman doing business, same as I've always done. He stands, and his security moves with him, surrounding us. Now you have 2 choices. Give me the doctor, take your helicopter seat and live. Or die here with everyone else when the bombs drop. Dr. Chen steps forward. The infection has progressed so far, she's barely able to walk straight. Her voice is a rasp, barely human. I'll go with you, Marcello. But first you let them go. All of them. Everyone in this casino gets passage out. Ambitious. But no. He signals to his guards. Kill them. Keep the doctor alive. Everything happens at once. Kyle and his soldiers open fire from the entrance, laying down suppressing fire. I grab Angela, and we dive behind a row of slot machines as bullets fly. Dr. Chen stands in the middle of it all, and I see her smile. Then she pulls something from her pocket, a syringe filled with dark liquid. "This is the virus," she shouts. "Concentrated, weaponized, what Jeremy Wu created in the lab. I've been carrying it since the outbreak started." She looks directly at Marcello. "You want to profit from the apocalypse? Then join it." She throws herself at him. Marcello's security opens fire, but it's too late. Dr. Chen crashes into him, and they go down together. The syringe plunges into his neck, and he screams. She's laughing as she dies, bullet after bullet tearing through her body. But the damage is done. Vincent Marcello has been infected with weaponized Rabies X. The transformation is horrifyingly fast. Within seconds, he's convulsing, foam gathering at his mouth, the infection spreading through his system like wildfire. His security backs away in horror as their boss becomes one of the monsters. He lunges at the nearest guard, teeth sinking into the man's throat, and the cascade begins. "Go!" Kyle is shouting. "Everyone to the helipad now!" The casino erupts into chaos. The refugees are stampeding for the exits. Marcello's security is shooting at everything that moves. Infected are spreading through the crowd. I grab Angela's hand and we run, following Kyle and his soldiers through the carnage. We burst onto the roof, and there they are. 4 helicopters, already warming up. The pilots are trying to take off without passengers, trying to escape the madness below. Kyle shoots out the engine of one, then another. The remaining 2 can't lift off with so much damage. "Everyone on board!" Kyle yells, herding refugees toward the intact helicopters. The pilots are screaming, but they have no choice. It's fly or die. I shove Angela toward the nearest bird, but she grabs my hand. "What about you? I'm right behind you. Go!" She climbs aboard with a dozen other refugees. The helicopter starts to lift. I turn to follow, and that's when I see him. Vincent Marcello, or what's left of him, stumbles onto the roof. The infection has ravaged his features, turned him into something inhuman. But his eyes find me, and in them I see rage, recognition. He's still in there somewhere, still aware enough to remember who cost him everything. He charges. I don't have time to think, just react. I grab a fire axe from an emergency station and swing. The blade catches him in the shoulder, spins him around. He lunges again, and I swing again, and again, and again, until he stops moving, until Vincent Marcello, casino magnate and monster, lies dead at my feet. "Frankie!" Angela is screaming from the helicopter. It's 20 feet in the air now, rising fast. I run and jump, my fingers catching the landing skid. Kyle grabs my wrist, hauls me up, and we're airborne. Below us, the Grand Sierra is burning. Infected swarm the roof, Marcello's empire crumbling into chaos. The helicopters, there are 3 in the air now, packed with refugees, bank northeast, away from the city. I pull myself into the passenger compartment, and Angela throws her arms around me, crying. We made it. Against all odds, We actually made it. The pilot, a haggard-looking guy in his 50s, turns back to address us. Air National Guard Base is 40 miles northeast. We've got fuel for maybe 60 miles, so we'll make it. But I'm hearing on the radio they're not taking refugees anymore. They're full up, shutting the gates. Then we find somewhere else, I say. Carson City, Sacramento, anywhere but here. Through the helicopter's windows, I watch Reno burn below us. The city where I spent my entire adult life, where I dealt cards to people chasing dreams and luck, is dying. In 48 hours, it will be ash and rubble, sterilized by military fire to prevent the infection from spreading. Dr. Sarah Chen gave her life to get us out. Tommy Moretti took bullets to buy us time. Rita Sanchez died helping us escape. Officer Diaz, the college students, the elderly couple who refused to evacuate, all of them part of a disaster that never should have happened. Frankie, Angela says quietly. Your wrist. I look down. The bite wound has scabbed over completely, showing no signs of infection. I'm one of the lucky ones. Either the viral load was too low, or I'm immune, or I'm just incredibly lucky. Doesn't matter which. What matters is I'm alive, Angela's alive, and we're leaving hell behind. The helicopter flies on into the night. Behind us, Reno burns. Ahead of us, an uncertain future. But for now, for this moment, we're safe. The pilot's radio crackles. Attention all aircraft, this is Air National Guard Command. Reno containment has failed. The infection has breached the perimeter. Estimated spread rate is 50 miles per day. All units are ordered to fall back to Sacramento. I repeat, all units fall back. Containment has failed. The words hang in the air like a death sentence. 50 miles per day. It's not just Reno anymore. The infection is spreading, consuming everything in its path. Where do we go? Someone asks from the back of the helicopter. I look at Angela, at Kyle, at the faces of the other survivors crammed into this bird, all of them looking to me for answers I don't have. We keep moving, I finally say. We stay ahead of it, and we survive as long as we can. Because that's all there is now. Survival. One day at a time, 1 mile at a time, always running from the spreading darkness. The helicopter flies northeast through the night, and below us the world burns. The Air National Guard Base is chaos when we arrive. Helicopters landing and taking off in rapid succession. Soldiers running everywhere. Refugees being processed in long lines. The gates are closed like the pilot said, but Kyle talks our way through using his military credentials and the fact that we're carrying intel about Marcello's operation. They don't let everyone in. The pilot and half the refugees are turned away, told to keep flying to Sacramento. But they make an exception for me, Angela, and Kyle, because we were in the thick of it. Because we have information about how the outbreak spread, about Marcello's extortion, about everything that went wrong. We're processed through decontamination, stripped down, hosed off, inspected for bites. They take my blood, Angela's blood, Kyle's blood, looking for antibodies, looking for infection markers, looking for any sign that we're not what we claim to be. It takes 6 hours. 6 hours of standing in a medical tent while doctors and scientists poke and prod us. By the time they're done, dawn is breaking over the Sierras, and I'm so exhausted I can barely stand. You're clean, the lead doctor tells me. No infection. The bite you received didn't transmit the virus. Either it was a dry bite or you got incredibly lucky. Your sister's clean, too. You can proceed to temporary housing. They give us barracks space in a building that used to be storage. 50 people crammed into a room meant for 20, sleeping on cots and thin mattresses. But it's safe, it's warm, and for the first time in what feels like forever, we can rest. I collapse onto a cot and immediately fall into the deepest sleep of my life. When I wake up, it's dark outside. I've slept through the entire day. Angela is sitting on the cot next to mine, staring at nothing. "You okay?" I ask, my voice rough. "Rita had kids," she says quietly. 2 kids in Sparks, and now they don't have a mother. I don't have anything to say to that. Nothing that would make it better. "Tommy saved us," she continues. "Dr. Chen saved us. They died so we could live. And for what? So we can sit in a military base waiting for the infection to reach us here too? The containment failed. You heard the radio. It's spreading. 50 miles a day. That gives us, 3 days? 4 before it reaches Sacramento?" She looks at me with red-rimmed eyes. What was the point of any of it if we're all going to die anyway? The point is, we're still alive, I tell her. Right now, in this moment, we're alive. That's what they gave us. That's what we honor by not giving up. She doesn't look convinced, but she doesn't argue either. We sit in silence as the other survivors move around us, quiet conversations, and suppressed sobs filling the barracks. Kyle finds us an hour later. He's carrying MREs, military rations, and bottles of water. "Thought you might be hungry," he says, handing them over. We eat mechanically, the food tasteless but necessary. Kyle sits with us, his expression grim. "I talked to my former CO, he says. "The situation is worse than we thought. The infection didn't just breach containment in Reno. There are outbreaks in Sparks, Carson City, even reports from Tahoe. They're trying to establish a new containment line at Sacramento, but the brass doesn't think it'll hold." "So what's the plan?" I ask. "Evacuation. They're moving everyone west to the coast, setting up refugee camps in San Francisco, Oakland, anywhere they can fortify against the infected. The hope is the ocean will act as a natural barrier, give us time to regroup and develop countermeasures. And if that doesn't work?" Kyle is quiet for a long moment. "Then we evacuate to Hawaii, and if that fails, we keep moving west until we run out of ocean." It's a grim picture. Humanity in full retreat, abandoning the mainland mile by mile. But it's the only picture we've got. That night, they start loading evacuees onto transport trucks. We're told to bring only what we can carry, that everything else will be left behind, like there's anything left to bring. I've got the clothes on my back and Angela's hand in mine. That's all I need. We're boarding the trucks when I hear shouting from the perimeter. Guards are running toward the fence, weapons raised. And I see them, infected, hundreds of them, shambling toward the base. The containment failed faster than anyone expected. "Everyone on the trucks now!" The orders are screaming through the megaphones. "We're moving out immediately." The evacuation turns into a stampede. People shoving and pushing, trying to get on the vehicles before the infected reach the walls. I grab Angela and Kyle, and we fight our way onto a transport truck packed in with 30 other refugees. The truck lurches forward, even before the tailgate is fully closed. We're moving, the convoy heading west on Highway 80, and behind us, I can hear gunfire. The guards are buying us time, holding the line as long as they can. I don't know if they'll make it out. I don't know if anyone will. The truck convoy drives through the night, headlights cutting through the darkness. We pass through small towns, Truckee, Colfax, Auburn, all of them dark and silent. Either already evacuated or already fallen. It's impossible to tell which. Somewhere around Auburn, we pick up more refugees. A group that had been hiding in the hills watching their town get overrun. They're in bad shape, wounded, traumatized, barely holding it together. But they're alive, and that's what counts. One of them is a woman about my age, lean and hard-eyed, wearing a torn casino uniform. She catches me looking and manages a bitter smile. "You too?" she asks, gesturing at my own dealer's vest, still visible under my jacket. "El Dorado," I say. 20 years. Peppermill, 15. She extends a hand. Lucky Hayes, and before you ask, the nickname's ironic as hell now. I shake her hand, noticing the way her fingers tremble. Withdrawal, maybe, or just terror. "Frankie DeStefano. This is my sister Angela and Kyle Matthews." Lucky nods to each of them, then settles against the truck's wall. "So where are we headed? Sacramento? I heard they're setting up a safe zone." "For now," Kyle says. "But the infection's spreading fast. Sacramento might not hold either." "Then where?" Lucky asks, but her tone suggests she already knows the answer. "Nowhere. We're running out of nowhere." The convoy reaches Sacramento just before dawn. The city is already a fortress. Military checkpoints at every entrance, walls being erected using shipping containers and construction barriers, helicopters circling overhead. They're expecting the infected to arrive any time now, preparing for a siege. We're processed through another decontamination checkpoint, another round of medical screening. This time, they're more thorough, more paranoid. Everyone's terrified of the infected infiltrating the safe zones. One bite, one scratch, one drop of infected blood, and the whole defense could collapse from within. They separate us during processing. Men, one direction, women, another. I lose sight of Angela for hours and panic sets in, but eventually we're reunited in a refugee processing center, a converted convention hall filled with thousands of displaced people. "This isn't going to work," Lucky says, looking around at the crowd. "Too many people in too small a space. Disease will spread, even if the infection doesn't reach us." She's right. I can see it in the faces around us. Fear, desperation, the slow realization that evacuation might just mean dying somewhere different. The military is doing their best, but they're overwhelmed. The logistics of moving and housing this many refugees beyond their capacity. We're assigned to a sector in the back of the hall, given blankets and more MREs. It's less than what we had at the Air National Guard base, but there are thousands more people here. The resources are stretched thin and getting thinner. Kyle disappears for a few hours, then returns with news. The infection reached Sacramento's outer suburbs 2 hours ago. They're fighting a running battle on the eastern perimeter. The brass is talking about pulling everyone back to San Francisco within 24 hours. "Another evacuation," Angela says flatly. "Another run. When does it end?" "When we stop it," Lucky says, surprising us all. "When we find a way to kill it, or cure it, or contain it. Running's just buying time. Eventually someone has to make a stand." She's right, but nobody wants to say it. Making a stand means dying. Buying time means living another day. And right now, living another day is all most people can hope for. That night, the infected breach Sacramento's eastern defenses. The sounds of battle echo across the city. Gunfire, explosions, screams. The military holds them off, but the writing's on the wall. Sacramento is falling just like Reno fell, just like every other city in their path. At midnight, they give the order to evacuate again. Load up, move out, head west to the coast. The same desperate scramble, the same panic, the same people left behind because there's not enough room for everyone. We make it onto a transport truck again. this time with Lucky joining our group. She's good in a crisis. Calm, focused, the kind of person you want watching your back. She's also clearly fighting her own demons. I can see it in the way she won't meet anyone's eyes for too long, the way her hands shake when she thinks nobody's looking. The convoy moves west through the night. Behind us, Sacramento burns, another city lost to the infection. How many more before they run out of cities? How long before the infected consume everything? We reach the Bay Area at dawn. San Francisco rises from the peninsula like a promise of safety, but I can see the military fortifications already in place. They're expecting a siege here too, expecting the infected to follow us across the state, unstoppable and relentless. They're building walls across the bridges, mining the approaches, setting up kill zones and defensive positions. This is where they're planning to make their stand. The last line before the ocean. We're processed into another refugee center, this one in a repurposed stadium. Tens of thousands of people, all of them displaced, all of them terrified. The city can't sustain this many refugees for long. Food, water, medicine, everything's in short supply and getting shorter. Kyle hears rumors of boats being prepared for evacuation to Hawaii if San Francisco falls. But there aren't enough boats for everyone. There's never enough of anything for everyone. Lucky finds work in the refugee center helping organize supply distribution. Her casino skills, reading people, managing chaos, staying calm under pressure, translate well to disaster management. Angela volunteers in the medical section, helping care for the injured and sick. Kyle reconnects with his former unit, helps with the defensive preparations. I end up on wall construction duty. Long days hauling concrete barriers and sandbags, building the fortifications that might buy us a few more days of life. It's brutal work, but it gives me something to do besides think about everyone we've lost. 3 days after we arrive in San Francisco, the infected reach the city limits. The battle for the Bay Area begins. They come in waves, thousands of them, shambling across the East Bay and down the peninsula. The military meets them with everything they have: machine guns, mortars, airstrikes. The infected don't care about casualties. They just keep coming, climbing over their own dead to reach the living. The bridges become killing fields. The military blows the Bay Bridge to slow them down. They mine the Golden Gate. Every choke point becomes a desperate last stand. And still, the infected come. Kyle comes to find me on the 5th day of the siege. They're evacuating essential personnel and select civilians to Hawaii, he says quietly. Military families, government officials, scientists. They've got room for maybe 500 more refugees. I can get you and Angela on the list. What about you? What about Lucky? He shakes his head. I'm staying. Someone has to hold the line. And Lucky. He trails off. She's not eligible. She's not family, not essential personnel. Just another refugee. I look across the stadium at where Angela is tending to a sick child, where Lucky is arguing with another volunteer about supply rationing. Both of them trying to hold on to humanity in the middle of apocalypse. I need to think about it, I tell Kyle. Don't think too long. The boats leave tomorrow night. After that, you're stuck here with the rest of us when the walls fall. He walks away, and I'm left standing there. Another impossible choice crushing down on me. Take Angela and run, leaving Kyle and Lucky and thousands of others to die? Or stay and fight a battle we can't win? That night I find Lucky on the roof of the stadium, smoking a cigarette she must have scavenged from somewhere. She doesn't look surprised to see me. You're leaving, she says. It's not a question. Kyle can get me and Angela on the evacuation boats. Smart move. This city's going to fall. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but soon. She takes a long drag on the cigarette. Don't feel bad about it. Survival's not a sin. Come with us. Maybe Kyle can... I'm not essential personnel. I'm just a blackjack dealer with a gambling problem and a felony record. They're not saving people like me. She stubs out the cigarette. But Angela's young. She's got her whole life ahead of her. You should get her out while you can. What about you? Lucky smiles, and it's the saddest thing I've ever seen. I'll do what I always do. Roll the dice and see what comes up. The next day, I tell Kyle we'll take the evacuation. He gets us on the manifest, me and Angela, 2 spots on a boat to Hawaii. We're told to report to the docks at sunset with only what we can carry. I don't tell Angela about Lucky until we're loading onto the boat. When she realizes Lucky isn't coming, she tries to go back. I have to physically hold her on the deck as the boat pulls away from the dock. Lucky is standing on the pier with 100 other refugees who didn't make the cut. She raises a hand in farewell, that same sad smile on her face. Then the boat rounds a bend, and she's gone. You left her, Angela says, her voice hollow. You left her to die. I saved you, I reply. That was the choice I made. She doesn't speak to me for the rest of the voyage. The boat is packed with refugees, military families, government officials, people who got lucky or had connections or were deemed valuable enough to save. We sail past the Golden Gate Bridge, what's left of it, and I can see fires burning across the city. The siege continues. How long before San Francisco falls like Reno and Sacramento? The journey to Hawaii takes 5 days. 5 days on a crowded boat with limited food and water, with people getting sick from the conditions, with the constant fear that the infection somehow made it aboard. They check everyone daily, looking for signs of turning, ready to throw anyone overboard who shows symptoms. On the 3rd day, a fight breaks out in the lower decks. Someone accused someone else of being infected. It nearly turns into a riot before the crew restores order. We're all so scared, so desperate, that we're turning on each other. Maybe that's how humanity ends. Not from the infected, but from our own fear and suspicion. We reach Hawaii on the 6th day. Oahu rises from the ocean like salvation, but even from the boat, I can see it's already crowded. Ships from all over the West Coast have been arriving for weeks, bringing refugees faster than the islands can absorb them. They don't let us dock in Honolulu. Too many people, too few resources. Instead, they direct our boat to a processing center on the North Shore, a facility hastily erected to handle the overflow. We're decontaminated again, processed again, assigned to temporary housing again. The pattern's becoming familiar. Run, evacuate, decontaminate, wait for the next disaster. How long before the infection reaches Hawaii? How long before we have to run again? Angela still isn't talking to me. She spends her days volunteering at a medical clinic, her nights sitting alone on the beach, staring at the horizon. I tried to apologize, tried to explain that I was just trying to keep her safe, but she won't hear it. You didn't ask me, she finally says one night, but you didn't ask if I wanted to leave Lucky behind. You just decided for me, like I'm still a kid who needs protecting. You're my kid sister. Protecting you is what I do. I'm 26 years old, Frankie. I get to make my own choices, even if those choices might get me killed. She stands, brushing sand from her clothes. Rita died protecting us. Tommy died buying us time. Dr. Chen sacrificed herself to stop Marcello. Lucky stayed behind so we could escape. And what have we done? We've run. That's all we do. Run and let other people die so we can live another day. What else are we supposed to do? Fight. Make a stand. Something other than just surviving. She walks away, and I'm left sitting on the beach, her words echoing in my head. Is she right? Have I become so focused on survival that I've forgotten there's supposed to be something worth surviving for? A week after we arrive in Hawaii, news reaches us that San Francisco has fallen. The defensive lines collapsed under the weight of infected. The military pulled out. The city was overrun in a matter of hours. They're talking about bombing the mainland, destroying the major cities to slow the infection spread. A scorched earth policy to buy the islands more time. Kyle was in San Francisco when it fell. I'll never know if he made it out. Lucky was definitely there when the walls came down. I think about her standing on that pier, waving goodbye, choosing to face the end rather than run anymore. Maybe she had the right idea. The refugee population in Hawaii grows by the day. Boats keep arriving from the mainland, from Mexico, from Canada. Everyone running from the same nightmare, hoping the ocean will be enough to stop it. But I've learned enough about the infection by now to know better. It spreads through bodily fluids, sure, but also through animals, through insects, through 100 vectors we haven't identified yet. The ocean won't stop it. It'll just slow it down. They're talking about evacuating again. To Australia, to New Zealand, to remote islands in the South Pacific. Always moving, always running, never making a stand. Angela's words haunt me. At what point does survival stop being enough? 1 month after we arrive in Hawaii, the first infected are found in Honolulu. Someone on a boat from California, hiding their infection, turning after they made it through screening. Patient 0 starts the cascade all over again, and within days, the island is in crisis. They try to contain it. Quarantine zones, military lockdowns, the same playbook they used in Reno and Sacramento and San Francisco. But we all know how this ends. The infection spreads faster than we can stop it, and soon enough, Hawaii will fall just like everywhere else. The evacuation boats start loading again, this time to Australia. They say the Australian government is willing to take American refugees, willing to try to maintain some kind of civilization. But the capacity is limited. Not everyone will make it. I find Angela in the medical clinic where she's been volunteering. There's a boat to Sydney tomorrow. I got us on the manifest. No. Angela, I said no, Frankie. I'm not running anymore. I'm staying here to help the people who can't evacuate. The ones who get left behind every time. You'll die. Then I'll die doing something that matters. She meets my eyes, and I see the determination there. The same determination that got her through Reno, through the convoy, through everything. I love you, big brother. But I need you to understand. I'm not your cargo anymore. I'm not something you have to protect and deliver. I'm making my own choice, and my choice is to stay. I want to argue, want to grab her and drag her onto that boat like I did in San Francisco. But I look at her and see not my baby sister, but a woman who survived the apocalypse and come out stronger for it. Who am I to take that choice away from her? Then I'm staying too, I say. Frankie, no. You said I don't get to make choices for you, fair enough. But you don't get to make choices for me either. And I choose to stay with my sister. We spend our last night in Hawaii on the beach, watching the evacuation boats sail away toward Australia. Thousands of refugees, all of them hoping that this time, this evacuation, will be the one that finally brings safety. I don't have the heart to tell them I've stopped believing in safety. The infection spreads through Honolulu faster than anyone expected. Within a week, the city is gone. Angela and I, along with the other medical volunteers, retreat to the North Shore, trying to help the refugees who couldn't evacuate. It's futile work. There are too many infected, too few of us, not enough medicine or supplies or hope. But it's work that matters. That's what Angela said, and she's right. For the first time since Reno, I feel like I'm doing something other than just running. We hold out for 3 weeks before the infected overwhelm our position. When the end comes, it comes fast. Angela and I are separated in the chaos. I see her running toward the beach with a group of survivors. See the infected close in behind her. I try to reach her. I'm screaming her name, fighting through the crowd, but there are too many people and too much panic. Someone grabs my arm, I don't even see who, and pulls me toward a boat that's launching from the shore. Last-minute evacuation, no questions asked. Just get on board and live. I fight against them, but they're stronger. And then we're in the water, and the boat's pulling away. And I'm watching the shore recede. Watching Angela disappear into the mass of infected and survivors and chaos. I don't know if she made it out. I'll never know. The boat takes us to Fiji, where there's another refugee processing center, another temporary safe zone. I go through the motions: decontamination, medical screening, temporary housing. But I'm hollow inside. I saved Angela from Reno only to lose her in Hawaii. All those sacrifices, all those deaths, and for what? Lucky was right. I should have made a stand. I spend 2 months in Fiji before the infection reaches the islands. 2 months of working with other refugees, building defenses, preparing for the inevitable. When the infected finally come, we fight. We make our stand on a beach in Fiji, a mixed group of American refugees and local islanders, facing down the nightmare together. We lose. Of course we lose. But we fight, and that's something. I survive the battle. I seem to be good at that, surviving when others don't. The evacuation boats take the survivors to New Zealand, the last major safe zone in the Pacific. They say the New Zealand government has been more successful at containing the infection, that the island's isolation is giving them time to develop countermeasures. I don't believe it anymore. I've heard too many promises of safety that turned into graveyards. But I get on the boat anyway. Because that's what I do. I survive. I run. I keep going even when there's nowhere left to go. New Zealand is different. They learned from everyone else's mistakes. Strict quarantine protocols, isolated research facilities, a military that's actually prepared for sustained conflict with the infected. The refugee camps are organized, well-supplied, secure. For the first time in months, I can breathe without feeling like death is breathing down my neck. I'm assigned to a camp in the South Island, working construction on the defensive walls they're building around population centers. It's hard work, but honest, and it keeps my mind occupied. Keeps me from thinking too much about everyone I've lost. 6 months after arriving in New Zealand, I'm working on the walls when someone calls my name. I turn, and there she is. Angela, thinner and harder and scarred but alive. Impossibly, miraculously alive. She survived the battle in Hawaii, got pulled onto an evacuation boat at the last second, just like I did. Ended up in Fiji, then Tonga, then finally New Zealand through a different route. We missed each other by weeks in multiple locations, both of us thinking the other was dead. We hold each other on that construction site, and we both cry. For the first time since Reno, I let myself believe that maybe survival is enough after all. Maybe living to see tomorrow is victory enough. New Zealand holds. The infection makes it to the North Island, but the military contains it, burns it out, establishes clean zones. Clean. It's not perfect. There are still outbreaks, still deaths, still constant vigilance. but it's sustainable. Humanity has found a foothold. A year after the Reno outbreak, I'm sitting in a pub in Christchurch with Angela. We're both working for the reconstruction effort, helping build permanent housing for the refugee population. The news is on the television. Reports of successful containment operations in Australia, of infected numbers declining globally as military forces around the world finally get ahead of the spread. Do you think about them? Angela asks. Rita, Tommy, Dr. Chen, Kyle, Lucky, all the others. Every day, I tell her. Every single day. Do you think it was worth it? Everything we did? Everyone we lost? I think about that question for a long time. Think about the desperate run through Reno. About the people who sacrificed themselves so we could live. About all the impossible choices and moral compromises that got us here. I don't know, I finally say. But we're still here. We're still alive. That's what they gave us. Whether it was worth it? That's something we decide by what we do with the life they bought us. Angela nods slowly. Then we better make it count. We drink to that. To the dead. To the survivors. To the impossible weight of being the ones who made it through. Outside the pub, New Zealand goes about its business. Refugees and locals working together to build something new from the ashes of the old world. It's not the world we knew. It's not the world we wanted. But it's a world where humanity survived, where people like Angela and I can sit in a pub and talk about tomorrow instead of just running from today. That's something. Maybe it's enough. 2 years after Reno, the infection is declared contained, not eliminated. There are still pockets of infected in remote areas, still outbreaks that require military response. But humanity has stopped running. We've made our stand, and we're holding the line. I'm in Wellington when I hear the news. The city is hosting a memorial service for the fallen, for all the people who died in the outbreak and the exodus that followed. There are millions of names, too many to read, but they try anyway. Reading names for hours, a litany of the dead. I listen for Rita Sanchez, for Tommy Moretti, for Dr. Sarah Chen, for Kyle Matthews. I don't hear them announce Lucky Hayes, but I remember her anyway, standing on that pier in San Francisco, waving goodbye with that sad smile. They're all gone, consumed by the nightmare that started in a university lab in Reno when a troubled graduate student decided to unleash hell on Earth. And Angela and I are still here, 2 survivors in a world of millions of dead. Is it over? Angela asks me that night as we stand at the memorial wall where people have left messages for their dead. I don't think it ever really ends, I tell her. The infection might be contained, but we're all still carrying it. In our memories, in our trauma, in the weight of everyone we lost. That's the real virus, the one that rewrites who we are, that turns us into people who survived when others didn't. That's dark, Frankie. Yeah, but it's honest. She takes my hand. Rita's kids, do you think they made it? I hope so, I really do. We stand there in silence. 2 casino workers from Reno who somehow survived the end of the world. The memorial wall is covered in messages, goodbye letters, prayers, promises to remember. I add my own, written on a scrap of paper and wedged between the others. To Rita, Tommy, Dr. Chen, Kyle, and Lucky, you gave us time. We're trying to make it count. Frankie. It's not enough. Words are never enough. But it's all I have. We leave the memorial and walk through Wellington streets. The city is coming back to life. Shops opening, people laughing, children playing. It's strange to hear laughter again after so long hearing only screams. What do we do now? Angela asks. Now that the running's over? We live, I say. We build, we remember. We make sure what happened in Reno never happens again. That's a nice speech. But what do we actually do? I think about it. About my skills. 23 years dealing blackjack, crisis management, survival instincts honed by horror. About Angela's medical training from her months volunteering in refugee camps. About a world that needs rebuilding. I don't know yet, I admit. But we'll figure it out together. She smiles, and it's the first genuine smile I've seen from her in 2 years. Together. I like that. We keep walking through the city, two survivors trying to find their place in a world that almost ended. The infection is contained but not defeated. Humanity survived, but barely. And somewhere in the ruins of Reno, in the ashes of San Francisco, in the mass graves of Hawaii and Fiji and 100 other places, the dead wait. They gave us time. Rita dying in that car crash. Tommy taking bullets to buy us seconds. Dr. Chen sacrificing herself to stop Marcello. Kyle holding the line in San Francisco. Lucky choosing to stay behind. All of them traded their lives for ours. And now we carry that weight. The unbearable weight of survival, of being the ones who made it through when better people didn't. But maybe that's the point. Maybe survival isn't about being better or stronger or luckier. Maybe it's just about being there, being alive, having the chance to make something of the time we're given. I look at Angela, my sister, who I swore to protect, who became my mission through the darkest days of the outbreak. She's not cargo anymore. She's not something to be delivered or saved. She's a survivor in her own right. Someone who chose to make a stand when running would have been easier. Frankie, she says suddenly, when you killed Marcello, in Reno, do you regret it? I think back to that moment on the helicopter pad, the fire axe in my hands, Vincent Marcello charging at me with infection burning through his system, the choice to swing, to kill, to end his life. No, I say honestly. He was profiting from the apocalypse. He let people die while he got rich. He deserved what he got. But you're not a killer. You were a card dealer. I was a card dealer. Now I'm whatever I need to be to survive. I meet her eyes. We all became different people during the outbreak. The question is whether we can find our way back to who we were, or if we need to accept who we've become. She considers this. I don't want to go back. The person I was before Reno, she was weak. She depended on you for everything. The person I am now, the person who survived the end of the world, she's stronger. I like her better. Then don't go back. Be who you need to be. We reach our apartment building, a converted hotel that houses refugee workers. It's not much, but it's ours. A space we can call home for the first time since the outbreak. That night, I dream about them. Rita bleeding out in the crashed Explorer, her eyes glazing over as the infection takes hold. Tommy charging Marcello's guards with nothing but an axe and courage. Dr. Chen throwing herself at Marcello, the syringe plunging into his neck. Kyle holding some nameless wall in San Francisco, buying time for people he'd never meet. Lucky standing on that pier, choosing dignity over desperation. I wake up at 3 a.m., sweating, Angela's hand on my shoulder. Nightmares? She asks. Memories? Same thing now. She sits on the edge of my bed. I dream about them too. About everyone we lost. Sometimes I wonder if we saved the wrong people. If Rita's kids would have been better off with their mother than with us. Don't go down that road. You can't think like that. Why not? It's true. We survived because other people died. That's the math of the apocalypse. And what do we do with that truth? She's quiet for a long moment. We make sure their deaths mattered. We build something worth their sacrifice. It's a good answer. Maybe the only answer that makes any sense. 3 years after the Reno outbreak, Angela and I are running a survivor support center in Wellington. We help people process their trauma, connect with other refugees, find work and housing and purpose in a world that almost ended. It's hard work. Everyone carries damage from the outbreak, and some wounds don't heal. But it's important work. We're in the middle of a group session when someone new walks in. A woman, late 20s, hard eyes and defensive posture. She sits in the back and doesn't speak, just listens as others share their stories. After the session, I approach her. I'm Frankie. You're new here? Just arrived from Australia last week. Heard about this place. She extends a hand. Name's Lucky. I freeze. Lucky Hayes? She blinks in surprise. How did you... Wait, DeStefano? Frankie DeStefano from Reno? We stare at each other for a long moment. Then we're both laughing and crying and hugging. Angela comes over and joins us, and the three of us stand there in the middle of the support center, reunited against all odds. I thought you died in San Francisco, I say, when I can speak again. Nearly did. The walls fell, and I got separated from the main group, ended up hiding in a basement for 3 days while the infected ran wild above. When the military finally pushed back in, they found me and a few others. Evacuated us to Australia. She shakes her head. I've been looking for you two for 3 years. Checked every refugee registry, every survivor database. I was starting to think you didn't make it. We're harder to kill than we look, Angela says. Lucky laughs, but it's strained. I can see the damage the years have done to her, the weight loss, the scars, the tremor in her hands that suggests the gambling addiction has been replaced by something else. Survivor's guilt, maybe. PTSD, the same demons all of us carry. We spend the evening catching up, trading stories of survival and loss. Lucky tells us about the fall of San Francisco, about the months in Australian quarantine, about the slow process of rebuilding a life from nothing. We tell her about Fiji, about New Zealand, about the support center and the work we're doing. I want to help, she says finally. With the center. I've got experience with people in crisis. That was basically my whole pre-apocalypse life, just with different stakes. Let me help. So Lucky joins our team. She's good with people, knows how to read them, how to find the angle that gets them to open up. Her casino skills translate to therapy better than you'd think. Within months, she's running her own support groups, helping survivors process their trauma. The center grows. More refugees arrive in New Zealand every month. People still fleeing pockets of infection around the world. The outbreak is contained but not eliminated. There are still areas too dangerous to reclaim. Still populations cut off and struggling to survive. The work never ends. 4 years after Reno, I'm in Auckland for a conference on global recovery efforts. Representatives from every surviving government are there, discussing reconstruction, resource allocation, infection containment. It's dry policy work, but necessary. During a break, I step outside and find myself face to face with someone I never expected to see again. A kid, maybe 19 now, wearing an Australian Army uniform. It takes me a second to recognize him. Kyle? He grins. Hey, Frankie. Bet you thought I was dead. I knew you were in San Francisco when it fell. I thought, I made it out. Barely. Got evacuated with my unit to Australia, Been working with the military on infection containment ever since. He looks older, harder, carrying the weight of 4 years of constant warfare. Heard you and Angela made it to New Zealand. I've been meaning to look you up. We grab coffee and talk. Kyle tells me about the ongoing operations to clear infected zones, about the slow progress in reclaiming territory, about the international cooperation that's finally emerging from the chaos. It's progress, real progress, for the first time since the outbreak. They're talking about mounting an expedition back to Nevada, Kyle says. To Reno specifically. They want to document what happened, collect samples, understand the outbreak at its source. Why? Because we need to make sure it never happens again. And because Reno is where it started. Ground zero. If we're going to understand this thing, we need to go back to the beginning. The thought of returning to Reno makes my stomach turn. I'm not going back there. I understand, but I am. Someone has to bear witness. Someone has to document what we lost. I want to argue, but I can't. He's right. Reno deserves to be remembered, not as the city that ended, but as the city where we started to fight back. 5 years after the outbreak, the expedition to Reno launches. Kyle is part of the team. Scientists, military personnel, documentarians. They're going to sweep the ruins, collect data, memorialize the dead. It's dangerous work. There are still infected in the area, still quarantine zones and radiation from the containment bombs, but it's important. I follow the expedition through news reports, see footage of Reno's ruins, the casinos collapsed or burned, the streets empty and overgrown. It's a ghost city now, a monument to the speed with which civilization can fall. They find the university lab where it started. The equipment Jeremy Wu used to weaponize the Rabies X virus. They find his body in the wreckage, a bullet through his head, suicide note nearby explaining his reasons, rejected dissertation, destroyed career, a desire to make the world suffer like he suffered, madness given form through biology. Kyle sends me a message from Reno. We found the casino where you worked, the El Dorado. It's still standing, barely. Your blackjack table's still there, cards scattered across the felt like you just walked away. Made me think of you. I can picture it perfectly. Table 7, the drunk lunging across the felt to bite my wrist, the outbreak beginning in that single moment of violence. Everything that followed, the run through Reno, the deaths, the evacuations, the collapse of civilization, all of it traced back to one infected man at one blackjack table. The weight of it sits heavy on my chest. Angela finds me that night, staring at Kyle's message. You okay? They found the table where it started, where I was bitten. You weren't really bitten, though, not enough to infect you. Close enough. I show her my wrist where a faint scar remains. Few more seconds, deeper bite, and I would have been patient 0 for the El Dorado. I would have been one of them. But you weren't. You survived. We all survived. Rita didn't. Tommy didn't. Dr. Chen, all those others. Why us? Why did we make it when better people didn't? Angela sits down next to me. You can't torture yourself with that question. There's no answer that makes sense. We survived because we got lucky, because other people sacrificed themselves, because we made hard choices and kept moving. That's all. There's no deeper meaning. Then what was the point? The point is, we're still here. We're helping other survivors. We're building something from the ruins. That's what they gave us, the chance to build. Don't waste it by drowning in survivors' guilt. She's right. She's always right. But knowing that doesn't make the weight any easier to carry. The Reno expedition returns after 3 months. They've documented everything. The outbreak's progression, the failure points, the lessons learned. The data will help develop better containment protocols, better infection response, better chances of preventing the next outbreak. Kyle comes to visit us in Wellington when the expedition concludes. He's changed again. Haunted eyes, nightmares barely contained. Walking through the ruins of Reno broke something in him that hadn't broken before. "It's so quiet there," he tells us one night, the three of us drinking in our apartment. Me, Angela, Lucky, and Kyle. Survivors reunited. The whole city, just silence. No people, no traffic, no life. Just wind through empty buildings and bones in the streets. That's what we reduced it to. A graveyard with a city's corpse. It had to be done, Lucky says. Containment required it. I know. But knowing something is necessary doesn't make it easier to accept. We drink to that, to necessary evils and impossible choices, and the weight of survival. 6 years after the outbreak, the world has found a new normal. The infection is contained to remote regions, manageable through military intervention. Cities are rebuilding, populations growing again as refugees settle and start families. It's not the world we knew before, but it's a world with a future. Angela meets someone, a doctor who works at one of the recovery hospitals. They get married in a small ceremony, refugees and locals celebrating together. It's the first wedding I've attended since before the outbreak, and I'm shocked by how normal it feels. How human. Lucky gets clean, finally addresses her addiction issues, works through her trauma in therapy. She's been sober for 2 years and counting. She starts teaching at the university, sharing her experiences with psychology students studying disaster response and collective trauma. Kyle stays with the military but transfers to training duty. He can't face the infected anymore, can't do frontline work. Instead, he teaches the next generation how to survive, how to fight, how to endure. He's good at it, 20 years old and already a veteran of the apocalypse. And me? I keep running the support center, keep helping survivors process their trauma and find their place in the new world. It's not the life I imagined when I was dealing blackjack in Reno, but it's a life with purpose. That's more than I thought I'd have when the outbreak started. 7 years after Reno, I'm invited to speak at a memorial service in San Francisco. They've rebuilt parts of the city, reclaimed territory from the infected, turned the ruins into a monument to the fallen. They want survivors to share their stories, to bear witness to what happened. I almost don't go. The thought of returning to San Francisco, of seeing the city where we left Lucky to die, except she didn't die. She survived, but we couldn't have known that. Makes my chest tight. But Angela convinces me it's important. People need to hear your story, she says. They need to know what it was like, how we survived, what we lost. You owe it to Rita and Tommy and Dr. Chen and everyone else who didn't make it. So I go. I stand in front of 10,000 people at the memorial service, and I tell them about Reno, about the outbreak starting at my blackjack table, about the run through a dying city, about the people who sacrificed themselves so others could live. I tell them about Rita Sanchez, killed by an infected passenger in our stolen SUV, her children left orphaned in Sparks. About Tommy Moretti, taking bullets to buy us time to escape Marcello's convoy. About Dr. Sarah Chen, weaponizing herself to stop a profiteer in the apocalypse. About the choice to leave Lucky behind in San Francisco, and the miracle of finding her alive 3 years later. I tell them about Vincent Marcello, about killing him with a fire axe on a rooftop as Reno burned below. About the hollowness of that victory, the way violence echoes long after the moment passes. And I tell them about Angela, about making her my mission, about the impossible weight of trying to save someone while the world ends around you. When I finish speaking, there's silence, then applause, but it's not the kind that makes you feel good. It's somber, reverent, the sound of people acknowledging shared trauma. Nobody celebrates survival anymore. We just acknowledge it and move forward. After the service, a woman approaches me. She's in her 30s, carrying a child maybe 2 years old. "Mr. DeStefano, I'm Maria Sanchez. Rita was my sister." I freeze. Rita's sister, which means the child. "This is Diego," Maria says, seeing my expression. "Be Rita's son. His father died in the early days of the outbreak. Diego was in Sparks with neighbors when it happened. I found him in an Australian refugee camp 3 years ago." I look at the boy, Rita's child, survivor of the apocalypse, growing up in a world his mother gave her life to protect. He has Rita's eyes. "I wanted to thank you," Maria continues, "for trying to save her, for remembering her. It means everything to know she didn't die alone." I don't know what to say. How do you respond to that? How do you accept gratitude for failing to save someone? "Your sister was brave," I finally manage. "She helped us when she didn't have to. She gave us a chance to survive. I'm sorry I couldn't do the same for her." Maria nods, tears in her eyes. "She would want you to know. Her kids are okay. Diego and his sister Sofia, they're safe in Australia with me. They're growing up healthy and loved. Whatever happened to Rita, her children survived. That's what she would have wanted." She walks away, and I'm left standing there, the weight of 7 years crashing down. Rita's children survived. Tommy's sacrifice bought them time. Dr. Chen's death stopped Marcello's extortion. All those losses, all that pain, and somehow it led to Rita's children growing up safe in Australia. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that has to be enough. 8 years after Reno, the anniversary of the outbreak is declared a global day of remembrance. Cities around the world hold memorial services, read names of the fallen, light candles for the lost. It's become a solemn tradition, a way of ensuring we never forget how close we came to extinction. I'm in Wellington for the service, standing with Angela and Lucky and Kyle. The 4 of us, survivors of Reno, still carrying the weight of everything that happened. We don't talk much anymore about those days. The memories are too heavy, too raw, even after 8 years. But we stand together and we remember. The names start being read. It takes hours. Millions dead, millions more displaced or missing. The outbreak killed approximately 30% of the United States population before containment was achieved. Globally, the numbers are even worse. Whole countries depopulated, regions uninhabitable, civilizations erased. But humanity survived, diminished, damaged, but alive. That's what matters. As I listen to the names, I think about the question Angela asked years ago. Was it worth it? All those deaths, all that suffering, all the impossible choices we made, was surviving worth the cost? I still don't have a good answer, but I'm alive to wrestle with the question. And that's something. Rita Sanchez, Tommy Moretti, Sarah Chen, Kyle Matthews, who I thought was dead but wasn't. Lucky Hayes, who chose to stay behind, then survived anyway. They gave me that. The chance to struggle with meaning and purpose and guilt. The chance to live. 9 years after Reno, I'm diagnosed with PTSD, not a surprise. We all have it, all the survivors. But mine's gotten worse. The nightmares bleeding into waking hours. Flashbacks triggered by random sounds and smells. I start therapy. Join a support group specifically for outbreak survivors with severe trauma. It helps, but not as much as I'd like. Some wounds don't heal, they just learn to stop bleeding. You carry them forever. Scar tissue building over the damage, protecting you from the worst of it, but never completely gone. 10 years after the outbreak, Angela announces she's pregnant. First pregnancy in our survivor group, first new generation born to people who lived through the apocalypse. We're terrified and hopeful in equal measure. Terrified of bringing a child into a world that almost ended. Hopeful that maybe this means the worst is really over. Her son is born healthy, screaming with life, impossibly tiny and perfect. They name him Thomas, after Tommy Moretti. The middle name is Chen for Dr. Sarah. And I become Uncle Frankie, charged with protecting the next generation the way I tried to protect Angela. Holding that baby, I finally understand what we were fighting for all those years. Not just survival, but the future. The chance for life to continue. For new generations to grow up in a world we made safe for them. This is what Rita and Tommy and Dr. Chen died for. So that babies like Thomas could be born into a world with a tomorrow. 11 years after Reno, the last major infected zone is cleared. The outbreak is officially declared over. Isolated incidents still occur, but no longer require military intervention. Humanity has won, in the sense that we survived and the virus didn't consume us completely. The global population is half what it was before the outbreak. Whole cities remain abandoned and uninhabitable. The economic and social damage will take generations to fully repair. But we're building, slowly, patiently, with the knowledge that civilization is fragile and disaster is always just one mistake away. I'm 44 years old now, 11 years older than I was when that drunk bit my wrist at table 7. Sometimes I catch myself thinking about the alternate timeline where the bite was deeper, where I turned, where I became one of them. How different everything would have been. How many people would have lived if I'd died that first night. But that's the kind of thinking that drives you crazy. I survived, Angela survived, Lucky survived, Kyle survived. We're here, and we're trying to make our survival mean something. That's all anyone can do. 12 years after Reno, I returned to Nevada for the first time since the evacuation. They've started allowing civilian access to the reclaimed zones, and I want to see the city one last time. Want to face the ghosts. Angela comes with me, and Lucky and Kyle. The 4 of us driving into Reno together, just like we fled it 12 years ago. Except this time we're driving toward it, not away. The city is being demolished in a controlled manner. Buildings too damaged to save are brought down. Streets are cleared. The ruins cataloged for historical preservation. They're planning to rebuild Reno eventually, but it'll be a new city with the old name. The original is too damaged, too haunted. We find the El Dorado. It's still partially standing, though the interior is gutted by fire and time. We walk through the casino floor where I spent 20 years of my life, where the outbreak started, where the world changed. Table 7 is gone, destroyed in the fighting or the fires. But I can picture it perfectly. The felt, the cards, the drunk's foam-flecked mouth as he lunged across the table. The moment everything changed. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you'd stayed home that night? Lucky asks. If you'd called in sick if someone else had been dealing that table? All the time, I admit. But wondering doesn't change anything. It happened. This is the world we got. We spend the day walking through Reno's ruins, see the university where Jeremy Wu released the virus, the casino where Marcello ran his extortion ring, the streets where we fled for our lives. It's all still here, frozen in time, a monument to the day the world almost ended. Before we leave, I visit one more place, the memorial wall they've erected on the site of the old arch. Millions of names carved into black granite, the dead of Reno and the surrounding area. I find the names I'm looking for: Rita Sanchez, Tommy Moretti, Dr. Sarah Chen. I place my hand on each name, and I say goodbye. Thank you for the time you bought us. Thank you for the sacrifices you made. Thank you for believing we were worth saving. We drive out of Reno as the sun sets over the Sierras, the ruins disappearing in the rear-view mirror. I don't think I'll ever come back. I've said my goodbyes, faced my ghosts. It's time to let Reno rest. 15 years after the outbreak, Angela's son Thomas is 5 years old. He's never known the world before the outbreak, has no memory of the chaos and terror that defined our generation. To him, this is just normal. The rebuilt cities, the strict quarantine protocols, the annual remembrance services for the fallen. He asks me to tell him stories about the bad times, as he calls them. I struggle with what to share, how much truth a 5-year-old can handle. But Angela encourages it. He needs to know, she says. He needs to understand what happened so he can help make sure it never happens again. So I tell him sanitized versions, stories about brave people fighting monsters, about running through a dangerous city to find Aunt Angela, about friends who sacrifice themselves to help others. I leave out the worst parts, the screaming, the blood, the impossible choices, the weight of killing Vincent Marcello with my own hands. He listens with wide eyes, like I'm telling him fairy tales. Maybe I am. Maybe that's all history becomes eventually. Fairy tales with monsters and heroes, sanitized and simplified until the raw truth is buried under narrative. 20 years after Reno, I'm 53 years old. Half my life ago, the world almost ended. Sometimes it feels like yesterday, sometimes like a lifetime ago. The nightmares have faded, but never completely gone. I still wake up sometimes reaching for Angela, making sure she's safe, old instincts dying hard. The support center I run has helped thousands of survivors over the years. Some have found peace, some still struggle. All of us carry scars. Lucky works with me still. 20 years of sobriety and counting. Kyle trains disaster response teams, passing on lessons learned in blood. Angela raises her children and works as a trauma specialist at the hospital. We get together once a year on the anniversary of the outbreak, the 4 of us, plus Angela's family. We share a meal. We tell stories about the people we lost. We remind ourselves why we survived. It's become a tradition, a ritual of remembrance and gratitude. Do you think we made the right choices? Angela asks me that night after the kids are in bed and it's just the adults talking. Looking back at everything, all the decisions we made, do you think we did the right thing? I think about it. About leaving people behind in San Francisco. About taking evacuation slots that could have gone to others. About killing Marcello. About all the desperate, impossible choices we made to stay alive. I think we did the best we could, with what we knew at the time. I finally answer. Right and wrong weren't really options during the outbreak. There was just survival or death. We chose survival. Everyone else would have done the same. Rita chose differently, Lucky points out. She stayed to help her kids when she could have run. And Tommy chose to fight Marcello when running was safer, Kyle adds. And Dr. Chen chose to sacrifice herself rather than let Marcello profit, Angela says. We sit in silence, acknowledging the truth. We survived because other people chose differently, because they valued something. Their children, their principles, their need to make a stand, more than their own survival. So what do we do with that? I ask. How do we honor their choices? We keep telling their stories, Angela says. We make sure the next generation knows what they did. We teach our children to value the things that Rita and Tommy and Dr. Chen valued more than life itself. It's a good answer, maybe the best answer we've got. 25 years after Reno, the outbreak has become history. The generation that lived through it is aging. The children born after have only stories and memorial services. Thomas is 10 years old now. Angela's daughter Maria is 7. They learn about the outbreak in school, study it like we studied wars and disasters from before our time. But they don't really understand. How could they? They've never seen the infected, never heard the screams, never felt the desperate animal fear of running through a city while civilization collapses around you. The outbreak is just history to them, sanitized and distant. I'm 58 years old and I'm writing this all down. Every detail I can remember about those 7 days in Reno, about the exodus that followed, about the people who didn't make it. Because if I don't preserve these memories, they'll be lost. The next generation needs to know what happened, needs to understand the cost of the world they inherited. Rita Sanchez, blackjack dealer, mother of 2, killed trying to help strangers escape a dying city. Her children survived. They're adults now, living in Sydney, raising families of their own. They carry her memory and her sacrifice forward. Tommy Moretti, casino security, tough guy with a code, took bullets to buy us seconds to escape. No family that we know of. He's remembered in the memorial services. One name among millions, but I remember him specifically. Remember the way he moved, the confidence he had, even at the end. Dr. Sarah Chen, virologist, helped create the virus that destroyed civilization, spent her final hours trying to make it right. She weaponized herself to stop a monster. Her research notes survived and have been instrumental in developing outbreak response protocols. She's taught in medical schools as both a cautionary tale and a hero. Kyle Matthews, Air Force medic turned AWOL to help refugees, spent years fighting the infected before transitioning to training the next generation. He's still alive, still teaching, still carrying the weight of San Francisco. Lucky Hayes, compulsive gambler turned trauma counselor, survivor of multiple evacuations and near deaths. She's still alive too, still sober, still helping other survivors process their trauma. Angela DeStefano, cocktail waitress turned medical specialist, my sister who I swore to protect and who became stronger than I ever imagined. She's raised a beautiful family, helped countless trauma survivors, made a life worth living from the ashes of the apocalypse. Vincent Marcello, casino magnate and profiteer, killed at the height of his power by the infection he tried to exploit. I put an axe in his skull, and I've never lost sleep over it. Some people deserved what they got. And me? Frankie DeStefano, blackjack dealer, survivor, keeper of memories. I've spent 25 years trying to make sense of 7 days that destroyed the world. I don't know if I've succeeded, but I've tried to honor the people who gave me time. That's all anyone can do. Try to make the time we're given matter. Try to honor the sacrifices that bought us that time. Try to build something worthy of the people who didn't make it. The sun is setting over Wellington, 25 years after the sun set over a burning Reno. I'm sitting on my porch with a cup of coffee, watching Thomas and Maria play in the yard. Normal kids doing normal things. The gift that Rita and Tommy and Dr. Chit and thousands of others died to give them. Was it worth it? Was all that death and suffering and terror worth the world we built from the ashes? I still don't have a good answer, but I'm alive to wrestle with the question. and maybe that's answer enough. The world almost ended 25 years ago, but it didn't. We survived, we endured, we rebuilt, and now children play in yards without knowing how close they came to never existing at all. That's the real victory. Not survival itself, but what we built with the time survival bought us. I finish my coffee and go inside. Angela's family is coming for dinner. Lucky and Kyle will be there too. We'll eat together and tell stories and remember the fallen. We'll teach the children about the outbreak, about the desperate days when civilization hung by a thread, about the people who sacrificed everything to preserve tomorrow. And maybe, just maybe, that will be enough. To remember, to honor, to ensure that the disaster that almost destroyed us becomes the foundation we build upon rather than the weight that crushes us. 25 years after Reno burned, the biggest little city in the world reduced to ash and memory, I'm still here, still carrying the weight of survival, still trying to make it mean something. That's all we can do. All any of us can do, carry the weight, honor the fallen, build the future they died to give us, and never, ever forget. Now, let's move on to the next story, which is even better. I remembered the main air intake vents, large openings near the edge of the roof that fed fresh air into the building's HVAC system, and I ran to the nearest one, looked down into the dark shaft and saw the metal ducting dropping vertically about 20 feet before angling off horizontally. The duct was maybe 3 feet square, big enough for me to fit into if I was willing to take the risk, and the alternative was staying up here with those things getting closer every second. I could hear the hatch starting to give way, metal screeching against metal, and I made my decision. I lowered myself into the vent opening, feet first, using the metal rim to support my weight, then let myself drop. I fell about 6 feet before my boots hit the angled section, and I slid down the smooth metal surface, my hands scrambling for purchase, and I managed to slow myself enough that when the duct leveled out horizontally, I didn't break anything. I was in complete darkness now, the only light coming from the vent opening above me, and I pulled out my flashlight and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the black and showing me the duct stretching ahead into the building's guts. I started crawling, dragging my tool bag behind me, the metal beneath me thrumming with the vibration of the air handler motors somewhere ahead. The duct was one I'd serviced before, I realized, part of the main supply system that fed the upper floors, and I knew it would eventually connect to a vertical shaft that served floors 8 through 12. I could hear sounds through the metal, muffled but distinct, screaming and that growling and the crash of things breaking, and every few feet there was a grate in the floor of the duct where I could look down into the rooms below, and what I saw made me wish I'd stayed blind. The office spaces were war zones, blood splattered on walls and carpet, bodies torn apart, and people, things that had been people, hunched over the corpses feeding with an intensity that seemed to override every other instinct. Some looked up as I crawled past overhead, their ruined faces tracking the sound of my movement, and they started reaching toward the grates, fingers scraping at metal, and I moved faster, my knees aching from the hard surface, my breath coming in gasps that echoed in the confined space. I reached the vertical shaft and had to make a choice, up or down. Up would take me back toward the roof, where those things were probably already spreading. Down would take me deeper into the building where more of them waited. I chose down, figuring I could exit on a lower floor where maybe the infection hadn't spread as much, and I started descending, bracing myself against the shaft walls, my flashlight clenched in my teeth. The shaft had maintenance access panels every floor, and I stopped at the 8th floor panel, put my ear against it, and listened. Silence, or at least relative silence. No sounds of immediate chaos. I carefully unlatched the panel and pushed it open a crack, shined my light through the gap. The 8th floor looked abandoned, cubicles empty, computers still running with screensavers cycling through corporate logos, coffee cups still steaming on desks like everyone had just vanished. I pushed the panel open wider and climbed out into a storage closet, stood up for the first time in what felt like hours, and felt my back crack in protest. I checked the door, found it unlocked, and eased it open to look out into the corridor. Empty, emergency lighting casting everything in red. The alarm still blaring, though it seemed quieter now, like I'd gone deaf to it. I moved through the floor carefully, heading for the stairwell, passing offices and conference rooms and break rooms. And everywhere were signs of rapid evacuation. Dropped bags, overturned chairs, scattered papers, a child's backpack decorated with cartoon characters sitting alone by a desk. I found the stairwell and opened the door slowly, listening for any sound of movement. Nothing, just the echo of the alarm bouncing off concrete walls. I started down, taking the stairs 2 at a time, passing floor 7, floor 6, and on floor 5, I heard voices. Human voices. Not that growling, actual words. And I called out, "Hey, is someone there?" And the voices stopped. A moment of silence, then a woman's voice, cautious. "Who is that?" "My name's Derek," I called back. "I'm trying to get out of the building. Are you okay?" The door to floor 5 opened, and I saw 3 people standing there, 2 women and a man, all looking disheveled and terrified. The man, tall and thin, with gendarme glasses, said, "Are you infected? Did any of them bite you?" And I shook my head. "No, I'm clean. I was on the roof when this started. I came down through the ductwork." They let me onto the floor, and I saw they'd barricaded themselves in a corner office, pushing desks against the doors. And there were maybe a dozen people total. Office workers mostly. Some in business attire, some who'd clearly been in the building's gym based on their workout clothes. They all looked at me with a mixture of hope and suspicion. And the woman who'd spoken first, a black woman in her 40s with her hair pulled back, said, "The building's sealed. They locked us in when the alarms went off. We can't get out the front doors, and the emergency exits won't open." "Who locked it?" I asked, and she shook her head. "We don't know. The security systems went automatic. That voice recording said containment protocols or something, and then people started attacking each other." The man in glasses introduced himself as Dr. Peter Chen, said he worked for one of the biotech consulting firms on floor 7. "This is connected to the CDC," he said, his voice shaking. "They had an incident yesterday. A lab breach. Everyone was supposed to be tested and quarantined, but someone didn't follow protocol. And now it's spread. The whole building is contaminated." I stared at him, trying to process this. What kind of lab breach? What is this thing? He ran his hands through his hair, a gesture of pure frustration. Some kind of modified virus. They were working on a vaccine for Alzheimer's, trying to target the proteins that cause neural degradation. But something went wrong. The virus mutated or was already unstable, and it started causing extreme aggression, neurological damage. It essentially turns people into... He couldn't finish the sentence. "Zombies," a younger woman said from across the room. "They're fucking zombies." Someone laughed, a hysterical edge to it, and Dr. Chen said, "Don't call them that. They're infected. They're sick people who need help." But his voice lacked conviction. The black woman, who introduced herself as Monica, said, "Sick people don't rip out throats with their teeth, doctor. Those things aren't people anymore. An argument started, people talking over each other, some saying we needed to wait for rescue, others saying we needed to try to escape, and I moved to the window to look out at the street. The scene below had deteriorated even further in the short time I'd been crawling through ducts. The street was packed with abandoned cars, some still running with doors hanging open, and bodies lay everywhere. Some still, some twitching and moaning. I saw a group of those things, maybe 20 or 30 of them, surrounding a car where someone was trapped inside, and they were rocking the vehicle, their hands slapping against the windows. And then the glass broke, and they surged inside, and I had to look away. Fire trucks and police cars were scattered around, some with their lights still flashing, some burning, and I couldn't see any sign of organized authority. Just chaos and violence and death. A massive explosion rocked the area, close enough that the windows rattled and I saw a fireball rising from somewhere to the south, debris raining down, and Monica came to stand beside me. "They're bombing us," she said quietly. "That's what they do in the movies, right? Bomb the infected zone to contain the outbreak?" I didn't answer because I didn't know. Couldn't believe this was real. Couldn't accept that my city was burning and I was trapped in this building with a dozen terrified strangers and floors full of monsters that used to be people. My phone buzzed again. Another emergency alert. Mandatory evacuation. Inner perimeter, establishing at I-285. Proceed to designated checkpoints. Avoid downtown corridor. Military assistance in effect. I-285 was the perimeter highway that encircled Atlanta, miles from where we were, and the idea that they were already writing off everything inside that ring made my stomach turn. I tried to call Sarah again. Still no signal. Tried my brother. Tried my boss. Nothing. The cell network was completely dead. Dr. Chen came over, followed by Monica and a few others. "We need to make a decision," he said. "We can't stay here. We have no food, no water beyond what's in the water coolers, and it's only a matter of time before those things break through our barricades." "Where do you suggest we go?" I asked, and he pointed toward the window. "The CDC headquarters is 3 blocks from here. They'll have supplies, weapons, maybe even a cure, or at least people working on one." Monica laughed bitterly. "You want to go to the place that started this? That's your plan? It's our best chance," Chen insisted. "They'll have secure areas, medical facilities, communications equipment." I thought about it. Thought about the ductwork that connected this building to others in the complex. Maintenance tunnels I'd heard about but never accessed. The underground parking structures that might provide cover. "I might be able to get us there," I said slowly. "Through the service areas. The parts of the building normal people don't see. But it'll be dangerous. Tight spaces. And if we run into those things in a corridor, we won't have room to run." The group discussed it, voices rising and falling, and eventually 12 of us agreed to try. Me, Dr. Chen, Monica, a young paralegal named Ashley, who couldn't have been older than 25, a security guard named Marcus, who I realized with a shock was the same Markant from the front desk, though his badge said his last name was Williams, an older couple named Jim and Elaine, who'd been visiting their daughter who worked in the building, 3 tech workers who stayed together and barely spoke, and 2 others whose names I didn't catch in the chaos. We gathered what we could use as weapons: scissors, letter openers, a fire extinguisher, a heavy glass paperweight, and I had my metal pipe from the roof. Marcus had a small canister of mace on his belt and a flashlight. It wasn't much, but it was what we had. I led them to the service corridor, used my building access knowledge to get us into the mechanical chase that ran vertically through the structure, and we started down the metal stairwell that was never meant for occupant use, just for technicians like me doing maintenance. The sounds of the infected echoed through the building's skeleton, amplified by the metal and concrete. And twice we had to freeze when we heard movement too close, waiting in the dark with our hearts pounding until the sounds moved away. We reached the basement level, and I found the door to the parking garage, pushed it open, and peered into the underground structure. Cars sat in neat rows under flickering fluorescent lights, and at first it looked clear. But then I saw movement near the far ramp, a cluster of those things shambling between vehicles, and I eased the door shut. "We need to go through the tunnels," I whispered, and led the group deeper into the basement, past mechanical rooms and electrical vaults, until I found what I was looking for. A service tunnel marked authorized personnel only that, according to the building diagrams, should connect to the adjacent office complex and eventually to a CDC service entrance. The tunnel was narrow, concrete walls pressing in from both sides, pipes and conduits running along the ceiling, and our footsteps echoed no matter how quietly we tried to move. We were maybe 100 yards in when Ashley screamed, and I turned to see one of them had appeared behind us. Must have followed us into the tunnel, and it was running now. Actually running, its mouth open and that growl tearing from its throat. Marcus stepped forward with his mace and sprayed it directly in the thing's face, and it didn't even slow down. Just grabbed him and bit into his neck before any of us could react. Blood sprayed across the concrete wall, and Marcus made this horrible choking sound, and the thing, a woman in a blood-soaked business suit, kept biting, kept tearing, and we ran. We ran through that tunnel like hell itself was behind us, and behind us we could hear Marcus screaming. And then we heard him stop screaming, and then we heard different sounds, wet sounds, and then we heard Marcus making that growling sound, and I knew he was one of them now, that fast, that simple. The tunnel branched, and I picked a direction at random, right, and we kept running until we found a door marked CDC Maintenance Access, Building Seti. And I shouldered through it, and we spilled into another basement area, this one cleaner, more modern, with CDC logos on the walls. We had lost 2 people in the tunnel, fallen behind when we ran, and the group that emerged was 10. Dr. Chen was gasping, bent over with his hands on his knees, and one of the tech workers was crying silently, tears streaming down his face. I did a quick head count. Me, Chen, Monica, Ashley, Jim, and Elaine still together holding hands, the 3 tech workers, and a young man whose name I learned was Carlos, and who had a gash on his arm from where he'd scraped it on the concrete wall. "Let me see that," Dr. Chen said, looking at Carlos's arm, and the young man held it out, and we all saw the bite mark partially hidden by the scrape, a perfect impression of human teeth in his flesh. And Carlos started backing away, saying, No, it's just a cut. I scraped it on the wall. It's not a bite." But we could all see it was. Dr. Chen's face went gray. "How long ago?" he asked, and Carlos was crying now, saying, "At the barricade, when we first ran, one of them grabbed me. I didn't think it broke the skin. I didn't think it mattered." And even as he spoke, his eyes were starting to change, the whites turning red with burst blood vessels, and Monica raised the fire extinguisher she'd been carrying. "I'm sorry," she said, and brought it down on Carlos's head before he could fully turn. Once, twice. And he dropped, and we left him there, and kept moving because there was nothing else we could do. No time to mourn, no time to process, just survival and forward movement. We climbed stairs to the ground floor and found ourselves in a lobby that was trashed. Furniture overturned, glass shattered, bloody handprints on walls. But no bodies, no infected, just the evidence of violence and flight. The building was a maze of corridors and security doors, many of which required access cards we didn't have, but I found maintenance ways around most of them, and eventually we reached what looked like a more secure area. Heavy doors with biometric scanners, and Dr. Chen said, "This is it. This is the BSL-4 wing, the high containment labs." And we tried every door, but they were all sealed. Monica found a fire alarm station and smashed the glass, pulled the lever, and alarms started blaring, but the doors didn't open. We were standing there trying to figure out what to do next when we heard voices, human voices, shouting commands, and armed soldiers in hazmat suits rounded the corner, weapons raised, and a voice through a speaker said, "Get on the ground, hands visible, do it now." We complied immediately, dropping to our knees, hands up, and the soldiers surrounded us while one scanned us with some kind of device, maybe checking for infection. After a tense minute, they lowered their weapons slightly, and the one who seemed to be in charge said, "How did you get in here?" Dr. Chen explained who he was, about the building breach, about our escape, and the soldier listened, then said, "Come with us, but if anyone shows any signs of infection, we will put them down immediately. Understood?" They led us deeper into the facility, through decontamination chambers where we were sprayed with chemical mist that burned my eyes and throat, past check-in points with more soldiers, until we reached what looked like a command center, a large room full of monitors and equipment and people in CDC uniforms, looking exhausted and terrified. A woman in a white coat with gray hair, pulled back, approached us, introduced herself as Dr. Sarah Kincaid, one of the facility directors, and asked us to tell her everything we'd seen. We described the outbreak, the speed of transformation, the aggression of the infected, and she listened with a grim expression, occasionally asking questions. When we finished, she said, "What you witnessed was a catastrophic containment failure of Project Lazarus, an experimental treatment for neurodegenerative diseases that we were developing in cooperation with military bioweapons defense researchers." Dr. Chen interrupted. "Bioweapons? I thought this was Alzheimer's research." Dr. Kincaid nodded. "It was initially, but the military funding came with requirements, dual-use research, and somewhere in the process, the virus became weaponized, and then yesterday a breach occurred. We still don't know if it was accidental or deliberate, but infected samples were released into the ventilation system of Building 21. "Who would deliberately release it?" I asked, and Dr. Kincaid's expression darkened. "We have evidence that suggests a former researcher, Dr. Marcus Keller, may have been involved with an extremist group, some kind of eco-terrorist organization that believed humanity needed a reset, and they saw this virus as a tool to achieve that." The room felt colder suddenly, the implications sinking in. This wasn't just an accident, wasn't just bad luck or a mistake. Someone had done this on purpose, had unleashed this nightmare deliberately. Dr. Kincaid continued. "The virus is transmitted through bodily fluids, primarily through bites, but also through blood contact with open wounds or mucous membranes. Transformation time varies, but averages 15 to 20 minutes from initial infection. The infected display complete breakdown of higher brain function, leaving only base aggressive instincts and an overwhelming drive to spread the infection. They feel no pain, show no fear, and will pursue prey until physically incapacitated." "Is there a cure?" Ashley asked, her voice small, and Dr. Kincaid hesitated. "We're working on it, but the virus is incredibly resilient, and we've lost most of our research staff in the last 12 hours. Facilities across the country are reporting similar outbreaks. This isn't just Atlanta. It's nationwide, possibly global." The monitors around us showed scenes from across the city. Helicopter footage of fires and massive crowds of infected swarming through streets. Military convoys trying to establish barriers. Explosions as they destroyed bridges and overpasses to slow the spread. One monitor showed a map of the United States, with red zones expanding outward from major cities, and already most of the East Coast was covered in red. "How did it spread so fast?" Monica asked, and a military officer nearby answered, "We believe the initial release was coordinated. Multiple locations simultaneously, major population centers, airports, train stations, and the infection vector is so efficient that by the time we knew what was happening, it was already too late to contain." I thought about Sarah and Emma in Marietta, tried to picture where that was on the map, if the red had reached them yet, and Dr. Kincaid saw me looking and said, "We've evacuated non-essential personnel to emergency shelters outside the I-285 perimeter. If your family is north of the city, they may have made it out." May have, not definitely, not certainly, and I felt something inside me crack a little more. A soldier came running into the command center, said, "Director, we have a breach on the West Wing. Multiple infected have entered through a damaged loading dock. We're sealing sections now, but we need to evacuate this area." The room erupted into controlled chaos. People grabbing files and hard drives, soldiers establishing a perimeter, and Dr. Kincaid led our group toward a secure corridor, saying, "There's an evacuation bunker 2 levels down. It's designed to withstand a direct military strike. You'll be safe there until we can arrange extraction." We followed her through a series of security doors that slammed shut behind us with heavy thuds, each one sealing with a hiss of air pressure, and descended 2 flights of stairs to a steel door that looked like it belonged on a bank vault. Dr. Kincaid entered a code on the keypad, and the door unlocked with a series of mechanical clunks, swung open to reveal a space that was part bunker, part shelter, with rows of cots, pallets of water and MREs, medical supplies, and about 50 other people already inside, CDC workers and military personnel and civilians who'd been rescued from the chaos above. We filed in, and the door sealed behind us, and Dr. Kincaid said, "Wait here. I need to get back to the command center. There are protocols we need to follow." And she left through another door that locked behind her. We sat on empty cots, and someone handed us water bottles and protein bars, and for the first time in hours, I felt like I could breathe, like maybe we'd actually survive this. Monica sat next to me and said, "Do you think they're really working on a cure?" And I said, "I don't know. But what choice do we have but to hope?" She laughed that bitter laugh again. Hope didn't help Marcus or Carlos or any of the others we saw die today. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the low conversations around us, people sharing stories of escape and loss, and I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. But every time I did, I saw Marcus being torn apart in that tunnel, saw Carlos's eyes changing color, saw the woman on the 9th floor getting her neck torn out. I don't know how long we were in that bunker. Hours, certainly, maybe a whole day. Time became meaningless in that fluorescent-lit space with no windows. People tried to make sense of things, tried to contact loved ones on phones that didn't work, tried to maintain some sense of normalcy by organizing the space and rationing supplies and establishing a watch rotation, even though we were locked in and had nowhere to go. Dr. Chen spent most of his time talking to other researchers who'd made it to the bunker, huddled in a corner, discussing the virus and possible treatments, their voices low and urgent. The intercom crackled to life, Dr. Kincaid's voice. "Attention all personnel. We have a situation developing. The infection has spread faster than anticipated, and we are implementing final containment protocols. Please remain calm and follow all instructions from security personnel." The lights flickered, went red, came back to normal. More announcements followed. Evacuation routes compromised, exterior perimeter failing, all personnel to shelter in place. The people in the bunker started to panic. Voices rising, someone crying, and I felt the walls pressing in, even though the space was large enough for all of us. Then the door we'd entered through began to shake, something hitting it from the other side, and we could hear that growling. Hear them out there. And the door was strong, but not meant to withstand sustained assault. A soldier who'd been stationed in the bunker as our guard said, "Everyone away from the door now." People scrambled back. The lights went out completely. Emergency lighting kicked in after a few seconds, and in that brief darkness, I heard screaming from somewhere else in the facility, heard gunfire, heard explosions. The soldier's radio crackled. "All units! Facility is lost! Repeat! Facility is lost! Execute fail-safe protocol, Alpha!" The soldier's face went pale, and he said, "Oh, God." Monica demanded, "What does that mean? What's fail-safe protocol?" The soldier looked at us and said, "It means they're going to sterilize the facility. There's an incendiary system built into the structure, thermite charges in the walls and support columns. They're going to burn it all." "With us inside?" Ashley screamed, and the soldier nodded. "We have maybe 15 minutes before ignition." The banging on the door intensified, and we could see it starting to buckle, the metal bending inward with each impact, and the soldier said, "There's an emergency escape tunnel, maintenance access. I don't know if it's still clear, but it's our only chance." He led us to a panel in the back wall that looked like it was just part of the concrete, but was actually a concealed door. He opened it with a key from his uniform and revealed a narrow passage that disappeared into darkness. We went single file, the soldier leading with his flashlight in, and the passage was barely wide enough for one person, more of a crawl space than a tunnel, and I could hear the claustrophobia setting in for several people behind me. The soldier's radio kept crackling with updates, none of them good. The infection had reached the bunker level. Multiple containment zones had failed. Casualty reports in the hundreds just within the CDC complex. We crawled for what felt like miles, but was probably only a few hundred yards, and then we reached a junction where the tunnel split in 3 directions. The soldier stopped, consulted a map he pulled from his pocket, and said, "Left goes to the parking structure, center goes to another building that's probably already compromised, right goes to a surface exit near the emergency helipad." We chose right and kept moving, and behind us we heard a distant rumble that grew into a roar, felt heat even through the concrete, and knew the thermite charges had ignited. The soldier said, "Move, move, move now." We scrambled faster, scraped knees and elbows on the rough concrete, and smoke started filling the tunnel from behind us. Acrid chemical smoke that burned our lungs. We burst out of the tunnel exit into open air, into the chaos of the CDC exterior grounds, and the main facility was a raging inferno behind us. Flames shooting hundreds of feet into the air, the building collapsing in on itself in a controlled demolition that was anything but controlled. There were people everywhere, CDC staff and military and civilians, some running toward a line of helicopters on the helipad, some running towards the perimeter fence, some just running with no destination in mind. The infected were there too, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, shambling through the smoke and attacking anyone who got too close. Our group scattered, everyone for themselves, and I ran toward the helicopters because that seemed like the best chance of escape. I saw Dr. Chen get tackled by one of them, saw him go down screaming, and there was nothing I could do. Just keep running. Monica was ahead of me, Ashley behind, and we reached the helipad where soldiers were holding a perimeter and loading people onto 2 black military helicopters. A soldier grabbed my arm and shoved me toward one of the birds, and I climbed in, turned to help Monica up, but she was gone. Pulled back into the crowd, and I couldn't see her anymore. The helicopter filled with people, maybe 20, crammed into a space meant for 12. And the pilot was shouting something about weight limits, and the soldier was shouting back that we needed to go now, and the rotors spun up and we lifted off. Through the open door, I could see the CDC complex burning, see the infected swarming over the grounds, see Atlanta spread out below us in a grid of fires and smoke, and I saw the highways, saw I-285 packed with cars that weren't moving, saw the military checkpoints that had been overrun, saw the fires spreading into the suburbs, and I thought about Sarah and Emma and wondered if they'd made it out. The helicopter banked hard, and someone fell out, just tumbled out the open door with a scream that was swallowed by the rotor noise, and we leveled out heading north, away from the city, toward the mountains maybe, somewhere safe supposedly. My hands were shaking, had been shaking for hours, and I realized I was still holding my metal pipe, had carried it all the way from the office building roof through everything that had happened, and I finally let it go, let it clatter to the helicopter floor. The pilot's voice came through on the intercom, saying we were heading to an emergency shelter at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, that it was a secure location with medical facilities, and that we'd be safe there. The flight took maybe 20 minutes, and we landed on a runway crowded with other helicopters and military transports, and soldiers directed us toward a processing area where medical personnel in hazmat suits checked us for bites or scratches. Those who were clean got green wristbands and were directed to barracks. Those who had any injuries at all got red wristbands and were taken somewhere else, and I didn't see any of the red wristband people again. The barracks were crowded, hundreds of people on cots, shell-shocked and traumatized, some crying, some staring at nothing, some trying to use phones that still didn't work. I found an empty cot and sat down, still processing everything that had happened in the last however many hours, trying to catalog the dead. Marcus from the building lobby, the woman on the 9th floor, Carlos who'd hidden his bite, Dr. Chen tackled on the CDC grounds, Monica lost in the crowd, and dozens more whose names I never learned. The weight of it pressed down on me like a physical thing, like the air had gotten thicker, harder to breathe. A woman in a military uniform came through the barracks with a clipboard, taking names and information, and when she got to me, she asked if I had a family, where they were. And I told her about Sarah and Emma in Marietta, and she made notes and said they'd check the databases of evacuees and let me know if they found anything. She moved on to the next person, and I lay back on the cot and stared at the ceiling, at the industrial lights flickering slightly, and tried to sleep. I woke up to shouting, someone screaming that the fence had been breached, that they were inside the base and people were running. Soldiers were running toward the perimeter with weapons, and I could hear gunfire, sustained automatic fire, and explosions. The barracks emptied as people fled. No organization, just panic. And I ran with them toward the runway where transport planes were trying to take off, engines roaring. And I saw one get swarmed by infected, saw them pull down people trying to board, saw the plane try to take off anyway and crash at the end of the runway in a fireball. I ran in a different direction, toward the hangars, and found myself with a group of maybe 30 people, including Ashley, who I'd lost track of after the helicopter, and we barricaded ourselves in a maintenance hangar while outside the sounds of battle raged. Someone found guns in a weapons locker, hunting rifles and shotguns, and we distributed them among those who knew how to use them, which was maybe half the group. I'd never fired a gun before in my life, but I took a shotgun anyway, and someone showed me the basics. Here's the safety, here's how you load it, here's how you aim. Don't shoot unless you're sure of your target. We stayed in that hangar for 2 days while the base fell around us, venturing out only to scavenge for food and water from abandoned areas. And every time we went out, there were more infected, fewer survivors. The military had pulled out or been overrun. We didn't know which. And we were on our own. On the 3rd day, a woman named Terry, who'd been a high school chemistry teacher before all this, said she had an idea. There was a small regional airport about 10 miles east, mostly used for private planes and flight training. And if we could get there, we might be able to find a plane and a pilot and get out of Georgia entirely. Head north to Canada, maybe. Somewhere the outbreak hadn't reached yet. It wasn't a great plan, but it was better than staying in the hangar waiting to die. So we organized ourselves as best we could, gathered weapons and supplies, and set out at dawn when the infected seemed less active. We moved in a tight group down back roads and through wooded areas. Avoiding main highways which we could see from a distance were packed with abandoned cars and wandering infected. We lost 3 people the first day, one to a fall into a ravine that broke her leg, and we couldn't carry her. 2 to an ambush by infected that had been hiding in a drainage culvert. We camped that night in an abandoned church, posting guards in shifts, and I took the midnight to 2 a.m. watch with Ashley. She was quiet for a long time, just sitting by the window with her rifle across her lap. And then she said, "Do you think we're going to make it?" And I said, "I don't know, I hope so." And she said, "I haven't seen my family since this started. They live in Florida. I don't even know if they're alive." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just put my hand on her shoulder, and we sat there in the dark, listening to the moans of the infected in the distance, that sound that had become the soundtrack to our new reality. We reached the regional airport on the afternoon of the 4th day since leaving Dobbins, and found it had been turned into some kind of compound, surrounded by improvised walls made of cars and shipping containers. And there were guards on the walls with rifles who challenged us as we approached. We explained who we were, where we'd come from, that we were just looking for safety and maybe a way out. And after a tense standoff, they let us in. The compound was run by a man who introduced himself as Colonel Mitchell, said he'd been in charge of the base security before everything went to hell, and had taken it upon himself to establish order and protect civilians. He seemed competent and organized, and I felt a flicker of hope for the first time in days. There were maybe 200 people in the compound, a mix of civilians and military personnel, and they had a system, had work crews and security rotations, and a medical clinic, and even a school for the children who'd survived. They grew vegetables in a courtyard garden and had a well for fresh waters and generators for power, and it felt almost normal, except for the constant guard presence and the occasional sound of gunfire from the walls when infected got too close. Colonel Mitchell assigned us to work details based on our skills, and I was put on maintenance crew, keeping the generators running and the water system functional. Work that felt familiar and grounding after so much chaos. I settled into a routine over the next few weeks, tried to make myself useful, tried not to think too much about Sarah and Emma, and whether they were alive or dead or infected. The woman with the clipboard had never followed up with information about evacuees, had probably died herself in the Dobbins breach, and there was no way to contact the outside world. No internet, no phones, just short-range radios and the occasional helicopter that flew over but never landed. The compound felt like a bubble, a small pocket of safety in a world that had gone completely insane. And I tried to convince myself that this could last, that we could rebuild here But I knew it was temporary, that eventually something would go wrong, because something always did. The first sign of trouble came in the form of another group of survivors who arrived asking for shelter, led by a man named Crawford, who had a military background and a way of speaking that made it clear he was used to being in charge. Colonel Mitchell welcomed them after the standard screening for infection, and at first, everything seemed fine. They integrated into the work rotations and contributed to the community. But I noticed Crawford gathering people around him, recruiting, building his own power base within the compound. I mentioned it to Ashley one night during dinner in the communal mess hall, and she said she'd noticed it too. Said Crawford had approached her and several others about how Colonel Mitchell was making poor decisions, was hoarding resources, was too soft on people who didn't pull their weight. I said we should tell the colonel, but Ashley said we didn't have proof of anything, just suspicions, and confronting Crawford might make things worse. So we watched and waited, and Crawford's group grew larger, and the compound started to feel divided, tense like a storm building. The storm broke on a Thursday night, or what we thought was Thursday, because we'd lost track of days and were just guessing based on someone's watch that still worked. I was in the maintenance shed, working on one of the generators when I heard shouting, heard gunshots, and ran out to see Crawford's people taking over the main gate, disarming the guards, and Colonel Mitchell being dragged out of his office. Crawford had staged a coup, had decided he could run things better, and he declared himself in charge with his armed followers backing him up. There was a standoff that lasted maybe an hour. Mitchell's loyalists on one side, Crawford's people on the other, and I was caught in the middle trying to figure out which side to join, or if I should just hide and wait for it to blow over. Crawford ended the standoff by shooting Colonel Mitchell in the head, just pulled out a pistol and executed him in front of everyone, and then announced that things were going to change around here, that there were going to be new rules, that the weak would be expelled and only the strong would survive. And anyone who had a problem with that could leave right now. Some people left, were given 1 day of food and water and escorted out the gate at gunpoint, maybe 20 people total, and the rest of us stayed, because where else were we going to go? And I watched those people walk away into the infected wasteland, and knew I'd probably just sentenced them to death by not going with them. Crawford's rules were harsh. Everyone had to work, no exceptions, even the sick and injured. Food rations were cut in half and distributed based on how much you contributed. So the strong got more and the weak got less. A curfew was established. Anyone caught out after dark without authorization was shot. And worst of all, Crawford established a recruitment program where groups would go out into the surrounding area and bring back survivors forcibly if necessary, increasing the compound's workforce. And I suspected also bringing back women and supplies from their survivor groups that were weaker than ours. I kept my head down and did my work, and tried not to draw attention. But Crawford noticed me anyway, because I was good with machines, and he needed people who could keep the infrastructure running. He pulled me aside one day and said, "I hear you used to be an HVAC tech before." And I nodded, and he said, "I need you to build me something, a filtration system that can clean the air in the command center. Make it so if those things ever get inside the compound, we have somewhere to hole up that's completely sealed." I said I'd see what I could do, and I started working on it, scavenging parts from abandoned buildings outside the compound during supply runs. And Crawford seemed pleased with my progress. The supply runs were dangerous. We'd go out in teams of 6 or 8, heavily armed, into nearby towns that had been picked clean by other survivors, but might still have something useful hidden in basements or back rooms. We fought the infected constantly, and I got good at it. Learned how to aim for the head, learned how to move quietly, and avoid drawing attention. Learned how to kill without thinking about it too much, or I'd freeze up. I saw people die on these runs, saw them get bitten or dragged down or surrounded, and I kept surviving through a combination of skill and luck. And I started to feel like maybe I was becoming something different, something harder and colder than the Derek who'd been an HVAC tech in another life. On one run, we found another survivor group holed up in a warehouse, maybe 15 people, and our team leader, one of Crawford's lieutenants, said we should recruit them, and by recruit, he meant capture. I objected, said we should offer them the choice to join us or leave them alone, and the lieutenant said, "Crawford's orders, we bring back anyone we find, and if they resist, we take what they have and leave them for the dead." I watched as we surrounded the warehouse, watched as we lied to them about safe shelter, and then attacked when they let their guard down, watched as we zip-tied their hands and marched them back to the compound at gunpoint. 3 of them tried to resist and were shot, their bodies left behind, and the rest came with us because they had no choice. Back at the compound, Crawford welcomed the new arrivals with a speech about strength and survival and the new order, and they were integrated into the workforce just like all the others, given the same meager rations and the same harsh rules, and I saw the defeat in their eyes, the realization that they'd traded one kind of prison for another. I felt sick about my part in it, felt like I'd betrayed everything I used to believe about helping people and doing the right thing. But I told myself I was just surviving, that in this new world the old rules didn't apply, that I had to do what it took to stay alive so I could maybe one day find my family. That night I couldn't sleep, lay on my cot in the barracks staring at the ceiling, and Ashley came over and sat next to me. "You okay?" she asked. And I said, "No, I'm not. This is wrong. What we're doing is wrong." And she said, "I know, but what can we do? If we speak up, Crawford will kill us or kick us out, and either way, we're dead." I sat up and looked at her, at this young woman who'd been a paralegal, filing motions and drinking overpriced coffee just months ago, and I said, "We have to stop him. We have to do something." And she said, "Like what? He has all the guns, all the power, and most people here are too scared or too tired to fight back." I thought about it. Thought about the air filtration system I was building for Crawford's command center. Thought about how it needed to be sealed completely. Thought about what would happen if it was sealed with the wrong people inside. An idea started forming, dangerous and desperate, and I shared it with Ashley in whispers, and she listened with wide eyes and then said, "That's insane. That could get us killed." And I said, "We're all going to die eventually anyway. Might as well make it mean something." She was quiet for a long time, then nodded, and we started planning. Over the next 2 weeks, I recruited carefully, finding people who were loyal to Colonel Mitchell's memory, or who'd been victimized by Crawford's regime, people I could trust not to betray us. We ended up with a group of 12, including me and Ashley, Terry, the chemistry teacher, Jim, and Elaine, the older couple who'd somehow survived everything, 3 of the forced recruits from the warehouse raid who wanted revenge, and 4 others who were just tired of living under Crawford's tyranny. We planned in secret, communicated in codes, and prepared for what we knew would probably be a suicide mission. The plan was simple, in concept, impossible in execution. We'd finish the air filtration system for Crawford's command center, tell him it needed to be tested with him and his inner circle inside to make sure it was working properly. And once they were sealed in, we'd pump the room full of carbon monoxide from one of the generators. They'd die quietly, no shots fired to alert the guards, and then we'd take over the compound and try to restore something resembling the order Colonel Mitchell had established. It was murder, premeditated and cold-blooded, and I struggled with the morality of it. But I kept thinking about the people we'd captured, about the colonel being shot in the head, about how Crawford was making us into monsters, just like the infected outside the walls, and I convinced myself it was necessary. I told Crawford the system was ready for testing, and he gathered his lieutenants, maybe 8 of them total, including the ones who'd carried out the worst of his orders, and they crowded into the command center, which I'd converted from a small office into a sealed box with independent air supply. I showed them the controls, explained how it would filter out any airborne pathogens, how they could survive inside for days if needed, and Crawford looked impressed, clapped me on the shoulder and said, "Good work, Derek. I knew you were a valuable asset." I felt his hand on my shoulder like a weight, like guilt made physical. And I nodded and said, "Let me just start it up and make sure everything's running smooth." I went outside, closed the door behind me, heard the magnetic locks engage with a solid thunk, and I connected the generator exhaust to the intake vent just like I'd planned. I turned on the generator and watched through the observation window as the exhaust started filling the sealed room, invisible and odorless and deadly. Crawford and his people didn't notice at first, kept talking and laughing, and then one of them started coughing, and then they all realized something was wrong, and Crawford came to the door and started pounding on it, shouting, his face turning red with rage. I stood there and watched them die, watched them collapse one by one as the carbon monoxide replaced the oxygen in their blood. Watched Crawford's face pressed against the glass, his mouth forming words I couldn't hear, his eyes locked on mine with pure hatred, and I didn't look away because I owed him that much, owed it to him to witness what I'd done. It took maybe 15 minutes for them all to stop moving, for the room to be filled with corpses, and then I shut off the generator and opened the ventilation to clear the gas, and I signaled to Ashley and the others that it was done. We took control of the compound quickly. Most of the guards didn't resist once they knew Crawford was dead, and we gathered everyone in the central courtyard and explained what had happened, that Crawford had been a tyrant and we'd removed him, that we were going to return to Colonel Mitchell's way of doing things, that anyone who wanted to leave was free to go. Some people left, Crawford loyalists who didn't trust us or who'd benefited from his regime, but most stayed, and we started the hard work of rebuilding trust and community. But it didn't last, couldn't last, because the world outside kept pressing in. The infected kept coming, kept testing our defenses, and our walls were improvised and weak in places. We had a major breach 3 weeks after Crawford's death, infected pouring through a gap in the wall near the north gate. And we fought them back, but lost 30 people in the process, including Jim, who died protecting Elaine, and Elaine, who died of a heart attack watching her husband get torn apart. The compound felt smaller after that, more fragile, and people started talking about leaving, about trying to get to the coast and finding a boat, about Canada or Mexico or anywhere but here. Then we started hearing radio chatter, military frequencies that we'd been monitoring, and the messages were dire. The infection had gone global. Every continent reported outbreaks. Governments had collapsed. Nuclear weapons had been used in several major cities in attempts to contain the spread, and nowhere was safe. The broadcast spoke of final containment protocols and acceptable losses and strategic sterilization zones, and one broadcast in particular made my blood run cold. All remaining population centers within the continental United States are designated for thermobaric cleansing. Evacuation is no longer an option. All military personnel are ordered to fallback positions Civilian casualties are acceptable. Execute on my command. We knew what that meant. They were going to bomb everything, burn it all, try to wipe out the infection, even if it meant wiping out the survivors too. Terry said based on the radio traffic, she estimated we had maybe a week before the bombing runs started in our area, and we needed to decide: stay in the compound and hope the bombs missed us, or abandon everything and try to run. The group was divided. Some wanted to stay, some wanted to flee, and I didn't know what the right answer was, because there probably wasn't one. Just different ways to die. Ashley found me in the maintenance shed, where I'd gone to think, to try to make sense of the impossible choice. She sat down next to me and said, "I'm going to leave. I'm going to try to get north, into the mountains, somewhere remote where maybe the bombs won't reach, where maybe I can survive long enough to see if there's anything left after." I looked at her, this young woman who'd survived so much, who'd helped me kill Crawford and had lived with that weight every day since, and I said, "I'll go with you." She smiled, a sham smile, and said, "You should try to find your family first. You don't know if they're alive or dead. You need to know." She was right. I knew she was right. And I made the decision to leave the compound and head north to Marietta, to the house where Sarah and Emma had been when this all started, even though they'd probably evacuated or died months ago, even though it was probably a waste of time, because I needed to know, needed to have closure, one way or the other. I gathered supplies, took a rifle and ammunition, took a map and a compass, and I said goodbye to Ashley and Terry and the others who'd become my family in this nightmare. And I walked out the gate into the infected world alone. The journey to Marietta took 3 days of careful travel, moving at night when the infected seemed slower and less active, hiding during the day in abandoned buildings and vehicles. I saw horrors beyond description. Entire neighborhoods burned to ash, mass graves that had been dug and then abandoned half full, evidence of military massacres where civilians had been lined up and shot, cars with families still inside that had been incinerated by flamethrowers or explosives. The infected were everywhere, sometimes in small groups, sometimes in massive hordes that I had to hide from for hours while they passed. And I killed when I had to, silently with a knife or loudly with the rifle depending on the situation. And I stopped counting bodies after the first 100. I reached Marietta on a Tuesday morning, recognized the landmarks even though everything had changed, and I found Sarah's street, found her house, and the front door was hanging open, the windows broken, and inside was chaos. Furniture overturned, walls splattered with blood, and I found Sarah in the kitchen, or what was left of her, and I knew she'd turned and then been put down by someone, probably military during the evacuations, a single bullet hole in her forehead. I sat down next to her body and I cried, actually cried for the first time since this all started, and I couldn't stop crying for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. I searched the house for any sign of Emma, and I found her room empty, her bed made, her stuffed animals lined up neatly on the shelf, and there was a note on her desk in Sarah's handwriting. Emma evacuated to Shelter 23B with the Johnsons. I stayed to wait for Derek. If you're reading this, I'm probably gone, but Emma might still be alive. Shelter 23B is at the old high school on Barrett Parkway. Please find her. Please keep her safe. I read the note 3 times, committed it to memory, and I left the house with a new purpose, a reason to keep surviving beyond just survival itself. Barrett Parkway High School was 5 miles away, and I made it there by nightfall, found it had been converted into a government shelter, surrounded by razor wire and guard towers. But the guards were gone. The gates were open, and inside the compound was a massacre. bodies everywhere, some infected, some not. Signs of a last stand that had failed. I searched the buildings, calling Emma's name, checking faces, even though most were too decomposed to identify, and I found the shelter roster in the administrative office, found Emma's name on it, processed in on day 3 of the outbreak, and then I found a notation next to her name. Transferred to Federal Emergency Shelter, Alpha 7, coordinates 342 N, 84 W, transport departed day 12. I looked up the coordinates on a map I found in the office, and they pointed to somewhere in the mountains northwest of Atlanta, in the Chattahoochee National Forest. And I knew that was where I had to go. That Emma might still be alive. That I had a chance to find her. I gathered more supplies from the school, found a better rifle with a scope, found a backpack full of ammunition and food, found a better map that showed the roads and trails through the forest, and I set out the next morning as the sun rose, heading northwest. Always northwest. The journey took over a week, traveling through terrain that grew more difficult as I climbed into the mountains, and the infected were less common here. Maybe the cold was slowing them down, or maybe the population had just been sparse to begin with. But I encountered other survivors, some friendly and some hostile, and I learned to approach every encounter with caution. I met a man named Jackson, who'd been a park ranger, who knew the forest and helped me navigate for 2 days before we were separated, when a group of infected ambushed us, and he told me to run while he held them off. I met a woman and her 2 children hiding in a cave, gave them some of my food, and showed them the safest route to the compound I'd left, though I doubted they'd make it. I reached the coordinates after 10 days of walking and found nothing, just forest and rocks and a small stream, and I thought I'd made a mistake, misread the map. But then I saw the entrance, a concrete bunker entrance hidden in the hillside, overgrown with vines and almost invisible. I approached carefully, rifle ready, and found the door was sealed, a heavy steel blast door with a keypad lock, and I tried every code I could think of. Sarah's birthday, Emma's birthday, combinations of numbers from the shelter roster, but nothing worked. I sat down in front of the door, and I wanted to give up, wanted to just lie down and let the infected or the cold or the hunger take me, but I couldn't. Not when Emma might be just on the other side of this door. I started searching the area around the bunker, looking for another entrance or a vent or anything, and I found a maintenance hatch about 50 yards away, partially buried under fallen leaves and debris. I cleared it off and pried it open with a crowbar I'd picked up somewhere along the way, and inside was a narrow shaft that dropped straight down into darkness. I lowered myself into the shaft, climbed down a metal ladder that was slick with moisture and rust, and dropped into a service tunnel that smelled like mold and stale air. I turned on my flashlight and followed the tunnel until I found an access door marked Emergency Exit, Authorized Personnel Only. And I tried the handle, and it was unlocked, swung open to reveal the interior of the bunker. It was dark inside, emergency lights providing minimal illumination, and it was quiet. Too quiet. No sounds of people or generators or anything living. I moved through corridors lined with doors, looked into rooms that had been living quarters, saw bunk beds and personal items and photographs stuck to walls, and I called out for Emma, my voice echoing in the empty space. I found what looked like a central command room, found computers that were still running on battery backup, found logs that told a story of hope turning to despair. The shelter had been established with 200 occupants, mostly families with children, supplies for 6 months, plans to wait out the initial outbreak and then emerge when it was safe. But the infected had found them, had gotten in through a ventilation shaft that hadn't been properly secured, and the logs described a rapid collapse, people turning, the shelter tearing itself apart from within, a decision to evacuate those who weren't infected, and a final log entry from someone named Patricia Ramos. Final evacuation completed, 37 survivors transported to secondary site Bravo, all infected sealed in lower levels. Bunker is compromised and should be considered lost. May God have mercy on us all. I found a map on the wall showing the location of secondary site Bravo, another set of coordinates deeper in the mountains, and I saw a notation that Emma Johnson was among the evacuees. And I felt hope again, fragile and desperate but real. I was about to leave when I heard the sound, that growling from the lower levels, and I realized the infected that had been sealed down there were still active, still hungry, and they'd heard me moving around. I ran for the exit, but they were faster than I expected, pouring up from the lower levels through a stairwell I hadn't noticed, and I fired my rifle as I ran, dropping some but not enough, and they were right behind me as I reached the service tunnel. I climbed the ladder as fast as I could, felt hands grabbing at my ankles, and I kicked free and kept climbing, emerged from the hatch and slammed it shut behind me, locked it with the crowbar wedged through the handle. I collapsed on the ground, gasping, and I could hear them below, pounding on the hatch, that endless growling, and I knew I'd been lucky, that I'd almost died for the 100th time, and I was getting tired. So tired of running and fighting and surviving. But Emma was still out there at secondary site Bravo, and I had to keep going. The coordinates for site Bravo led me even deeper into the mountains, into areas where the roads had washed out and I had to climb over fallen trees and navigate rock slides. And it took another week to get there, a week of cold nights and near starvation and constant vigilance against infected and wild animals and the simple dangers of the wilderness. I reached the site on a gray morning with snow starting to fall, the first snow I'd seen in years living in Atlanta, and I found another bunker entrance, this one more heavily fortified with guard towers and razor wire and sandbag emplacements. The towers were empty, the wire was rusted, and the sandbags were rotting, and I approached carefully, expecting an ambush or a trap. The main entrance was sealed, but I found the body of a soldier nearby, partially buried in snow, and I took his keycard and used it to unlock the door. Inside was warmer, heated by geothermal systems that were still running, and I heard voices, actual human voices, and I followed them to a common area where maybe 20 people sat around a fire in a makeshift fireplace, cooking something that smelled like rabbit stew. They looked up as I entered, hands going to weapons, and I raised my rifle slowly and said, "I'm looking for someone. A girl. Emma Mitchell. 13 years old. Brown hair. She was evacuated here from Shelter Alpha 7. An older woman stood up, said, "Who are you?" And I said, "I'm her father. I've been looking for her for months. Please? Is she here?" The woman's face softened, and she said, "I'm sorry, she was here. She was with us for almost 3 months. But she got sick. Some kind of pneumonia. We didn't have the medicine to treat it, and she died 2 weeks ago." The words hit me like a physical blow, and I staggered, actually staggered, and someone caught me and helped me sit down. And I couldn't speak, couldn't think, couldn't process the fact that I'd come all this way, survived everything, killed people, became a monster myself, all to find my daughter. And she was dead, had died of something as simple and ordinary as pneumonia while I was out in the world fighting monsters. The woman, who introduced herself as Dr. Patricia Ramos, the same name from the Alpha 7 logs, showed me to a small grave outside the bunker, marked with a cross made of sticks and Emma's name carved into a piece of wood. And I knelt there in the snow, and I didn't cry because I had no tears left. Just sat there, feeling empty and broken, and wishing I'd died in that office building on the first day. Wishing I'd never crawled through those ducts, never escaped, never survived. Dr. Ramos sat with me for a while, and when I finally spoke, I asked how many people were left, and she said, 23 here. We know of 2 other small groups in the mountains, maybe 50 people total, and that's it. That's all that's left in this part of Georgia as far as we know. The cities are gone, the military is gone, the government is gone. It's just us and the dead. I stayed at Site Bravo for a few days, trying to figure out what to do next, where to go, whether there was any point in going anywhere. And that's when we heard the planes. Jets, flying high overhead, dozens of them. And we knew what they were carrying, and Dr. Ramos got on the radio and tried to contact anyone who might be listening, tried to tell them there were survivors here, that we weren't infected, that we deserved to live. But there was no response, just static and the sound of the jets getting closer. We watched from the bunker entrance as Atlanta burned, saw the mushroom cloud rising from the city center, felt the shockwave even from 100 miles away, saw the sky light up like a second sun. And then we saw more clouds, more cities burning, and we knew they were doing it everywhere. Burning it all, trying to sterilize the infection, even if it meant killing everyone, infected or not. The radio came alive with final broadcasts, military channels announcing the completion of Operation Final Dawn, civilian emergency broadcasts telling people to seek shelter and pray, and then silence, just silence as the broadcasts ended one by one. The fallout started 3 days later, snow that was gray instead of white, and Dr. Ramos said we couldn't stay in the mountains, that the radiation would kill us slowly, that we needed to move, needed to find somewhere that hadn't been bombed, if such a place even existed. We gathered what supplies we could carry, and we left the bunker, 23 survivors heading south toward the coast, thinking maybe the islands had been spared. Maybe we could find a boat and get to somewhere isolated and safe. We never made it to the coast. The infected found us on the second day, a massive horde, thousands of them, more than I'd ever seen in one place, and they came at us like a tsunami of rotting flesh and mindless hunger. We fought, we ran, we watched our group get torn apart. And in the end, it was just me and Dr. Ramos, and a young man named Kyle, who'd been a college student when the world ended. We holed up in an abandoned farmhouse, and we held them off for hours, shooting until we ran out of ammunition, then fighting with melee weapons, then fighting with our hands. And Kyle went down first, dragged out through a broken window, and then Dr. Ramos got bit defending me, and she made me promise to keep going, to survive, to remember that we'd existed. And then she put her pistol to her head before the infection could take her. I was alone again, surrounded by infected, no ammunition, no real weapons, just a knife and the desperate animal will to survive. And I fought my way out of that farmhouse, stabbed and slashed and kicked until I broke free. And I ran through fields and woods with them chasing me, always chasing me. And I ran until I found a river, and I jumped in and let the current carry me away from them, floating downstream in freezing water that numbed my body and my mind. And I washed up on a bank miles away, more dead than alive. I survived. I always survived. And I made my way south over the course of weeks, living like an animal, eating whatever I could find, avoiding the infected as much as possible. And I eventually reached what used to be Savannah. Found the city was a radioactive crater like Atlanta. And I kept going, kept moving, because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant remembering, and remembering meant feeling. And I couldn't feel anymore without breaking completely. I found myself back at the coast somehow, near Jacksonville, I think, though all the landmarks were gone and the cities were ruins. And I found a small sailboat that was intact. And I didn't know how to sail, but I figured it out because what choice did I have? And I set out into the Atlantic with no destination, just away. Always away from the land and the dead and the memories. I sailed for days, maybe weeks, the boat barely holding together, rationing the small amount of water and food I'd scavenged, and I saw other boats sometimes, other survivors maybe, or just ghosts on the water. And I thought about Sarah and Emma, and everyone I'd known and lost. And I thought about Marcus and Carlos, and Durchen and Monica, and Colonel Mitchell, and all the others. And I thought about the world that had been, and the world that was now. And I couldn't reconcile the two. Couldn't make sense of how everything had fallen apart so completely, and so fast. The radio still worked on the boat, and sometimes I'd pick up transmissions, scattered broadcasts from other survivors, from military units that were still operating in some capacity, from scientists talking about the virus and how it had mutated and spread, how it had won, how humanity had lost. And I listened to these broadcasts like they were ghost stories, tales of a species that had once ruled the planet and now cowered in the corners of it, waiting to die. I thought about Crawford and how I'd killed him, how I'd looked him in the eyes and watched him die. And I thought about all the other killing I'd done, the infected I'd put down, the people I'd failed to save, the moral compromises I'd made in the name of survival. And I wondered if I was still human, or if I'd become something else, something as monstrous as the infected in my own way. The boat started taking on water eventually, a leak in the hull that I couldn't fix properly, and I knew I was going to sink, that I'd drown or die of thirst, or just give up and slip beneath the waves. And part of me welcomed it, welcomed the end. But part of me, some stubborn core of me that refused to quit, kept bailing water and adjusting the sails and trying to spot land on the horizon. I saw smoke one morning, rising from what looked like an island in the distance, and I steered toward it. And as I got closer, I saw buildings, saw people moving on the shore, and I felt something I hadn't felt in months, a spark of something that might have been hope. I beached the boat and collapsed on the sand, and people came running, and they spoke a language I didn't understand, Spanish maybe or Portuguese, and they helped me up and took me to their settlement, a small fishing village that had somehow survived because of its isolation. They fed me, gave me water, let me rest, and through gestures and broken English from an old man who'd once worked on cruise ships, I learned that the infection had reached their island, but they'd contained it by quarantining the infected on the other side of the island and waiting for them to die. And most had. And now they were trying to rebuild, trying to maintain some semblance of civilization in a world gone mad. I stayed with them for a few weeks, helped with fishing and repairs and guard duty, and they were kind to me, these strangers who had no reason to trust a half-dead American who'd washed up on their shore. And I tried to contribute, tried to be useful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was just waiting, that this temporary peace was as fragile as every other moment of safety I'd experienced since the outbreak. The infected found the island eventually, must have floated in on debris or maybe they could swim. We didn't know. But one morning we woke to screams and found them coming up from the beach, dozens of them, and the village mobilized to fight them off. We killed them all, but not before they'd bitten 3 villagers, and we knew what that meant. and I watched as the village elder made the decision to execute the infected before they could turn. Watched 3 people who'd been laughing and alive hours before get shot in the head and buried in shallow graves. And I saw the same cycle starting again. The same fur and violence and loss. And I knew it would never end. That the virus had won. That humanity was finished. I left the island that night, took the boat that they'd helped me repair, sailed away under cover of darkness because I couldn't bear to watch another community tear itself apart, couldn't bear to be part of another last stand, another desperate fight against the inevitable. I sailed north, no plan, no destination, just movement, and the boat held together better than I expected. Carried me up the coast past ruined cities and burning towns, past military ships that were running dark and probably abandoned, past the skeletal remains of civilization. I picked up a radio transmission one night, clear and strong, a voice speaking English with a British accent. "This is Captain Harrison of the HMS Vengeance, broadcasting to any survivors in the Atlantic. We are establishing a safe zone in the Azores. Repeat, safe zone in the Azores. Coordinates to follow. If you can hear this, make your way to us. We have food, water, medical supplies, and most importantly, we have security. The infected cannot swim this far. The Azores are clear. We are rebuilding. Please respond if you can hear this." I responded, gave my location, my heading, my situation, and Captain Harrison came back on the radio and gave me precise coordinates and a heading to follow. Said it would take me maybe a week with favorable winds. And I adjusted my course and I sailed. And for the first time in months, I felt like maybe there was a future. Like maybe humanity had a chance after all. But the storms came. Atlantic storms that nearly capsized my small boat a dozen times, that tore my sails and flooded my hull, and I fought the ocean with the same desperation I'd fought the infected, and I survived by pure stubborn luck, and the boat somehow held together. And after 9 days of hell, I saw land, saw the volcanic peaks of the Azores rising from the sea, and I sailed into the harbor where Captain Harrison's people were waiting. They pulled me from the boat, and I collapsed on the dock, and I let them carry me to a medical facility where a doctor checked me for bites and infections and found me clean, despite everything, and I slept for what felt like days. And when I woke up, I was about a clean bed, in a clean room, with sunlight coming through a window. And for a moment, I forgot where I was. Forgot everything that had happened. And then I remembered, and the weight of it crashed back down on me. Captain Harrison came to see me, a stern-looking man in his 50s with military bearing and kind eyes, and he explained what they'd built. A community of maybe 5,000 survivors from all over Europe and the Atlantic. Ships from various navies that had banded together. Civilian vessels. Anyone who'd managed to escape the infected mainland. They had farms. They had power from wind and solar. They had a defensive perimeter with patrol boats. And they had hope. The belief that they could survive long enough for the infected on the continents to die off, or for a cure to be developed. I asked about the cure, and Harrison's face darkened. "We have scientists working on it, but the virus is incredibly resilient. It survives in frozen tissue. It mutates rapidly, and we simply don't have the resources or infrastructure we once did. The research is slow, and the results are discouraging." I asked how long the infected lived, and he said, "We don't know. We've tracked some for over a year, and they show no signs of deterioration beyond normal decomposition. They seem to be able to survive indefinitely, as long as they have occasional access to food. And there are billions of them now, absolutely billions." I spent months in the Azores, trying to integrate into the community, trying to find purpose, and I worked in the maintenance crews because that's what I knew. Keeping systems running, fixing things that broke. But I felt disconnected. Felt like I was going through the motions. And at night, I dreamed about Atlanta burning, about Emma's grave in the snow, about all the faces of the dead that haunted me. The community had problems, factions that argued about resources and leadership, people who wanted to venture back to the mainland to search for other survivors, and people who thought that was suicide. People who believed we should be trying to take back territory from the infected, and people who believed we should be focused on survival and sustainability. I stayed out of the politics, just did my work, and tried to exist. But I felt myself becoming hollow, becoming a shell of whoever I used to be. The radio kept bringing news, most of it bad. The Americas were completely overrun. Europe was mostly silent except for scattered transmissions from islands and remote areas. Africa was dark. Asia was fragmented with some warlord territories claiming to be infection-free, but nobody could verify. Australia was supposedly holding on, but we had no confirmation. The infected had won. They controlled the continents, and we controlled small pockets of ocean and island. And the question wasn't if we'd survive, but how long. I was working on a water purification system one day when the alarm sounded, the warning that usually meant incoming weather or hostile ships. But this was different, more urgent, and I ran with everyone else to the harbor and saw the infected. Saw them somehow making their way toward the islands, floating on debris, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. And Captain Harrison was shouting orders to prepare the defensive boats, to establish firing lines, and I grabbed a rifle and joined the defense. We fought them in the water, shooting from boats and the docks, and they kept coming, kept swimming and floating, and I realized with sick horror that they must have learned or adapted or been driven by some instinct, that they were actively pursuing us even across open ocean. And if they could do this, then nowhere was safe. No island could protect us. The ocean wasn't the barrier we'd thought it was. We killed them all, spent hours picking them off in the water, but the damage was done. The illusion of safety was shattered. And that night, Captain Harrison called a community meeting and laid out the situation. If the infected could cross water, they would keep coming, would eventually overwhelm us through sheer numbers. And we had to make a choice: stay and defend, or flee to even more remote locations. And where would we go? How far would we run? The Earth only had so many islands. The community fractured that night. Some ships left immediately, heading for the Arctic, or Antarctic, or just out into the deep ocean. Some stayed to fight, to try to reinforce the defenses, and I didn't know which choice was right. Didn't know if any choice mattered anymore. I stayed because leaving required making a decision, and I was tired of decisions, tired of choices that meant life or death, tired of everything. The attacks continued, small groups of infected washing up every few days, and we repelled them. But each attack cost us ammunition and energy and morale. And people started getting sick, not from infection, but from disease and malnutrition, and the simple stress of constant siege, and the medical supplies we'd hoarded started running low. And I watched the community that had seemed so hopeful slowly crumble. I thought about ending it, thought about just walking into the ocean and letting it take me, joining Sarah and Emma and everyone else I'd lost. But I couldn't do it. That stubborn core of survival wouldn't let me quit even when I wanted to. I kept working, kept maintaining systems, kept existing in a state of numb automation, and the days blurred together into weeks and months. And I lost track of time, lost track of everything except the routine of wake and work, and sleep and survive. The final transmission came on what I think was a Tuesday, though it might have been any day. The military channel suddenly active with a coordinated message from what remained of the United States government, broadcasting from somewhere they claimed was secure. This is General Matthias Chen of the United States Strategic Command, broadcasting to all surviving military and civilian personnel. After extensive analysis, we have determined that the global infection cannot be contained through conventional means. The virus has spread beyond all predicted models and continues to evolve. We are implementing Operation Final Mercy, strategic nuclear strikes on all remaining major population centers worldwide, including islands and known survivor settlements. The goal is complete sterilization of the planetary surface. These strikes will commence in 72 hours. May God forgive us for what we're about to do. The broadcast repeated every hour. The same message, and Captain Harrison tried to contact them. Tried to explain that we were uninfected, that we deserved to live, that they were making a mistake. But there was no response. Just the automated message counting down to our extinction. Panic spread through the Azores community. Ships started leaving, people fighting over supplies and fuel, and I sat on the dock and watched the chaos and felt nothing. Just a vast empty. Nothing where my emotions used to be. I thought about Derek Mitchell, who used to fix air conditioners and eat turkey sandwiches, and worry about his divorced wife and daughter. And I couldn't connect that person to who I was now. Couldn't even remember what that life had felt like. Couldn't recall the simple worries and simple joys of a world that made sense. I'd become something else through months of horror. Become a survivor in name only. A walking corpse, more empty than the infected I'd spent so long fighting. The countdown reached 24 hours and most of the ships had left. Captain Harrison's among them, heading for the deep Atlantic where they thought they might survive the initial blasts and fallout, though I doubted anyone would survive what was coming. I stayed on the island with a handful of others who were too tired or too broken or too stubborn to run, and we sat together in the main square and shared our stories, told each other about the people we'd been before, about the families we'd lost, about the guilt and trauma and grief we carried, and it felt like a wake for the entire human species. The bombs fell at dawn. I saw the flashes on the horizon first, the mainland going up in nuclear fire, and then closer strikes, the other island chains being erased, and I knew ours would be next. Knew the missiles were already in flight, and I stood on the highest point of the island and watched the sky light up with the end of the world. And I thought about how I'd survived when so many others had died, how I'd fought and killed and compromised my humanity to stay alive. And for what? To end up here, watching everything burn anyway. The missile appeared as a white streak across the sky, beautiful in its terrible way. And I had maybe 30 seconds before impact. 30 seconds to think about my life and my choices and whether any of it had mattered. And I thought about that day on the roof of the office building in Atlanta. Thought about how I could have just stepped off then. Could have avoided all the pain and loss and horror that came after. Could have died as Derek Mitchell, the HVAC tech, instead of whoever I'd become. But I'd chosen to fight, had chosen to crawl through those ducts and survive. And that choice had led me here, to this moment, to this ending. The flash came first, brighter than the sun, and I closed my eyes and saw Emma's face, saw Sarah smiling, saw Marcus at the security desk telling me about his daughter, saw Monica with her bitter laugh, and Durchen with his wire-rimmed glasses, and Colonel Mitchell before Crawford shot him. Saw all the faces of all the dead. And I opened my mouth to say something, to offer some final words or prayer or curse, but there was no time. The shockwave hit, and the world became fire and light and sound. And I was gone. We were all gone. And the infected and the survivors, and the guilty and the innocent, all burned together as the atomic fire erased the last traces of human civilization from the earth, and in the end the virus won. The dead prevailed, and all our fighting and surviving and hoping had meant nothing at all.